Okay, 9:03, we'll convene the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Carla, do you want to call the roll?
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair Jurdy?
Here. And I'd like to invite Bigfoot to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so the next thing we have on our agenda is public expression. I'd like to invite members of the public who'd like to comment on non-agenda items to come on up. And we do have one speaker card.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Kit Elliott has asked me to introduce myself. I'm Uta Telfer, and I work as a legal secretary at the county counsel's office. I've been there since last August in an extra help position, and I would like to thank you for funding that position and making it a permanent part-time position. I've been in Ukiah for over 20 years. I have worked as a legal secretary for the district attorney's office and for the public defender's office until I had my second child, and I took time off and decided to be a full-time mom. And now that my children are in high school, I'm back at work, and so I'm working next door and work for you, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, Tom Allman.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Logistically, I want to tell you that for the next 48 hours at Lake Mendocino, a huge statewide training operation is happening at Lake Mendocino. There will be 4 very large helicopters from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We'll have approximately 90 to 100 people there that are camping there and doing training. It's a statewide training. This is essential training, and we're very appreciative of the Governor's Office allowing us to bring it to Mendocino County. The second is non-logistical. It's more personal, and I'd like to talk to the board about what's happening at the national level of law enforcement. We're seeing the discussion of law enforcement happening at the national level and state level and local level. The local level, certainly not as much as I would like in the good side, but I'd like to remind the board, when these things are happening nationwide, I'd like for you to ask yourself, what's happening in our county? And what's happening in our county is we're having our public safety officials, our law enforcement, our probation, our fire department, they're always doing the right thing. They're always doing the right thing. And I hope we don't take it for granted. I hope we can reach out and appreciate law enforcement. The DSA's budget or contract is due next June. I know for a lot of people that sounds like a long ways away. June of next year, we'll already go through the next budget cycle. I would like to challenge you to be a hero in this county and start negotiations now. Get these contracts out of the way so the morale of the department is good, our recruitment is improved, and we can have these people worry about other things than what's going to happen with their contract. Remember, they're 5 years now without having their 10% returned. And as sheriff, I would challenge the board to give yourself your 10% back. You had 10% taken away, took away 10% several years ago. I will fully support this board increasing your salary back to where you've increased the other contract groups, the SEIUs and the probation and DSA. It's fair for you. No one's brought it up. I'll be the first to bring it up, and I'll take the public heat, but you deserve that. And I would like for you to think about it, but I would really like for one of you to be a hero and say, let's start contract negotiations now so it doesn't become a big wart, a big boil that causes emotions and causes good law enforcement officers in this county who are providing great service to leave our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sharisa Mata, and I've been involved with rescue all my adult life, more recently with AVAR, and my specialty is cats. I am here today because I am very concerned with the present crisis of our county animal shelter. The shelter is in crisis. The animal numbers are at an all-time high, housing almost 300 animals with no open kennels, creating imminent need of attention and action. The dogs are deteriorating emotionally and physically due to their neglect, substandard living conditions, lack of exercise, and poor quality food. I'm wondering why it is the volunteers' job to rescue these animals using their own money and time. We are hustling to rescue these pets from a fully funded government establishment. There is not a staff member marketing animals. We need an dog adoption coordinator, a cat adoption coordinator. This should not be the volunteers' jobs, especially when the amount of funding that is now going into the animal shelter. The dogs and cats are being housed inadequately. The law states that animals have adequate room for exercise and fresh air. The portals are inadequate for this, as they do not allow the cats to jump through and extend their legs as outlined in the United States Humane Society's guidelines. Now that the shelter is full, the portals are even closed. The dogs continue to sit in their own excrement. The dogs are literally going kennel crazy and injuring themselves. There have been multiple animals in the last month that were in critical condition emotionally and physically. Dedicated volunteers are networking together, moving them into foster care and to help with medical needs. At the conclusion of the RFP process, the CEO, Carmel Angelo, determined that Petaluma Animal Services Foundation could not provide better services than we already had at the Ukiah Animal Shelter. If the non-paying people of the community are taking better care of the homeless animals than the current management under the direction of the executive office, it is evidence that a well-established, credible animal organization would have been given better services to our community than we have now. And now CEO Carmel Angelo is giving the animal shelter even more money for inadequate services. Now we are spending more money at the animal shelter to be driven into the ground than we had a solution with less cost and better services. This doesn't make any sense. It's pretty clear now that her rejection had nothing to do with the budget or the animals, some ulterior motive or personal agenda. There has been an influx of money allocated to the shelter above what was proposed by the Petaluma Animal Services Foundation. To date, only minimal improvements have been made, and these are cosmetic. Once again, the shelter is in crisis. Dogs and cats' lives should be prioritized over cosmetic upgrades. First, the marijuana is prioritized over the county's homeless animals, and now the building is a priority. I, as well as many others, would like to know why. We have a community of seniors who would benefit from fostering cats, yet there is no cat fostering program. There's no credibility to what is being said about one being established. Cats have to be taken out by a rescue to be able to foster. foster. Foster homes have been turned away by the shelter. The shelter is not coordinating and maintaining a foster care program for the dogs. They go out for weeks without follow-up calls or any contact or support from the shelter as it is. The new proposal of a foster care program is merely words, just like everything else. The animal shelter needs better management and organization. One other point that is crucial here, I would please like to finish this. I've been talking to the community about the shelter in an attempt to rally some volunteers and adoptions. The response is very negative. The community consensus of the shelter is they are not nice to deal with. I've also had conversations with people from breed-specific rescues as well as trainers who state the same opinion based on experience. The animals need and deserve quality of life care befitting a community such as Mendocino County. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Christopher Shaver, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. I'm giving you an update on Sonoma Clean Power and what took place on July 7, 2016 at Sonoma Clean Power's board meeting. They voted to offer participation in Sonoma Clean Power's Community Choice Aggregation Program to the County of Mendocino and the incorporated cities of Fort Bragg, Point Arena, and Willits via resolution number 16-003, which I've provided to the clerk. It is important to note that there are two areas that still need additional SCP board ratification before a final decision relating to an update to the Joint Powers Agreement that will allow the SCP board to offer the specific number of seats for representation. And a vote by the SCP board to accept Mendocino County and any unincorporated cities once those jurisdictions have passed ordinances. The next step is for the County of Mendocino to pass a resolution and ordinance no later than October 5th, 2016. This will allow SCP's board to vote to accept Mendocino's membership and for SCP staff to launch service by June 2017. However, if ordinance passage is after October 5th, 2016, and SCP's board acceptance is after October 6, 2016, that would push the service launch date to May of 2018. In addition, on June 21st, 2016, the Mendocino County Board asked Sonoma Clean Power's CEO, Jeff Cyphers, specific questions about a number of seats on SCP's board, local partnerships, net income allowable uses, and proportional use of program funds. Following are the answers from SCP to those questions. Question 1, would SCP consider offering 2 seats on the board, 1 for the county and 1 collectively for all cities? The response was, in order to change SCP's Joint Powers Agreement, their board will need to vote before the offer can be acted upon. The vote is tentatively expected on October 6, 2016, but this is not a certain date yet. The second one is, would SCP consider partnering with Ukiah Municipal Utility to find ways to benefit from their staff and operational skills? The response was yes. SCP staff are happy to meet with the City of Ukiah's Electric Utility Department and NCPA to find out whether there are any specific ways to partner. The third would SCP consider allowing use of net income for general fund purposes such as paving roads? The answer is no. The funds of Sonoma Clean Power are not transferable to members' general funds and may not be used for this purpose. The fourth question, would SCP consider ensuring proportional use of program funds relative to population or load? The answer was yes. However, to maintain administrative flexibility, an annual check on relative expenditure should occur at the end of each year to inform forward program planning, and exact accounting should not be expected, but reasonable efforts will be made to be equitable. Note that there is expected to be a 1-year delay in customer program activity as a means of paying for startup costs. Staff here is prepared to bring forth the necessary ordinance and resolution on August 2nd or thereafter, which will allow the county to formally declare the county's intent to become a CCA member of SCP's Joint Power Authority. The ordinance and resolution will allow the county to be part of SCP's CCA program, and state law requires Mendocino County to individually adopt a resolution requesting the SCP act as a community choice aggregator on behalf of the county. An additional update on July 5th, 2016 in the Press Democrat, California Clean Power was acquired by a San Diego formed Pilot Power Group, and California Clean Power has ceased operations. Thank you.
Oh, Chris, I think you have a question here.
On the questions that we had answered, could the board please receive a memo from you so we can reread that?
Yes, ma'am.
And think about it previous to any item coming back?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Chris, I just also want to say thank you for the follow-up on this, and
Yes.
I appreciate the vote of the board in Sonoma County. It looks really good to me. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other public comments on non-agenda items?
Good morning, Chair Jurdy and Supervisors. My name is Mariah. Oh, sorry. My name is Mariah Montanis, and I have been a volunteer at the Ukiah Animal Shelter for over 14 years now, which has led me to veterinary school, where I'm actually in my 3rd year. Per the request of Supervisor McCowan, I created a list of things that myself and other volunteers felt was necessary for the shelter animals to be accomplished. It has now been 103 days, and unfortunately, even with Supervisor McCowan's support and continual efforts to improve the shelter, none of these things have been successfully accomplished. Although there are a few items on the executive office's matrix that directly benefits the animals, most of the things are cosmetic and do not directly benefit the animals. All we are asking for is improvements for the animals. That is it. With all this new funding, let's get the animals happier, healthier, and successfully out of the shelter, whether it be to credible rescues, loving homes, or foster homes. When you have happy, healthy animals, you have happy staff, you have happy volunteers, and happier community. Currently, the shelter has almost 300 animals, many of which are sick or stressed, which directly affects the staff and volunteer morale. The 2 priorities that I see desperately need to be accomplished to improve the lives of the shelter animals, to improve the success of adoptions, and to improve the morale of staff and volunteers are: we need a volunteer on site every day to assess all the animals each morning and address the needs of the request per the requests of volunteers and staff. Some of the animals may not be looked at for days or weeks depending on the spay and neuter caseload, as well as availability of veterinarians. This frustrates the volunteers immensely when they see an animal in need of medical care or a distressed animal not getting the care he or she needs. We need job positions oriented around marketing the animals, foster program, and volunteer program. Currently, the volunteers do most of the marketing of the animals. And so basically we need 1 dog adoption coordinator, 1 cat adoption coordinator, 1 volunteer coordinator, and 1 foster coordinator. We need goals that benefit the animals. That is all we're asking. Please make improvements for the animals, spend money on the animals, and spend money to benefit the animals. Please do not waste money on unnecessary cosmetic things that ultimately do not solve the root of the problem. We need to focus on the care of the animals and moving the animals out of the shelter in a timely manner. Now that we have increased funding, let's spend it on the daily medical care of these animals and new job positions that are created specifically for marketing of the animals. Quite frankly, we're tired of the excuses. We simply don't have any more patience, and we just want results for the animals. We need to move forward in improving the lives of the animals, and we need to work together to do so. I hope you will consider these concerns, and thank you very much for your time.
Any other public comments on non-agenda items? Okay, we're going to go to the consent calendar. Carla, have we had proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Do we have any items, requests for pulling those items?
Yes.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 4B just for discussion.
Okay. 4B, Supervisor McCowan?
Is that B?
4B.
B. No, I do have a comment on one item, though, after we have a motion.
Okay, so we only have a request to pull 4B, okay.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of 4B.
Okay.
I'll second that.
And the comment, or rather it's a question on item 4D, which is the settlement with Paul Sequeira as to the source of funds. Is it correct that that will be paid from asset forfeiture funds held by the district attorney?
Come on up.
The district attorney.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay.
Chairman of the board, board members. I'm Catherine Cavness. I work for the District Attorney's Office. I'm their Senior Department Analyst. And the District Attorney asked me to come here today in case there were any questions about that item and to let you know that he is currently in trial and to please reserve the discussion until the trial is over because he's unable to come here and speak to any of the questions.
Well, is anyone else able to speak to that? Because it was my understanding it was to be paid from asset forfeiture.
Well, I can't speak to that.
And no one from the executive office can,
No.
apparently.
Chair Judy, Supervisor McCowan, my understanding was that it was asset forfeiture, but I can't guarantee that. Only the district attorney can. Possibly our chief counsel has additional information.
The only information I can give you is it is coming out of the district attorney's budget, and it's coming out of last year's budget. So, but if it's coming out of asset forfeiture or not, I don't know the answer to that.
Could we just hold over this one
Sure.
item and then get the answer to that question?
Sure.
So then I would amend my motion to delete 4D from it. And so B and D are both pulled from the consent calendar with the approval of the second.
Yes, and my pulling of B, we can just discuss it, and then I'll approve B, but yes, I'll second your request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So any other comments on the consent calendar?
I had,
Well,
we're going to approve
on these
first.
items.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, any public comments on the consent calendar? Not seeing, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we'll go back to 4B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Others may have more information on this from the past, but I'm wondering if we could request a future agenda item to discuss ways to reduce the time needed to conduct our local elections. I've looked into it and had it explained to me, and generally it's reasons why we can't do something, but I wonder what the cost would be if we could do something. It's difficult for people waiting for the results, and I think if we want more participation from the public in democracy, people want a quicker answer. They don't want to wait a month to see if they had an impact. I think their attention drifts, and it discourages participation. And I would bet that if you did a study of places, there would be a higher participation vote with when quicker results are available. So I'm just wondering if we could get a breakdown of what it would take. Is it just money or staffing? I've heard it from different angles, but I'd like the board to look at that if others are interested. So that is my request, and I'm ready to approve this consent item here.
Okay. Maybe I could ask a question to the CEO on this. I mean, it's the county clerk elections
Sure.
office is independently elected and
That's
somewhat
right.
separate from the rest of the county. But it is a question that's come up many times in the community about why our election results
Right.
are so late compared to other counties in California.
And Chair Jurdy and Supervisor Woodhouse, that is the question for Sue Ranachek. I cannot answer that question. As long as I've been here, I know that they're, they are very attention to detail oriented, and so it does take time for them to announce the final results. So that is a question for Sue Ranachek. My office cannot answer that. What we could answer is if there had been any requests for additional staff and that possibly we denied that, and I'm going to ask Assistant CEO Flora, nod yes or no. Yeah, I am not aware of the elections office asking for any additional staff that we denied. So unfortunately, that's the most I can tell you. You will have to have Sue answer the question. If you'd like, we could ask her if she's available to come in now, or it could be a separate item.
I think having time for a separate item would be good, and it would give her an opportunity to explain to the public, because I'm sure she takes lots of calls and criticisms, and if there's something we can do to help her, I want to do that. So let's take the time and hear from her
So
when
I'm,
she's
so I'm definitely
able.
hearing requests to have this on a future agenda, so to give the county clerk some time to prepare something.
So that's fine. So we could let, I actually believe that our staff has put in a call to her now to walk over, but I don't see her. So if you would like, we could talk with Sue and we could assist her in bringing an item forward if this board directs that, if that's what you'd like.
Okay, I'm seeing some nodding.
I'm
of
seeing
heads.
nodding heads as well, yeah. Okay.
Any additional comments on this item?
Mr. Chairman, my only comment is that when I've raised this issue with Ms. Ranischak, she has always been, she's very forthcoming. She's very happy to talk about what she does and why she does it the way she does it. But I do think there's a general interest in the public that would be well served by having her come to the chambers and talk to the board about it. And perhaps there are some staffing changes that could help, and here she is. We were just talking, Sue, about agendizing this at some later time. So, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that direction.
If I could make a comment, Mr. Chair. I wasn't trying to put anybody on the spot. We've spoken about this, and what Supervisor Hamburg says is that you explain it very clearly, and I understand what you're saying, and I walk out the door and just think, well, how could we make it better? I don't question you're doing your best at all. I'm just hoping we could assist you and explain to the public in a deeper time, not even today, the limitations and choices for any other options. Thank you.
So Sue, you have the microphone, but what we're proposing to do is have a future agenda item, maybe where we could explore options that would speed up the process. If those exist. Do you want to say anything now?
No, not really.
And, Mr. Chair, I would point out that this topic really isn't on the agenda. It's merely the certification of the election, which I don't believe we have any questions about. But our information in the public, I think it would be appropriate to have a future agenda item with our county, elections officer having sufficient time to prepare materials and a presentation and submit information to us in advance so that, we can have an informed discussion and the public can know about it in advance.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question I'd like to ask with respect to the count of the votes. With the passage of Measure V, the one that had to do with forests, will that be brought to us by County Council in the form of an ordinance? Is that the next step?
That's also not on the agenda.
Well, okay. Well, then I will talk about it.
Okay, we have two pens up. Are they going up or down?
No.
Okay. All right. So are there any other public comments on item 4B? Okay, not seeing any. We'll vote by the button.
We need a motion.
Oh, I thought we did. Okay. Does someone want to make a motion to accept the election results?
Second?
All right. Yep. You did-
Motion carries with,
Oh, that was, can we do that again?
Try again.
motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go on to 5E, which is discussion and possible adoption of the Mental Health Services Act. I just want to point out that we're going back to 4D at a later time today. I think it was 4D.
Okay.
We just-
I'm sorry, Chair Jurdy, I thought that someone had also pulled 4B. Was that not the case?
We just dealt with that.
voted on 4B.
Okay, I
but-
thought it was the museum item that was pulled. Sorry, it's on my iPad. My apologies. Okay, thank you.
And on the iPads, I want to point that out.
I feel better already.
Do want to mention, for those people, we may be a little bit slower. This is our first meeting with all of us on tablets of some kind. The county, all the departments are now switching over to the tablets for the meetings, and it's saving, I guess it's an estimated $8,000 per meeting in reducing the printing of paper. So we're on to 5E.
And Supervisor?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for explaining that, because I feel this is my first time. But I do want the public to know that there were over 1,100 pages for this agenda today. And this certainly, I'd need a suitcase to be packing my agenda items around. So this really is going to mean something, and I just hope I am savvy enough to keep up.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go into 5E, which is discussion of possible adoption of the Mental Health Services Act annual plan. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Jardy, members of the board. Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director for the Health and Human Services Agency. We've actually put together some slides with an update of the mental health transition that ends with the recommended actions around the Mental Health Services Act board. So with the indulgence of the chair, we're hoping we can present both 5E and 5F together to you and then move to the action around mental health. So I do want to apologize because I'm going to give you a paper copy as you go to electronic records today. Carlo is so gracious in getting our slides up, and I made an editorial error in slide number 7 that is in front of you today. So I'm giving you hard copies that have the corrected slide, and we'll get those to you, and there's corrected copies in the back. It's my pleasure to be able to introduce the transition update today, really to thank the work of the transition committee that's been meeting over the last 4 months. And this transition team has done amazing work with just 3 months' notice to transition the entire adult services for Mendocino County's mental health system. There were weekly meetings and so much daily work in between that the county executive led over the last 4 months, working closely with the Kemper Consulting Group and Lee Kemper's recommendations to your board. And we had active involvement of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board every step of the transition process, with both the chair and the vice chair attending weekly meetings with the entire team, with a large team of team members from Redwood Quality Management Company, as well as a representative of OMG at each of those weekly meetings over the last several months. And also, again, our Behavioral Health and Recovery Services staff, led by Janine Miller, really helping put into action an implementation plan around the transition for July 1st. I just want to remind your board and the public of, through the implementation and transition process of those 3 months, that there were really strategic activities that were divided between what the county mental health services would provide through your county staff and what would be the lead responsibility of Redwood Quality Management Company. And I have to say, coming in as the transition was well underway and implementing, I'm so impressed with the partnerships that have happened and such strategic work to bring this transition to fruition over these last 3 months. So this is just a reminder that the county itself, we are leading access to services and medication management and leading those contracts around individuals who are conservatees in our county, and providing the contract planning and oversight and accountability, and really coordinating reports through our partnership with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and your board. And Redwood Quality Management has put into place all the staffing and necessary supports for crisis response in our community, all the details around outpatient and inpatient and residential services, really working with our subcontractors, and you'll hear a little bit more about that as the presentation continues. One of the things that we did over the last month is to make sure that we had good communication going into that final week of June with both our community partners and the broader community. I want to thank Ann Mulgard. She worked with the team to put together these half-page ads. They look even better in the newspaper if you've seen them than they do on this slide, really getting out the message as broadly as possible about where to call and how to call, and to know there's no wrong door to get into services through the transition week. And we'll continue to run these ads through July. So with that, I want to turn it over to Dr. Miller and Camille Schrader to give you some more detailed updates on some of the highlights of the transition over the last 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. So I'm just going to give a quick update, and then Camille's going to give a little bit of update. So we started July 1st off. Everyone was here on Friday to make sure that everything went as smoothly as possible. I'm very proud of this transition. I know there have been a little bit of road bumps, and I know there probably will be a couple as we go through this next month or two. But it's been really amazing to watch both the county staff and our QMC staff pull off something that we did in 3 months that took the county 2 years to transition out. When we transitioned the adult service system out 3 years ago, it took us 2 years to finally get all these services transitioned out. We pulled this off in 3 months, which is pretty amazing, being how successful I feel it's been. Just a little bit of stuff that we're working on still. We are still trying to determine who our clients are. I'd love to be here and say we've determined all of that 100%, and we haven't. We have several lists that we're working on between list and billing lists. We're still trying to really determine that we have every client, but we are working hard to make sure we don't miss anybody in that determination process. And as we sort through things, we are still sorting through charts. Unfortunately, the USB drives that we receive do have the charts on them, but they're not in a fashion that allows you to sort them in a fashion that allows you to say this is the client and this is the document that goes with that client. So we've had to spend a lot of hours just sorting through charts, and we're not 100% done sorting through those charts yet. We're still working on the med list and the med schedules. We've had some clients show up that weren't on the med list, and we didn't know that they needed meds, but we went ahead and got them refills, got them in, and they are being served. So we're still working on really determining who clients are, but they are getting services. There's been a little bit of confusion, as people know. Tim Jakinski, who's a nurse practitioner, worked not only for ICMS but also the Coast Clinic. So there's a little bit of confusion as he's leaving. We get some calls for Coast Clinic wanting refills, and so we're having to work with getting that done because we obviously can't refill on a client we don't have their medical records on, so we have to refer the clients back. But we're definitely doing that to make sure all clients are served. There have been some concerns with some of the charts that we're getting for compliance. We are reviewing those, and we'll continue to review those to make sure we don't have any clients issues with the charts. But overall, I think it's been an amazing transition. Like I said, something we've done in, took 2 years to 3 months, and I'm really just want to say that I think it's went smoothly. There are probably going to be some little bumps along the way, but we're prepared for those, and the team has been working amazingly together to make sure we catch everything. And I'm going to go ahead and have Camille come up, and she can talk about her part.
Good morning, Camille Schrader with Redwood Quality Management. I'm not sure if this is on there we go. So you can't necessarily read this. The reason for this basically is describing in sort of process detail what Janine just spoke to in terms of transitioning the adult clients over to RQMC and the county. I said that because we have quite a few, the public really wants us to begin to discuss and to implement short-term and medium-term goals. They're very interested in us working on crisis residential, day programming, supportive housing, respite, and targeted support for FSPs. And we, too, are very anxious to do that. And being able to have that conversation means lots of forums, lots of work groups, and a continuum plan. However, first, our top priority is landing the clients we currently have. And that has turned out to be a bit of a journey. And I wanted to make sure to explain that that has been a bit of a journey so that we have a little bit of patience on behalf of being able to implement the short-term goals that we all really, really would like to do. I know that we will. I think that August, September will be very active months in terms of working on the kinds of things I just described: crisis residential, day programs, supportive housing, respite, and targeted FSP work. So in terms of the top priorities, this is basically just describing that we've been doing a tremendous amount of crosswalking. The USB drives had something like 1,400 clients, which were the 3 years worth of clients. Figuring out the current clients that we're currently transitioning on July 1st has been our top priority. So we believe, and this is clearly, I know you can't read that, but we have copies for it that describes the variety of different ways in which we've been trying to assess FSPs, med management clients, and outpatient. We have, between the billing from February to May, the case management list that the former case managers looked at to identify who they currently see weekly, monthly, are on their list, but they don't access services, and people they don't know. And then crosswalking that to the master list that Janine and her team worked on. We've basically been able to identify that there's about 425 clients that were outpatient clients, non-crisis, between February and May, and we have targeted transitioning actual clients with an assessment, a client plan, receiving outpatient, 214. So we think there's another 20 or something that had an assessment. We don't have contact information, and we're attempting outreach efforts to contact. Neither Manzanita, McCavan, nor Hospitality Center had any trouble with going out and doing outreach for those that they knew. So that is where we are. The adult providers have been just really, really quite amazing in terms of making sure to connect, to say, well, these people aren't on there. As Janine said, we've had quite a few clients come in, especially med-managed clients, that said, I have medication, and feeling a tremendous amount of anxiety around all of that. And the county's been very, very flexible and supportive, even at the last minute, to make sure that those clients are taken care of.
And the slides aren't keeping up
The
with you.
second slide would identify the 425, yes. So we've reached out and we've actually made contact with the 214. We have the clear list given to Hospitality Center had most of theirs because they were the main provider on the coast. So the big issue on the coast is building access. There were about 60 active clients on the coast. Clearly that's underutilization, and so they've expanded their capacity, and we, as we said, we know that Redwood Community Services will absolutely have to have a full service, outpatient service program over on the coast. So that's gone well. Inland, McCavan took 60, and Manzanita has the rest, so 180 clients that have been transferred to the two adult providers inland, and that's all going well. So they've made contact, but we are not leveraging federal dollars, and we are not necessarily billing Medi-Cal. And the reason we are not is that in order to do that, we need to get them in all safely landed in the electronic health record and have that electronic health record be Medi-Cal compliant. So updated biosocial, updated client plan, new client plan signed by the client, and an agreement, which is basically their service plan. So our first priority is touching them, making sure they feel reassured, connecting them to their behavioral health home. Our second and more complex process is getting them into the electronic health records so we can actually provide the Medi-Cal service delivery. And that, Dan and Tim are actually working on client plans as we speak, because we really want to have it done from our QMC's end, and then the adult provider takes it from there and does all of the work moving on. So that is where we are.
Count, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds as though the transition in terms of providing the client data was because of the previous adult provider was a little behind the curve. There wasn't really comprehensive information provided, but more a lot of raw data that you then had to work with all this material to develop your client lists and build a case history for them. Is that reasonably accurate?
Absolutely reasonably accurate. In terms of getting a current picture of who were currently active on July 1st, yes, that was a complex process for the reasons that you just
Well,
described.
thank you for managing that, which
Well,
really
the
wasn't.
county absolutely pulled the wagon on this one, so.
Can I go back to a couple figures I thought you went through? So the estimate is that there are about 250 active current clients countywide.
There's 214 for sure that absolutely received weekly or monthly services, outpatient services of some sort, not counting crisis. There's another 20 to 30 that look like they have an assessment. We haven't necessarily found a client plan, and sometimes you'll do an assessment at crisis and then rule out that they meet the SMI, meet severely mentally ill. And so it may be those, but we're still actually trying to pursue that and actually contact those clients to make sure that we don't lose them.
And then the third figure I thought you revealed was that over a 3-year period, there were maybe 1,200 clients?
We think 14.
1,400 who came into the system at one point or another? So why would that be? Someone gets better or they move away?
Well, the primary service is crisis and crisis support. So first and foremost, they're coming in because they are in crisis and need services. And then there's outpatient FSPs, med management. They stabilize and no longer need mental health support, or they decline access to services over time, or they they finish treatment, I suppose.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
It's just a question I kind of wonder about because, like just as people will say that some of the people who end up on the street were, say, foster kids as children, but then they didn't have a financial backup like a normal child would with a parent.
Right.
And I'm just sort of wondering when someone leaves the system of mental health service, maybe they can fly on their own and maybe they can't.
Right. Well, and it's so that's pretty clear. One of the things in terms of short-term, medium-term goals we are very, very anxious to do is link the clinics and the health plan, partnership health plan, to what we're currently providing, because in the adult system especially, not so much in the children's system because it's resiliency, trauma-informed training, and it takes a little longer for kids, and the threshold to access services is much lower. So you qualify for mental health services through the mental health plan at a lower threshold than in the adult system. So in the adult system, we really have to build a very good movement into the clinics and out of the clinics into the mental health plan when they're ready. So clients who are have a significant impairment and meet the criteria for severely mentally ill need to be able to be served regularly and intensely by us, by the mental health plan. And I think that that's something that we are very, very anxious to build. But once they're stable and they're doing well, they need to be able to shift easily and smoothly back to their medical home where they can, their meds can be monitored and their support, physical support things can be met, and that they can get maybe some outpatient from Beacon. So that's a big lift, and if, every county is struggling with it, but it is absolutely our one-year plan. And that actually goes back to one of the MOU goals, is really looking at how we move them into the mental health plan when they need it and how we move them back to their medical home when they don't.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I just had a quick question. Camille, I'm just curious about the med management aspect, because when someone is, I don't know if I'm using this correctly, but if they're in a wraparound situation where they're being cared for by RQMC, someone from RQMC, and that person is at least encouraging that person strongly to stay on their medication regime, and then that person transitions from your care to the county's care, does that happen? Because the county's doing med management? So if the person is no longer in a crisis situation, we're talking adults, and then they go under the county, is there a different person who's responsible for med management? So
our plan, where they would transition, is back to their medical home when they were stable on their meds. Currently, the county and RQMC will be working together, side by side. So the county is doing a service that's included in the client plan, in the continuum of care.
Okay.
So someone could be, they'll have a care manager, either at Manzanita or McCavan or Hospitality Center, that connects them and makes sure that they can get to their med appointment, that they don't need any support help, that they don't need transportation, all those things.
right.
And for many, one of the things that we saw is out of those 450 that transferred, there's a good portion that get med services but do not want any other support from the mental health plan. It's like, okay, that's all right.
Right.
We'll call you
right.
and make sure that you're
But then
okay.
what
So-
happens when that person stops taking their meds and begins to decompensate?
So if they're
Who
not
picks up on
connected,
that?
if they're not getting, if they're not connected, so most of them will have med management and some care management and be connected to one of our providers, and RQMC will know them, right? We'll have the schedule. We're going to look at the med management schedule every week. We're going to know who's coming, all of that. So if they were to begin not to take their meds, my hunch is that somebody inside the care system would figure that out and know that and begin doing outreach either in the form of therapy or some sort of support. But last but not least, they, it's not, people are independent and they have a right to decide how they want to live their lives.
I
And
totally
if in fact
understand
they
that.
do that, they'll probably end up
Yeah.
seeing crisis.
Right, and then they can end up back
And then
in
we'll
crisis.
swing back around.
And just one other question. I'm really glad that this transition has gone as well as it has, and I understand that some OMG staff has transitioned into positions with RQMC. Is that correct?
It's actually all over the adult system. Several have gone to Manzanita, one to McCavan.
Okay, so
two
they've
to
gone to
Hospitality
various
Center,
parts of the adult
two to
system.
RCS Crisis.
Rough, like a dozen?
Six.
Six.
Six
okay.
to eight. We took two.
Yeah, because, I'm just
RCS
asking because
Crisis
I
has
know
two.
that OMG had some very capable case managers, and I'm glad, I hope some of them have landed in this new configuration.
Well, they absolutely cared quite a bit about their clients, and it was interesting because, like I said, on July 5th, basically the clearest picture we had from the 1,400, who do we have, was the care managers being able to look at their own lists and say, we serve these weekly, we serve these monthly, these don't access service, and we don't know who these people are. That was probably the best crosswalk to the billing system that the county has to
Right.
figure out what this master list is. But, I really want to be clear. We believe that we've captured everyone. We are doing everything we can. The access, the picture that you saw in the ad, Chandra's going to give you some handout. We're doing everything we possibly can to say, if we haven't talked to you, please come see us.
Sure.
But I don't want to say that has completely stabilized yet, and it may take a few weeks for us to get all of that stable, make sure everyone's good to go, and have everyone inside the electronic health record so that we can move to the next step, which is who are those that are not currently in the system that maybe should have been, out of your question, Supervisor Jurdy, of the 1,400. So who should we be reconnecting to, and moving into those short-term goals that we've already described. So patience, and we're all working very, very, very hard, and some really, really good people that really cared about their clients are continuing to be able to serve them. I'd like Chandra to just speak for 1 minute about crisis, so that we just give you the latest update on crisis and the information regarding that. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, Chandra Gonzalez. So crisis has been chugging along, underway, and we had done a lot of research and looking at the data that was presented to the boards, the Behavioral Health Board, and there's a lot more than we anticipated that there would be in the first 10 days. We've opened 52 new clients to crisis. So we have been chugging along and very busy. We, to add to what Camille was saying, we actually took 4 of the ICMS staff in crisis, not all of them as direct crisis workers, but reception and other places. So we have been working with them. We got them on July 1st to get them trained on our forms and philosophy, and we have been shadowing them every time that they go out to the ER, not so much on a competency piece, but to really make a united front to the emergency rooms and the places we go to do an assessment, that we are one unified team and they're not seeing an adult person or a youth crisis worker that's responding, but to get the idea across of that. So we have, I will say, although we have had so many new admissions, we have only had 8 hospitalizations. So we have been able to do a lot of proactive work and have great follow-up and having extra staff added. We're up to 20 staff now on the crisis team. So being able not just to do the initial response, but to do the follow-up and getting them where they need to be and checking the next day and having those follow-up visits has been very helpful to their safety planning. So I wanted to give you a copy of the access cards that were on the flyer that are going out with access and crisis, as well as our QMC and the crisis handouts. And we have crisis bracelets, so you can get a little swag with it as well. But these are kind of the promo materials. If you have any agencies, or there are agencies that would also need these materials that we maybe haven't hit, we would happily go out and speak with them and make sure they have enough. So, I can give these to them.
Yeah. Oh, also, for the record, can you give your first and last name?
Chandra Gonzalez. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hello. So I just wanted really quickly to talk about the grids we provided today. We have updated all of them to where we were as of pretty much July 1st. So of course there will be more updates as we go. We've made a lot of items have transitioned, so we've marked them as completed. They've transitioned. That doesn't mean we're not still working on them. There are areas that we will still be working on, but the transition of that service was done, and we are working on making it what we would like it to be in the future. Wanted to note on the audit that we were planning to do, what noted 100% audit. Just an update on that. We are doing a 100% fiscal audit for fiscal year 15-16 on ICMS charts and actually the whole adult system. In regards to the clinical audit, which is actually looking for at the charts for the clinical documentation and make sure they meet Title IX, Department of Health Care, and federal standards. We took a sample of those. As when Department of Health Care Services comes to audit the county, they audit 10 charts. We went ahead and have audited 60 of those charts. So we are going to continue to look at those. We are going to be finalizing those audits. We have notified ICMS and OMG that this audit is happening. They are aware. We will be getting a letter out to them. And they have let us know that they are willing to work with us and provide the charts should we need additional review of any of the documentation. So we are working on that. In regards to the MOU, we will be working with Lee Kemper over the next 45 days on our MOUs, so we're looking forward to that. The electronic health record, we are almost complete. There are a couple additional items we want to add to our EHR before we call it 100% complete, so the staff is working on getting those up and running, so we're looking really forward to having those additional features within our electronic health record. Lastly, I wanted to just add 2 things that were, for me, kind of really talked about the transition. We had on July 5th, we had an individual show up at our office needing med services and needed mental health, and the individual told staff, well, I'm here, I've waited 3 years for this. Haven't got services for 3 years, and I'm back, and I'm so happy. So that was really, you know, kind of a heartwarming thing. We're really glad that people are feeling like they can outreach with the new system. And then I was told by an individual who went to transition their adult friend to Manzanita, and they let me know how heartwarming it was, how they themselves were in tears, almost in tears, that wind was absolutely amazing. The people over at Manzanita were warming. It felt so wonderful, and they felt for the first time that their person would actually get the services they deserved. And so I wanted to acknowledge that because it was said to me, and it was a very heartwarming story. Lastly, for me, I want to acknowledge my staff, our QMC, and the providers, because we couldn't have done this without them. I think they've done a phenomenal job, doing a lot of work, and so I really want to say thank you to them and just acknowledge them for what they've done. Thank you.
So in summary, I just want to say again that we're continuing to do public outreach and communication strategies at multiple levels through this month. We're planning to bring another detailed update to your board for your first meeting in August after we have a full month of experience through this transition. We're also planning some special community forums in partnership with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. So in late August, you'll start to see some promotion of an event that's really focusing on education both for the advisory board and the broader community to answer questions about mental health funding and how the funding structure works in the county and how that relates to federal and state funding as well as local strategies. And then we're also planning with the advisory committee and other partners to do a forum out on the coast in September as well. So we look forward to hearing more input about other strategies, but these are current communication strategies for the next several weeks, I would say, 2 months. So any other questions before we transition into the Mental Health Services Act information?
Okay, no.
Thank you, Chair. So as your board knows, the Mental Health Services Act is Proposition 63. It's the millionaire tax in California. It's been around now for just over 10 years, and that 1% sales tax in California gets distributed to each of the 58 counties on a proportional basis. And the funds specifically were designed and were put out into the community through really robust statewide and county-specific processes that promote services that expand beyond what Medi-Cal covers for the severely and persistently mentally ill, and also focuses on prevention and other support services, and really having interventions early for children to prevent future mental health crises. Our current plan, we're in the final year. So this fiscal year, 16-17, is the current final year of our 3-year annual plan. And now, in the last few years, the state made a change that each year your Board of Supervisors has to have a chance to review an annual plan update and actually adopt this as it goes forward. And it's continued to emphasize statewide the importance of the community planning process. And I really want to compliment Karen Lovato because I've heard so many good things about the community input process this past year and the improvements that it's made. And we're really looking forward to building on that community process in order to have a really robust planning process this fiscal year that'll be part of our 2020, our next 3-year plan, and how to really develop and implement that. And what's unique actually in Mendocino County is that so much of the Mental Health Services Act plan funding is actually delivered through our administrative services organization contracts. And some of the key aspects of the service areas of Mental Health Services Act funding around the community services and supports, for full service partnerships and wraparound supports for individuals with serious mental illness are delivered through that care coordination that Camille was sharing about before. And then we have some very special projects that your board's been considering with our community services and supports funding around how to expand supportive housing for the mentally ill in our community. So we have a couple of slides just to highlight where we're at. I want to thank Mike Pallison for being here today as well. We've been working closely over the last couple of weeks with our partners at RCHDC around next steps for housing. And you'll hear from Karen a little bit more about that, and we'll wrap up with these other key categories of the prevention and early intervention funding, workforce education and training funding, our capital facilities funding, which also ties to our housing dollars and technology expansions, and innovations projects, which also are newly transitioning at the state level with a different kind of approval process, and we're working on a very important project with our partners in Covelo around innovations projects right now. So I'll turn it over to Karen at this slide just to highlight. You have a copy in your board packet of the full annual plan. It's a robust and detailed plan, and there's details within that plan on our MHSA housing program. And the target population under the Mental Health Services Act for that funding are individuals with severe persistent mental illness. And we're really grateful for the partnership with RCHDC as we worked in the last couple of weeks to refine that target audience and how really to leverage this new housing project to address the needs of mentally ill adults in our county.
Good morning, Karen Lovato, Program Manager and Acting Out of Class Deputy Director for Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. As Tammy mentioned, the supported housing component of MHSA is one of the more complicated pieces of the Mental Health Services Act plan that we've been working on. MHSA housing funds are a very, very specific type of housing funds that are funded by MHSA that are meant to be used for housing those who meet essentially our full service partnership category. So those who are at risk for higher levels of care institutionally, who really need a whatever it takes outreach and engagement 24/7 response model to wrap around them and provide supportive housing through that, through their care. Mendocino County has approximately $1.3 million of one-time funds for this MHSA housing. Approximately two-thirds of those funds have to be reserved for, it can be used for capital loans, and a third of them have to be used for capital operating subsidy reserves, which is essentially the supported housing component. So a portion of the funds have to be set aside to support individuals who maybe don't have the capacity to provide rent, maybe they need something in addition to their supportive services in order to maintain their housing. The funds need to be set aside for that in order to maintain those more difficult to house mentally ill individuals in this type of housing. So with that, it leaves a limited amount of funds for actual development of the housing process. Many counties have used their MHSA funds and have leveraged them with development corporations in order to utilize tax credits and city development block grants to maximize the amount of funding that's available for the actual development of the program so that we can have more housing units available to our specialty severe and persistently mentally ill population. So historically, the MHSA funding had been kept with California Housing Finances Authority, which we attempted to access our funds through them and unsuccessfully several times. Some legislation changes allowed for small counties in particular to access those funds and to make the determinations locally, and so that's allowed us a much broader access to our funds. MHSA, as Tammy mentioned, and thank you for that, we do have a very robust community planning process in Mendocino County. We consult our stakeholders regularly on decisions pertaining to mental health services funds. We conducted a survey of over 30 days where we went out into the community to various stakeholder locations, obtaining feedback from our stakeholders at consumer venues and other public venues where we discuss MHSA topics in general, to collect feedback on the primary questions of what type of housing are we looking at. Does the community want us to leverage the funds or only use the $1.3 million minus the percentage that needs to be saved for supportive housing? If they want, if housing is to be leveraged, what are the priorities for where these facilities will be used and whether they will be mixed use or single use? Mixed use, because of leveraging the funds, that opens up the opportunity for the housing unit to be a portion of those programs, MHSA, specialty mental health, full service partnership programs, and the larger unit to be a number of different types of using, whether other uses, whether other low-income housing or other special needs housing, and we've discussed that extensively with our partners with our CHDC. The results of the community survey was that one large facility in one location was preferable to maximize the number of units available, housing units available to the community, and the prioritization was to leverage funds with other affordable housing funds, tax credits, et cetera, in order to be able to develop a larger facility. So our goals are to move forward with trying to identify properties on which we can leverage those funds in order to access the tax credits and block grants. There are a number of criteria that need to be met as far as accessibility to public services. That's also a very beneficial thing for our specialty mental health population that would be going into full service partnership regardless, placements regardless, so that they do have access to buses and food and various other amenities. Our next steps, are to work with our CHDC to identify those properties and to reach out to the community to identify where we might be able to begin developing, as well as what other funding resources might be available through our CHDC and other community resources. And were you going to speak to that? I think so. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So in addition, we just wanted to highlight and conclude with a couple of other next steps around Mental Health Services Act funding. We realized that your board received a letter last week from the executive committee from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, actually making some comments and concerns about funding for the Covelo community. There was a really robust Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting in May. The advisory board has really taken on a really important task to have their advisory committee meetings in different communities throughout the year, every month in a different community in Mendocino County. And in May was their meeting in Covelo. There was a really rich discussion about funding and equity and how to get out to the more remote areas of the county with services. And then in June, actually, Ann Mulgard and I spent the day in Covelo meeting with community leaders and talking through strategies of partnership there. And there is a small amount of Mental Health Services Act funding going to Covelo right now, and there is an effort underway, as I mentioned earlier, around the Innovations Project to get state approval for a longer-term proposal there. I have to say, in my day there were great compliments about some of the new services this year through the mobile outreach program that we implemented in partnership with the Sheriff's Office and how well that's being received in Covelo, as well as the work that Tapestry is doing, which is a subcontractor for RQMC and provides services to the Covelo area. And so we are planning to work closely with Covelo and our other community partners. As I mentioned during the budget hearings, we'll be closing out the fiscal year this year and looking closely at our budgets. We're looking closely at all of our financing to get ready for that August forum, and we'll be bringing back any proposed budget changes to you in our first quarter adjustments based on how we close out this year and as we work on those financial details. So the adoption and the action that's before you today, as I mentioned earlier, is a requirement of the state that your board actually adopt the community plan that's been put in place in order to release the state funding that's due to us through the Mental Health Services Act funding and begin to issue those payments for this fiscal year for 16-17 to us. So with that, we'll turn it to your board for any questions.
Well, just on the Covelo issue, and Supervisor Woodhouse could, I'm sure, add to this, but he and I are both on the Transportation Planning Board for the county MCOG, and several times they have been able to get grants for projects in Covelo, Round Valley, in part because of the demographic of the neighborhood, of the community. And so I would guess if mental health funding is anything like transportation funding, it might score really well on a competitive grant application, just a guess.
Thank you. Thank you for caring about Covelo and what you're doing, and there's a lot of confusion, but I'll meet with you later and talk about it, and
Great.
glad you're here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'm not sure of this proper place, but the millionaire tax, it's my understanding, sunsets in 2018.
I don't think so. Thank you for asking. I have not heard that. So I think there is a different Proposition Sunset issue in 2018, but it's actually not linked with this Proposition 63.
Okay. Thank you.
But isn't the proposal on Supervisor Hamburg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I thought this was a really well-written plan and just had really a lot of really good content. You know, there are a few places where I didn't quite understand it, but mostly I thought it was really, really good. I was very happy to see the prevention collaboration programs in Point Arena in the South Coast and Anderson Valley. I was a little puzzled on page 33 under the Anderson Valley part of the plan, where it talks about community-based family support services as provided in Covelo and South Coast. I didn't see where that was. I know the FRC in Anderson Valley is not operational currently. I think that's correct. Is that correct? Yeah, I see Ann Mulgard back there agreeing with me. So I didn't quite understand that, but I was really glad to see those programs going on in my district. not being provincial. And then I need to, I'm having a little iPad moment. I have to get back to our thing, so just stay with me. On page 58, I'm just kind of reading my notes here as I went through this. I thought that issue resolution request, I'd never seen anything like that before. Is that a new form? Issue? I thought that was really good. I thought it really gave people an opportunity to be part of their treatment and give really valuable feedback. And it wasn't just like a, yes, no, or, multiple choice. It was like, it seemed like a really honest attempt to get people's feedback. I was a little confused about the workforce education and training component. It looks like we're training some people who should be trained already. I mean, this is like training for people who are already working in our systems, correct? And then it looked like, I was asking myself, well, don't these people already have these skills, or they wouldn't be working in our system to begin with? And I don't know, is that a valid question, Janine? Or, excuse me.
Yes, Karen Lovato. The workforce education and training funding is meant to expand the capacity of the mental health workforce. So
Yeah.
yes, some of the people who are the existing mental health workforce should already have some of this training, but should maintain and expand their training and capacities.
Okay.
And the funds are additionally expected to
Okay.
build and expand, so the creation of scholarships, the creations of
Yeah.
trainings for the community
Yeah.
that could help those who may not yet be a mental health
Yeah.
workforce member become a mental health workforce.
Approximately
part
how
of the mental
much
health
of the MHSA funds are going to the WET?
workforce. Ooh, a numbers.
Can you quantify that? I mean, is it like $100,000 or?
There are actually some fiscal charts in the back of the report.
Okay, I missed that.
So workforce education and training, the table for that is on page 54. And our, the total estimated expenditures for wet funding is $250,561.
Okay, thanks. I was also interested to see that we are up and running with AOT. In the plan itself, it all sounds prospective, but then there's, I think it was under the questions section where it actually says that we have one person?
Yes, we have an assisted outpatient treatment coordinator who is scheduled, and we have received a number of referrals.
We've a number of referrals. Approximately how many?
Approximately 4 or 5.
Okay, it's a good start. I also wanted to say I thought the questions section was really informative. I thought that people asked really good, I don't know who asked those questions, if they were providers or clients or who, but they asked really good questions.
All the above, I think.
Let's see, was there anything else? Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to say is I think the doing 10 public forums is really a good indication of how much effort we're making to reach out. I mean, you really can't say we're not trying to get input. I know those forums are not always heavily attended, but I think it's important that we are there in 10 different communities in the county, in addition to what Tammy said about the outreach of the BHRS, which is also, I think, very important that they meet at a different place. Half of the meetings are outside Ukiah? Is that right?
More than half.
More than half are outside Ukiah?
Almost all of them are outside of Ukiah.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, it's even better than I thought. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you. So you did say that a small amount of MHSA funding was currently going to Covelo. Could you say how much and to which agencies?
I believe, Janine, do you have that with you? Or do you, Karen? We know that, looking for Camille, we'll follow up with the exact amount for you of exactly which organizations are receiving which dollar amounts.
That was the concern clearly expressed in Covelo at the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, and also there was the follow-up letter you referred to from the Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board. And one specific question that came up was around the innovation programs, which we have not been able to get those programs approved at the state level. but the question did still come up. We have, I think, over $800,000 on hand, so, you know, absent state approval, what more could the county do with available funding? Is there any bar to the county funding our own innovation program, or, you know, call it whatever you will?
I think those are the opportunities that we're looking at as we close out this year and confirm. In the back of your report, that $800,000 that you mentioned is actually what's in our designated reserve for prevention and early intervention funding. And so that's a one-time amount that's part of our reserve, but we are doing a full analysis of everything that's both reserved and spent and allocated, and what's actually allocated versus in an actual contract with a provider. So we'll be returning with that information for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Is this, you sort of wrapped it up there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I guess we still, did we also deal with 5F, or is that next? We did both together at the same time, 5E and 5F, okay. So we...
Did we do public?
I don't know if we've had any public comment. Do we have any public comment on either 5E or 5F?
Good morning. My name is Nancy Sutherland, and I'm the chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I just wanted to make a brief comment of appreciation to the transition team and all the staff that worked on this project to really, it's almost miraculous. They've done such a great job. They've presented information to the board, to the public, to the Board of Supervisors with clarity, with understanding, with transparency, and both on the transition and actually on the MHSA plan, the board was afforded ample time to review and respond and request. So this is an amazing job they've done, and everybody should be really proud of the dedication that's been shown, the professionalism, and the care for clients. And so I just wanted you to know that the board really appreciates it and really appreciates it being included in a whole new way in the process. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on these agenda items? Okay, not seeing any. We'll take a...
On the plan, we do.
Oh, we do? Okay, go on. Do we have a motion?
And I would actually make the recommended motion to adopt the Mental Health Services Act Annual Plan Update for fiscal year 2016-17 and authorize the Mendocino County Mental Health Director and Mendocino County Auditor Controller to sign and submit the annual plan update to the State Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any comments on the motion? Not seeing, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it's 10:25, and we'll take a 10-minute break before we go on to the Municipal Advisory Council and the planning issues. Okay, 10:40, we're going to resume the Board of Supervisors meeting, and the next thing on our agenda is item 6B, which is discussion and possible adoption of a policy for the formation and governance of the municipal advisory councils.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Christopher Shaver, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. This morning I bring before you for consideration is discussion and possible adoption of a policy for the formation and governance of municipal advisory councils, otherwise known as MACs. On January 12th, the board directed staff to take this to the General Government Standing Committee, and on February 2nd, March 11th, and April 11th, we held public comment, solicited public input, and incorporated that into various drafts for the governance of the MACs. Since April 11th, final changes were made, and those were distributed to all MACs for any review and comment they wish to appear and speak on today. So the summary request, Section 31010 of the California Government Code allows Board of Supervisors to establish a MAC for any unincorporated area of the county. So the municipal advisory councils may advise the board on matters related to their geographic area and may be designated by the board concerning services which are and may be provided to the area by the county or other local government agencies. The Executive Office, in collaboration with County Council, incorporated General Government Standing Committee and public input to the draft MAC policy attached hereto for board consideration for adoption. Staff prepared and sent out the revised MAC policy to each authorized MAC within the county and further encouraged participation and public input at today's meeting. Before you attached is a red light version and also a clean version of the policy on page 3 of 5 for ease of use. On the clean policy, the only other recommendation as far as an edit or a change is the operating budget being moved from planning and building services to the executive office, and I think that's how it's reflected in the budget for 16-17. So if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one question because we have references throughout here, which I'm sure mirrors state code, that say whether by election or appointment, whether the establishment of the council should be submitted to voters. You know, there's a number of references that entertain the possibility that the formation of the MAC could be submitted to the voters, or even the MAC members potentially could be elected. We do not use that approach here, and I don't know that we have any plan or thought of doing so. So, you know, I'm wondering why we have those references in there if we don't contemplate that we would ever do this via election.
Yeah, the goal was to be as inclusive as possible and stay within the state, guidelines, state law, as far as what a MAC can and can't do, and how those are formed. And so that's why that was included. It was an attempt to be inclusive, and there was several public comment periods to where there was quite a few long lists of what was recommended and suggested in there. So basically it was to make sure that it was inclusive and within what the confines of the section is of the code.
Well, more, preserving our options, presumably, that if we ever did want to go the election route, then the policy provides for that. But I don't think we've ever done that, and I don't believe there's any thought that we would, but it's there if we want to, basically.
Yes, and at the board's direction, I am more than happy to edit however you see fit.
And I think that's, the only actual question I had. I did have some suggested edits to the policy. One thing that, I've made it clear when we first reviewed this, and first of all, I was very open, in fact, suggested the MACs can comment on anything that they want to anyone they want to, because they do anyway, whether our policy provides for that or not. So there's no sense in attempting to restrict it in any way. But I do think that it should be absolutely clear that they are speaking as the MAC, and the policy does state all that, but I think it could be made even clearer, and I would use the GMAC, the resolution, I think from 97, which updated GMAC. It was formed in 90 or 91. There was a resolution adopted in about 97 that updated it, and it included language that, that if the MAC was to comment to other agencies, they would do so by resolution as our policy says, but then it provided language that any such resolution must begin with in a statement of why they were incorporated, basically, but also then a second whereas that they had to, that their views didn't necessarily represent the counties. And I just think following that model that we had for that GMAC resolution could really make it clear and also provide the template for here is how the MACs would adopt those resolutions. So I've actually put some of my thoughts in writing if the clerk could distribute them. But also, we could defer on this, and hear from the public.
Sure. So are you through with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
Sheila Rogers from the Redwood Valley MAC. We met on July 5th to consider this, our second meeting after being formed in June. And we're really very supportive of this particular draft. We feel as if our voices were heard. There were things that were of primary interest to us, that there be flexibility. And we feel as if that is in here. We very much appreciate how staff worked with us as well as with you. Thank you.
And I think there may be an extra copy. Oh, there's not, okay.
If you can give Supervisor Brown back her copy, if you have 2 copies.
Oh, 3 copies of that and scanned,
Well, if we don't have any additional comments, maybe Supervisor McCowan could just read aloud your proposed amendments.
Sure. So on page 1, at the bottom of the first paragraph, there's an incomplete sentence, or it looks incomplete to me, that starts with a quotation mark. Just a minor edit, I would suggest removing the quotation and capitalize the. And then at the end of section F at the top of page 2, also remove the quotation marks, because I don't know what purpose they serve. On page 2 in section 6, I'm suggesting that the procedure be determined by the nominating supervisor.
Can you
And
repeat
because
that?
I think the phrase supervisor being advised, because really the MACs advise the entire board, although they're formed in a district, they're formed at the request of the supervisor, their members are all nominated by the supervisor, they don't just advise that supervisor. So I think nominating supervisor makes more sense, although it would be the same person, I believe.
And it's probably better syntax the way you've proposed it rather than ending the sentence with the word advised. Go ahead.
Then the next one, page 3, section 8, it's just adding clarifying language that lays out the same process for appointment of members as stated earlier, so that it just clarifies, instead of saying vacancies shall be filled by the board, they're filled by nomination made by the supervisor and then approved by the board. Is this one of those things where silence equals consent?
Don't ever assume that with me, please.
Well, that's why I'm pausing.
Hesitating.
The next one, page 4, section 11E, which is the duties. The first change, I'm just suggesting that that clause fits better following proposed action, but it's the same language. And then the next change, I'm suggesting combining 2 sentences to make it clear that if the MAC does represent the community to any of these other agencies, they do so by resolution, because the first sentence didn't provide for that, the second sentence did. I think that the changes retain the same sense of what is being said, but we could certainly discuss it. And then the highlighted section is language that is contained earlier in what the MACs would comment to us on. The reason I highlighted it, it's repeated in this section where the MACs can comment to any federal, state, county, city, et cetera, agency, but the highlighted portion are things that I think are more specific to Mendocino County. And I'm not sure of an example of where those things would apply to these other agencies, but it doesn't hurt to leave it in either. I'm just not sure it applies.
Now you conclude with 2, I guess, sentences here. Where would that go?
Well, yes, and then, I mean, if that's all acceptable, then I'm suggesting following the template from the GMAC resolution that would say any such resolution must begin with, and then you have these 2 introductory paragraphs, and then the MAC is free to express whatever concern it is that they have.
So those 2 sentences, bullet points, you might say, go at the end of E?
At the end of section E, yes.
Okay. So I understand what you're proposing. Are there any questions? Supervisor Woodhouse?
Thank you, I think, Mr. Chair. All the grammatical stuff is fine with me. I have a tremendous amount of respect for my LMAC and don't like the idea that we're changing things and approving it and they're not included, but you can't constantly delay everything either. I don't think anything at the top changes the intent of it. I'm just concerned about the need. I understand the logic of where the lower paragraphs come from being consistent, so I respect that. I just wish the LMAC had had a chance to look at this. They're very opinionated people, and we're doing this whole process to show them respect, and then to change it at the last minute and hand it to them. When you do that to me, I get angry. So
Well,
I just wanted to say those words, and everything at the top is fine with me. I just wonder if other board members would weigh in, because I don't want to delay things needlessly, but I would appreciate other input. I think some things are obvious, and you can always make more rules, and to say that what I'm saying doesn't represent what my wife and I think, it's obvious, so we can't always cover everything. But I'm glad, I want to be sure to say how glad I am we're doing this clarification. The LAMAC has been tremendously helpful to me. The last thing I would want to do is approve something and hand it to them and have them be furious over what is really nothing but appearance of behavior. So maybe I'm being overly something. I'd like to hear from anyone on this subject.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, then Supervisor Hamburg.
Okay, yes, we did go through a very long process, actually. So all the MACs, because sometimes the MACs only meet quarterly, sometimes they meet monthly, just so we could get all the feedback. And I think Supervisor Woodhouse is absolutely correct about the possibility of the LMAC being upset because they did follow the process, gave a lot of input, and I believe there was language originally in that addressed what Supervisor McCowan is trying to insert on page 4, section 11E. But myself, after Supervisor Hamburg, I'd like to hear from one of our MAC members. And actually, the Redwood Valley MAC worked very closely with Laytonville in going over the proposed policy, along with making substantial comments through every meeting we had. So that's what I say.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, just, I am very curious to hear from Sheila as well. Just, quickly, I think these changes are good changes. I personally don't have any problem with them. I really appreciate all the effort that went into this, and I think it really shows that, I think that the fact that we've had all this interest in MACs, particularly in Hopland, Redwood Valley, I think Laytonville sort of getting reconstituted, I think it's a really good thing. Very happy it's happening. And in particular, I'm really glad that the standing committee put in section 6, which section 6 on page 2, which Supervisor McCowan just very, slightly revised, because I thought that was a big question. And, is how do you, under what circumstances are you eligible, and who gets to decide eligibility? And I just think it was really smart of the standing committee to leave it up to the local area to make that decision themselves, rather than, say, oh, this is the way it's going to be for everyone. We realize that our communities are very diverse and they have different ideas about how they can best represent themselves in the form of a municipal advisory council. So those are my comments.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Well, I don't, and I do want to also say I appreciate all the effort that the standing committee and also that the MACs have put into this. And I don't believe this takes away from their efforts. I think most of these things simply clarify or expand and are consistent with what has been done. I also don't believe there's, although this has been in process for a while, I don't think it's particularly urgent. The MACs are all up and running and functioning, so I don't know that it would create any problem if we deferred action on this and referred this back to the MACs to see if they have any comments on this and if they have any objections. And it would certainly be relevant for the standing committee to consider all of that if that's what comes out of it.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And actually, the other suggestions made on pages 1, 2, and 3 by Supervisor McCowan, I think they would fully agree with, because it's not anything substantial, it's just verbiage. I still am a little bit concerned about the resolution process versus letters, because most of these people are volunteers. Not that they can't write resolutions, but they are and will spend a lot of time. So anyway, I would like to hear from Sheila Rogers about what she thinks.
Sheila Rogers, Redwood Valley MAC. I'm a little taken aback. I feel as if we had this conversation and we well understand sort of what the ground rules are. I feel as if Redwood Valley is certainly on a learning curve. We're happy to be stopped in our tracks if we're making a mistake, and I think there might be ways to do that. This is a small community. I feel as if this is a little bit of a, and it's not necessary, we're all adults. We want to do the best we can. We want to have open communication coming from the board and going back to the board or any other entity. So, you know, I would have to share this with the rest of the MAC to even have anything that carries weight, but it just sort of off the cuff, I don't think it's necessary.
And you're talking about number 4?
I'm talking about number 4, yeah.
Yes.
The first parts are fine. They're, you know, helping.
And I believe that was the testimony from the MACs that participated in the General Government Committee process.
So, Sheila, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I'm reading this, and it does specifically reference resolutions. I guess both questions for you, maybe for Supervisor McCowan, is, and when I'm reading it, I'm thinking that this, probably the intent really is, if a MAC sent a resolution, they would use this verbiage, but there might be something similar or comparable in a letter, because it may be that a MAC would just rather send a letter than a resolution, but there may be similar type language that could be just inserted at the beginning of a letter. And the reason why I'm saying that is because on the Fort Bragg City Council, one policy we adopted many years ago was basically an introductory sentence and concluding sentence of a letter that came from one council member. So it basically said, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I'm a member of the city council. So that was the idea behind it, and the idea was to keep peace among the council.
I think, you know, like I said at the beginning, we understand that we're speaking with our voices and that we don't have authority to make decisions and to, you know, create ordinances and those kinds of things. And so we're very happy, I'm sure all of us, to, if there needs to be some kind of special remark made that we, you know, there's a minority opinion here or whatever it is we're talking about. I just, you know, feel like I landed back in kindergarten.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, are you suggesting the MACs could simply comment by letter?
I assume that they already do.
Well, and that's why it's important to be very clear about what is the procedure. The policy, and I believe the current policy and the policy being suggested, require that it says a MAC, in addition, a MAC may comment to government entities and other organizations outside of the county government on items not specified above by adopting a resolution. And yet, we've already said they can comment to any federal, state, county, city, special district. Well, if they're commenting to a federal agency, you know, it just seems to me that's something that ought to require a resolution and a statement that they're expressing the views of the MAC. So I don't care who they comment to or on what topic. It just needs to be clear they're speaking for the MAC. And, you know, I think this clarifies that, because the way this is written with these two different sentences, one that says they can comment to anyone they want, And so as written, they can comment to all these federal agencies and state, county, city, special district, school district, agency, or commission, any other organization, and they don't have to say that that's their comments rather than ours.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm a little,
kind of done.
I'm a little confused just because that language is at the end of that paragraph.
Pardon?
Isn't that language already in the end of that paragraph?
It only applies to the last sentence in the paragraph. It doesn't apply to the previous. That's why I've suggested
Condition of MAC may
combining
comment to
the
government
sentences
entities.
so that when they're commenting to some federal agency, they're commenting as the MAC.
But when they're commenting to government agencies, those could be county agencies, right? I mean, if they're commenting on rezonings, GPAs, use permits, subdivisions, or area plans, any of that stuff, that would entail commenting to local, to the county.
Typically, which is why I highlighted it, but,
And so what I'm saying is that, I mean, I don't have a great problem with either way, but it just seems to me that you could interpret the end of that paragraph as already taking care of the concern, where they clearly state that. The other thing that's kind of confusing to me is I know that GMAC sometimes does resolutions, but more commonly does letters. Much more commonly. And they will, they will comment to anybody, but they will put in there that these are the views of the MAC.
well, sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do. I can't say they do every time. But, I have to say also, in 6 years working with the GMAC, it's never once been an issue. Now, that's only 6 years, but it's never been an issue.
Except,
Nobody's ever come to me and said, hey, your MAC is, out of whack. Your MAC's overstepping their bounds. That's never occurred in my experience.
Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you for the discussion. If it's possible and we could let the Max comment on this and then deal with it at the next meeting, is that a possibility, Chair?
It's up to the board. We could, for example, put forward some version of this and absent requests from the other MACs, we would put it on the consent calendar. So what version will we put forward? Supervisor Brown, you were involved in this pretty thoroughly.
Well,
Your microphone.
I'm not supporting.
Your microphone.
Excuse me. Some of the changes presented, as I said, on pages 1, 2, and 3, of which there are 4 comments, I have no problem with. And I don't think the MAX will either. I do, on page 4, I support the comment made by Sheila Rogers. There was a lot of discussion, as you well know, Chair Jurdy, about this type of language, and I'm just not willing to support that particular proposal.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
so I would suggest a revision. So I've sought to combine 2 sentences, and so I would undo that so that the changes shown would no longer appear for that sentence that includes the highlight. That sentence would be as it originally reads, and then the sentence following, the struck out language would be added back in, and the only new language in that sentence would be "and any other." And then I would also suggest adding this language at the bottom, which simply clarifies the form that the resolution would take. And then we could refer that out to the MAX. And I could work with staff to prepare a clean version of this, if that's acceptable to the board, clean and red line to be distributed.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Thank you. And to be clear, you are correct in your changes, and I'm only concerned about the relationship and little hurts we may cause. So taking this time, I think I appreciate the time spent, and I think it will help our relationship as we go. If we were this thoughtful, we'd have very long meetings, but we probably would get along with everybody. Thank you. Thanks for bringing this up, and I support putting that out for MAC comment.
Do you want to make a motion?
Can that be my motion? Yes, I move that. Can you write that, Carla? Oh. I move that we incorporate Supervisor McCowan's final changes into a clean draft, that he work with staff, and that we get that to all the MACs and have them make any comment they may make and put it on the consent calendar for the next meeting, if that's possible.
Well, a future meeting.
A future meeting.
We need to give them some time to comment.
Yes, because of their meetings.
They do need time, yes, God, thank you. Is that clear enough, Carla? I make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. I want to clarify, when you say incorporate changes, I think what we're suggesting is we're not changing what's in front of us. These would be changes presented in draft form for the MACs to review.
That's exactly what I meant to say.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just before we vote if either member of the standing committee would comment on the motion? I think I know where Supervisor Brown stands, actually. I mean, I do think that everybody agrees on the changes on pages 1, 2, and 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're arguing over 4.
Over 4, but not all the changes in 4, at least in my opinion. But the resolution and the whereases, I can't agree with.
And I'm ambivalent about it. I'm
Well,
not
if
sure.
this motion fails, will you make a motion? I personally feel like the General Government Committee spent so much time on this that I do not want to divert very far from what they did. So I want to know where our Gen Gov members are. And I think I know where Supervisor Brown is now.
So I'm not sure that this is really changing the intent of what we had, and but I'm not a member of one of the MACs, and so I'm curious to see how they respond to it. And so my suggestion, and I think it's rolled into the motion, is that if there is criticism from the MACs, then it would not be on the consent calendar. If it does not receive complaint, then it would be on the consent calendar on a future agenda.
Okay.
And I can amend my motion to reflect what you just said.
Okay.
With Carla's permission.
It's basically going on consent on a future agenda only if it's not criticized by the MACs, but if they're critical of it, then it would just go on a regular board meeting agenda.
We'll refer it to general government.
No, we're not referring to general.
No, you're going to have it right in front of you.
Oh, God.
Well, I would just add that with the revision that I've suggested, there's absolutely no substantive change. It doesn't require a resolution for anything that the policy is written, doesn't require a resolution for. It simply specifies the opening form of the resolution, which I believe is entirely consistent with what is stated in the policy. So I would think it's helpful to the MACs, not all of whom have experience writing resolutions, so here's how you start. And none of this is substantive language to their comment. Also, maybe it's appropriate to put a clarification that they could certainly write a cover letter to the resolution, because you can go into a better explanation of what your thinking is regarding the concern, sometimes in a letter rather than in the stilted resolution language. So you could have a cover letter saying, please refer to the attached resolution, and then they can go on, say whatever they want.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And Supervisor Woodhouse, who is the maker of the motion, we agreed to have an amendment to that, but the second hasn't agreed to the amendment as yet. So if, I would like to know if he agrees.
I have no concern with it. I thought it was kind of covered originally, but certainly.
Okay, then I call for the vote.
Okay. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg dissenting.
Sorry, sir. This way, the Macs get to come back with either a letter, and of course, maybe they will, at the bottom of their letter, have your little comment. This does not necessarily represent the feelings of the Board of Supervisors. But I think if explaining to them in open session, if they disagree with you, is what you should do.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Sheila. So now we're on to our other really, I guess, Max, we're moving away from planning. So now we're moving to planning. And we have our notice of public hearing and discussion of possible adoption of ordinance amending the county coastal zoning code, modifying the permitting process for certain types of wireless communication. We're on item 5H.
Good morning, Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. I'm here to introduce this item. Julia Acker, Project Planner, is bringing forward to you today the recommended adoption of a amendment to our Division 2 of our zoning ordinance to allow wireless facilities or modify the approval process for wireless facilities that mirrors what the board had previously approved for the inland zoning districts, which is the majority of the county. This item, in addition to being an ordinance amendment, also includes a recommended action that the board authorize PBS to submit the ordinance to the Coastal Commission for certification. Because this is an amendment to zoning within the coastal zone, the Coastal Commission's certification is required. With that, Julia is here to give a brief presentation on the matter.
So I think we might want to just first procedurally establish proper notice.
Proper notice has been established.
And so we're going to open the public hearing at 11:17. Thanks.
Okay.
And all correspondence has been distributed regarding this item.
Okay.
So with that introduction, Julia.
All right, and I believe I provided, I hear you.
That one, sorry.
Sorry, learning the technology. I believe I provided a PowerPoint that was distributed to you. If not, I have this. Do I just plug it in here? Sorry, I thought that came to you.
Yeah, no, I didn't
the
get it.
items, okay. I just plugged it in down here.
Well, while we're waiting for the PowerPoint to be brought up, I'll say that the Planning Commission did consider the matter and did recommend its approval. At that meeting, there really were no substantial changes. It really, what's come forward to you is a wireless ordinance that mimics as close as possible what has been adopted inland. The principal difference being in the coastal zone, coastal development permits are required. In the inland ordinance, many of the permits could be, or the approvals could be done administratively.
I apologize for the technology. I thought that had been distributed to you. So what we have in front of you is the Wireless Communications Facilities Ordinance Amendment for within the coastal zone. And this is really to modify the permit process to bring about a streamlined process and also some exemptions from the need to obtain discretionary permits entirely. Am I just really this terrible at this? Which one? I press the next. Oops, there we go. All right, try that. Try again. There we go. Okay, we got it. So excuse me. So in August of last year, the board reviewed the ordinance amendment for the inland zoning code to bring about changes for streamlining the process for wireless communication facilities, and also at that time reviewed guidelines for wireless communication facilities. Both the amendment, the ordinance amendment, and those guidelines were adopted by the board on August 4th of last year. And upon approval of that inland ordinance, the board directed planning and building to bring forth similar amendments within the coastal zone. So that is what you have in front of you today. During preparation of both the inland and coastal ordinances, several agency and public meetings were held. The previous planner assigned to the project, Dusty Dooley, had met with the Broadband Alliance and also had held several public workshops in preparation of the inland ordinance. And then in December of this last year, he held a public workshop in Fort Bragg for specifically the coastal ordinance amendment. So since I have taken over the project from Dusty at the beginning of this last year, I've had multiple conversations with Coastal Commission staff to have them review this ordinance. And so what you see in front of you has already had at least a cursory review by the Coastal Commission and has incorporated any changes they've suggested. The proposed ordinance was also reviewed by the Planning Commission at their May 19th meeting, where they did recommend approval to the board. In terms of the purpose is sort of threefold here in the coastal zone. And so the first is to provide needed coverage to underserved communities within the coastal zone. The second is to streamline the process for the wireless industry. And the third is to encourage innovative and less visually obtrusive designs of wireless communication facilities. So this amendment applies to the coastal zone, except for it is excluding the town of Mendocino from this ordinance amendment. And so you can, this ordinance proposes an alternative permit process, which includes exemptions from development standards and also the need to obtain a discretionary permit in some instances, and eligible facilities requests as defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, and also coastal development permits, which will each be discussed in greater detail. Wireless communication facility projects that don't meet any of the new alternative permit process criteria that we've established would still be subject to a coastal development use permit. So here's just a general map of the county, and I wanted to show the area that this would apply to. So this would apply to everything west of the red line, and the red line is the coastal zone boundary as shown on this map, excluding the town of Mendocino. So one of the largest changes is the introduction of 6 exemption categories, and those are shown here. And it's important to note that these exemption categories already exist within the Public Resources Code. So we have not reinvented the wheel. We are just utilizing exemptions that already exist within state code. These exemptions have also been vetted by the Coastal Commission and have been determined to be appropriate. So the first type of exemption recognizes private communication equipment for personal use, such as private radio, television, internet, or ham radio reception antennas. The second type was added to encourage the use of existing structures and recognizes commercial antenna additions to existing legal structures subject to a number of restrictions, including the number of times that this can be utilized on any particular site, and that is limited to 3 times per site. The third type recognizes small-scale, low-powered, short-range, and visually inconspicuous wireless internet transmitters, and these are primarily would be places like Wi-Fi hotspots. The fourth type recognizes temporary facilities that are erected and operated for use within emergency circumstances, so hopefully we don't have to use those often. But the fifth type also recognizes facilities that are specifically exempt under federal or state law. And the sixth category recognizes the discretion of the Director of Planning and Building Services to exempt minor modifications to existing legal wireless communication facilities if it's limited to replacing equipment with similar, smaller, or less visible equipment that will have little or no change on the visual impact of the facility. So for the purpose of this section, a minor modification to visual impact means no increase or intensification of the dimensions and no relocation of an existing facility. So the 6 proposed exemption types are subject to certain limitations and may still require the issuance of a discretionary permit if the proposed location has particular features that may involve a risk of environmental effects, adversely affecting public access, or involving a change in use contrary to any policy of the applicable division. So this would mean that these would not apply in areas like highly scenic areas or within 50 feet of the edge of a coastal bluff or environmentally sensitive habitat areas. So the next category is eligible facilities requests as they're defined in the Code of Federal Regulations. And so this would be for any request for modification of an existing facility involving co-location, removal, or replacement of equipment. And I will actually defer to County Counsel on this item since this is a more legal item.
Deputy County Counsel Matt Kedrowski. The short version is that the federal government's been making great strides in giving faster permitting to cell phone providers. So they've established both very broad language in the federal law, and the FCC has created very expansive language in regulatory form that allow a lot of changes to occur to existing sites for purposes of co-location or even adding height for co-location. We have just some very minimal language in our ordinance referring to those requirements to ensure that we're adhering to those. Those regulations were litigated and upheld by the Fourth Circuit.
So the next sort of new alternative permit process we have is the introduction of coastal development permits. And so in order to qualify for a coastal development permit process, the applicant will need to meet one or more of the 4 classes and then also be compliant with the applicable standards for each class. So the first class recognizes the importance of utilizing co-location and allows for co-location applications to be approved under a coastal development permit if the changes are minor. The second and third classes, building and roof-mounted antennas, were added to encourage the use of existing structures without substantially changing the appearance or function of the structure and also minimizing the need for new towers. The fourth class is included as an incentive for the wireless industry to construct towers that are less than 50 feet in height and that are visibly unobtrusive and effectively unnoticeable as opposed to the typical 100-foot self-supporting taller structures that are often proposed. So if the project does not meet one of these 4 classes or the applicable development standards, it would still be subject to a coastal development use permit. I next wanted to discuss each of these categories and some of the pertinent development criteria and give you a couple examples from throughout the county of facilities that are already sort of emulating some of these different classes. So the first is co-located facilities. So this would be for addition of antennas and associated equipment on existing wireless communication facilities. The pertinent development standards include that the addition proposed must be consistent with the original use permit or other governing permit and does not exceed the height or width of the existing facility. The next class is for building mounted antennas, and so these would be antennas that are attached to and supported by a building or other structure that's more than 10 feet tall and shall be located and designed to integrate with the structure subject to the development standards contained in the ordinance. So this would be such as the exterior walls of a building, the side of a water tank, the face of a church steeple, or the side of a freestanding sign. Some of the pertinent development standards include that it would not have a horizontal projection of no more than 30 inches from the building surface and a vertical projection of no more than 36 inches above the side of a building. So some examples that we have, this is located in Mendocino in a designated highly scenic area. This is just on the south end of Mendocino. And this is actually an existing facility that was approved in 2003. And so this next picture here actually shows the equipment. It's housed underneath a deck. It's the support beam in a deck, making it very unobtrusive and effectively unnoticeable. You would not know it's there unless you were told that it's there. So they came back in 2010 for a modification, and at that time we required additional stealthing on that design. So here's a little example of some of the stealthing that was used, and this was using natural rock that matches with the surrounding topography so that the facility better blends with the environment. So the next is class is roof-mounted antennas, and these would be antennas attached to the roof of an existing building, water tank, tower, or structure other than an antenna tower, and are still subject to the development standards in the ordinance. So the pertinent standard here really is that the roof-mounted antennas cannot exceed the maximum building height for the zoning district and shall not extend more than 10 feet above an existing roof line. So an example here is the Stamford Inn, which I'm sure many are familiar with. This is also located just on the south end of Mendocino in also a conditionally highly scenic area, meaning if you can see it from Highway 1, it's considered highly scenic. And this was, you can see the existing and proposed, there is antenna equipment inside existing chimneys on the roof of the Stamford Inn. And so this is another great example of stealthing the facility where you would not know that that is a wireless communication facility unless you knew it was there.
So, Julia, we do have a 1:30 time item, or 11:30. How much more before we get to?
Just one more, and
Okay,
that's pretty
great.
much it. So new wireless communication facilities, these would be for new towers and such, and we are proposing that this would only, the streamlined process would only apply to facilities that are less than 50 feet in height. An example here is the 60-foot monopine on Lake Mendocino Drive. Well, this is 60 feet tall, and this would really only apply to facilities that are 50 feet in height. This was the closest example I could find for within our county here. And here is also a photograph of the 100-foot monopine that was just installed right at the edge of Navarro Ridge Road in Albion. And this is another example of stealthing the facility, at least. So there would be just several additional findings that would be made in order for the department to be able to recommend approval of any sort of wireless communication facility processed under a coastal development permit. This would include that either the development as conditioned will not significantly affect or any designated visual resources, environmentally sensitive habitat resources, or any other significant county resources, or if the first statement cannot be made, that there is no other feasible alternative to the proposed development. The second is that the facility as conditioned is in compliance with the Federal Communication Commission standards and requirements. And the third is that the facility as conditioned is consistent with the local coastal program. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to just remember that when we passed the inland wireless guidelines, which was in February? When was that?
August of 2015.
Oh, it was August 2015. Okay. Well, anyway, I was assured by Dusty Dooley that we would have the coastal version of the wireless guidelines in place by the summer of 2016. So I'm very glad that we're on time. I think it's excellent. I also want to say that Trish Steele, who is the chair of the Broadband Alliance, is conspicuous in her absence today. And I know that she's absent because she thinks that these guidelines are appropriate and have been vetted by the industry and by the public and by all those who are interested in moving this industry forward in Mendocino County, as I think we have a general consensus that we do want to do that. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair, for a motion, I'm ready to make a motion to approve these guidelines. I also want to comment that the Planning Commission unanimously approved these guidelines. So, Mr. Chairman, whenever you're ready.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to, Carla, do you need me to read the motion? You've got it here. Okay, then my motion is the recommended motion that is in our packet. You might ask the public. I don't know, maybe there's somebody here.
I would like to ask for public comment. So
Yeah.
do we have any public comment on this agenda item? come forward.
You're going to have to work with the 3 minutes.
Yeah. And you have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
I can do it in less than 3. My name is Randy Dalton. I'm from Willits, having lived in the county for 40 years. My concern is dead birds. I don't know if that's been mentioned in the environmental impact report at all, but I've heard that within 150 feet of a lot of these cellless, wireless antennas, that there are dead birds found. And also the Mendocino Elementary School on Little Lake Road is adjacent to an antenna wireless, and the children's safety. I have children that go to the elementary school and also to the middle school and the high school, and I am concerned about what are the environmental impacts. And I know Antonia Lamb also was environmentally sensitive to the electrical inputs, outputs, and I think that there needs to be some mention made that if there prove to be problems with these antennas, that they're, streamlining processes, to me just sets up a red light, rubber stamping, and that we must, this is a new technology, we don't know what the long-term impacts are, and I think that we need to monitor and stay abreast of continuing our concerns, my concerns about the health and safety of the community and the environment, the birds, and specifically, and the children. And I'd just like to make a note of this, that it be written into the record that as communities, that we are concerned about long-term impacts, and that you as supervisors maintain some kind of a bridle in the horse's mouth, so that it's not just a runaway, sure, you guys can do whatever you want. I mean, I know that you're trying to aesthetically make pleasing and stealthily, not see these changes that are coming in. But no, we must continue to be concerned and monitor the health and safety of our communities. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay. So I think we should be closing the public hearing at 11:35. And we do have a motion. Any comments to the motion? Okay, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for bringing this to closure.
Thank you, Julia. Good job.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to go to our 11:30 timed item, which is presentation of employee service awards to Mendocino County employees with 15 to 35 years of service. And the sponsor here is the Human Resources Department.
Yes, okay. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. We're here today to pass out our Employee Service Awards. We do this twice a year, and we have some pretty big numbers here today, so I'm really excited. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to start with the Tax Collector's Office, and I'd like to call up Kathy Harp, who has 25 years of experience and has been with the county for a very long time, and congratulations.
So Kathy, yeah. So Julie actually is going to do the honors. She is Kathy's direct supervisor. But just first, really quickly, I want to say Kathy, she is part of our leadership team. She is one of the things that Kathy, she holds the bar very high. She is an amazing team player. And I've really noticed that the last couple of years in particularly, and just a pleasure to work with. But Julie's actually going to do the honors, so we'll let her go.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Collections, good morning. All right. So I say that because Kathy's very positive, and she comes in every day with the same exact spirit, and that is to say good morning to everybody. And what that does is kind of lighten everyone else up that might be tired and not really awake yet, and that is her spirit, is to be happy and say good morning and generate an environment in our office that's just basically infused with happiness. So I appreciate that from her, especially I'm not a morning person. So I need someone to wake me up. So Kathy helps. But despite that, I've worked there with her for I don't know, way too long, more
Since
than 25 years. Yeah. And we've grown up together, or maybe we haven't grown up, but we've shared a lot of experiences. And I'm honored and humbled to work with Kathy. She's made me a better person, I think.
And Julie's made me a better person.
And so I wanted to say thank you. And I asked my staff, please describe her, because they work for her, so it's not just from my perspective. And to share some of the words that they have about Kathy are, I can't see this, might need to go. Energetic, supporting, maternal, committed, compassionate, caring, hungry, and one of a kind. So I just want to say thank you, Kathy, for your 25 years, and she is really committed to collections and serving the public, and we hope that that gets shared with the rest of the county. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the kind words. And so I would like my work staff, and I get another pen, yay! I like to have my work staff stand up with us. Liz and Shai we've worked together for 14 years now. Shelby's our newbie. And then the two guys, Dave and Pat, have 5 years now with the county. And then I'd like to introduce my husband, Tony. My son, Will. And thank you, everybody, for being here today. Bye.
Okay, next we'd like to call up Chris Oldham from the Auditor's Office, who has 30 years of service.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure everybody in the county knows Chris. If you get a paycheck, she has been instrumental in that role for the last 10 years. And she's been with us since '86. I had to take a few notes because I wasn't here then. I wasn't in the auditor's office then. But I understand that one of your favorite jobs was stuffing welfare checks manually. We used to do that in our office. So she's fond of that, I'm sure. She plays a vital role. It's such an important job, being the payroll officer. She has done an outstanding job. She gets lots of respect from the county. She is very knowledgeable in her job and has been really a process to get her replacement in. We've had 2 recruitments. So you can see how important it is, but I think we're on our way now, and she's moved up very quickly in the county, and my understanding is she's going to enjoy Giants games, Disneyland trips, grandchildren, and Disneyland trips, and maybe margaritas.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you.
So if you don't mind, I'd just like to say a couple words. Honorable Board of Supervisors, it has been a pleasure serving you for the past 30 years. It's been a pleasure to serve all the employees of County of Mendocino and the general public at large. It's been great working in the auditor's office. I think they're one of the best offices in the county, and the longevity in that office proves that. At this time, I'm going to pass the torch. Since I have retired in March, PJ, would you stand, please? I'd like to introduce PJ Kennedy. She's your new payroll officer, and I'll be training her over the next few months. So welcome her, and thank you for giving me the honor of being here this long.
Okay, next we have Child Support Services, Melanie Rapinen, 15 years. I need a microphone. How are you?
Good morning. I'm Bruce Morthorst, no, you're not getting this yet. Anyway, Melanie's been with us for 15 years. The last 9 has been our, and I never get this right, account specialist supervisor. No? What is it?
Child support accounting specialist.
Oh, God. Okay, she works in child support. Anyway, she's the person that holds the purse strings for child support, and if you can't get it past Melanie, it ain't gonna happen. Anyway, and actually, I appreciate that. We do very well in our budget. I don't have flowers today for Melanie. I happen to know that she likes a place called Starbucks. Anyway, Melanie, congratulations. No flowers, but thank you very much for serving the people of Mendocino County, our families, our children, and everyone we serve. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. It has been a pleasure working for the county. I really like my job there. It's fun. It's just dealing with the public half the time because, you know, they want their money. I don't want to give it to them, but, you know, you have to. But thank you very much.
Okay, next we have the District Attorney's Office, and we have Butch Gupta with 20 years and Andy Alvarado with 20 years.
I don't know if I'm going to need this. My name is Rick Welsh. I'd like to introduce myself to the members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm the new Assistant District Attorney here for the County of Mendocino. And I'd like to just let you know that in the short period of time that I've been here, I've come to realize that we have some very dedicated and hardworking investigators that you would all be very proud and happy to know are serving your community. And I'm happy to introduce Kevin Bailey, their supervisor, who's going to be handling their awards. I might need this. Andy Alvarado has been with the unit almost 10 years. Andy's got 20 years with the county. Andy and I grew up together as young deputies on the coast. He started out as a dispatcher, went as a deputy sheriff to the coast, deputy sheriff in Ukiah, and then a detective for Ukiah, and then later came to the bright side, worked for the district attorney's office. Andy is an absolute joy to supervise. He's probably one of the most seasoned, qualified crime scene experts I've ever been around. No doubt in the county, possibly the state. Always answers his phone. If you've read a headline in the paper, odds are Andy was there helping them process the scene. There's not a law enforcement agency in this county that hasn't called and asked me personally for Andy's assistance at least one time. So we're lucky to have him. He's got a skill set where he could go anywhere, but he chooses to invest himself in this community and this county. So I, for one, thank Andy for his service. Secondly, we have, I guess your name's Nalini. I think everybody knows him as Butch. This is Butch Gupta. Butch has also been with the county actually over 20 years. He had a break in service, but he has 20 active years with the county. Butch has been in our unit about 3 years. Prior to that, he began his career as a corrections officer with the Sheriff's Department, and then he transferred to patrol, and the majority of his career was spent working with the Comet unit. Butch is one of the foremost marijuana experts in the state. He's testified as an expert in state and federal court. He just is a resource beyond compare as far as marijuana goes, but he's also our MacGyver in the district attorney's office. He wears too many hats to count. If it's broken, you call him. If it's not broken, you call him and he'll break it. So Butch is without a doubt an asset, and again, he is someone who's chosen to stay here and invest himself in this county. He could have gone at any point, anywhere. They continue to ask for his services. He's given trainings throughout the state, but again, this is a place he chooses to be, and he's invested himself here, and we're lucky to have him.
Just like to thank everybody. As Kevin said, I grew up here, so I've lived here my entire life, and this is my home. And I plan to be around at least another 10 or 15 years and look forward to serving the community in which I work. Really proud to be an employee here. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Executive Office, and we have William McGinn with 20 years and Cody Snyder with 15 years.
here. But I would, I believe actually Cody Snyder is the real MacGyver of county employees. He's our Information Services Division Manager. And the creativity, flexibility, and knowledge that Cody has about our IT infrastructure is really phenomenal and impressive to me every day, whether it's running into the boardroom to fix some issue that we have with some of the equipment here, changing the mic buttons for the board members, in particular Supervisor McCowan, so that they're easier to use, or climbing on top of the Willett substation on a Sunday evening to fix some public safety equipment. Cody's always here figuring out a solution to the problem with his team. And I know over the last year and a half with the reorganization of the General Services Agency, there were some significant challenges. You know, we've tried to look at things different, and I think the way that Cody has provided management and leadership of his team there is impressive, and I hope to have the opportunity to present several more pins to you over the next few years. Thank you, Cody.
I just got to say that I actually look forward to coming to work every day, and I don't know what else to say.
Fix it.
Got to fix it. Hello. Yeah, I just want to say that I actually do look forward to coming to work, and you know, what else can, how much better can it be than that?
Okay, next we have a Health and Human Services Agency, and we have quite a list of people. Who is going to be? Tammy, you coming up? So I think what we'll do is we'll call up all the 15-year awardees first. We have Marvis Ford with 15 years, Bradley Walker, 15 years, John Martyr, 15 years, Isabel Oglesby, 15 years, Faith Walrath, 15 years.
One more.
And Patrick McCloskey, oh, I did it this time. And Patrick? Nope. And Patrick. And Patrick McCloskey with 15 years.
Okay, I can use this. I can be loud. Being loud is not a problem.
They need to hear it on television.
Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. So, my name is Becky Emery. I supervise Isabel Oglesby, and I have the honor today of giving her her 15-year pin. But I want to tell you a little bit about Isabel. She is that quiet strength. She is our program manager in our Fort Bragg office, and she really and truly leads her group over there and helps everyone that is there with anything from building and backup toilets to how to help someone get food or diapers, or how to help somebody navigate a difficult conversation they're getting ready to have with their coworker. Isabel really and truly is not only that great leader, but she inspires so many of her staff every single day. And it is my honor to work with her, and I have to say, you inspire me as well.
So I just wanted to say that it's really interesting that it comes full circle, because PJ is coming back to the county, and she was actually my initial supervisor when I came to the county. So it's very interesting to have that occurrence. But what I did want to say is that it's people like Becky and my management team that allows me to make it so easy to come into work every single day, not only to help the people that are coming through the front door, but also to help the people that are in the back, because those are just as important as the ones that are coming through the front door. So thank you.
We got lots more. Okay, we have 20-year, Sandra Ensler, 20 years, Susan Glass, 20 years, Sherry Chappell, 20 years, Christine Sullivan, 20 years. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest. Therese O'Connell, 25 years, Katrina Taylor, 25 years, and Randy Colson, 25 years. That's a lot of years.
Here, thank you. My name is Art Davidson. I'm Deputy Director for Substance Use Disorders and Treatment, and Sandra is our community health worker. I just wanted to say a few words. We have people come in every day, parents coming in with their children. They're trying to do their best to get their lives together and recover from some very serious addictions. And Sandra provides that stable environment, that place for the children. They may not be getting some of that at home. I actually have, we have clients that come in and their children get them there because they want to be in childcare with Sandra. What else can I say? Dependable, consistent. She's part of my Mission Impossible team. So if there's anything that needs to be done or that I ask her to do that's a little extra, she gets it done, and I know that she's going to get it done right. So it's an honor to work with you. I'm humbled by your deep sense of service and by your thoroughness and professionalism there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Senior Cross. I supervise Katrina Taylor, and Katrina Taylor started with the agency when she was a teenager, just so you know. She's come back to Children's Services, and she's now our federal case reviewer. She's doing a wonderful job. She's dug right in. She's embraced it with both feet and both hands, and she's doing a great job, and we're so happy to have her with us. Thank you, Katrina. You're doing a great job.
I just have to say that it feels like yesterday, almost since I've started, and it's really cool to see all the people that I've worked with throughout many of the years that I've been with the county and all the different positions that I've held, and it's really been it's been great working for the county. I look forward to coming to work every day and working with the people that I work with.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Lovett. I'm a program manager with Child Welfare Services, and I actually am going to introduce Gloria Nordyke, who is Sue Glass's supervisor, and she will be telling you a little bit about Sue. But before she gets up here, I do want to say that I've had the opportunity and the pleasure to work with Sue when she was a parent partner in our wraparound program, and many of the parents that have had the opportunity to work with her and feel her support constantly are letting us know. And so, and Gloria will be telling you more of how she works at the Family Center. But Sue, I want to congratulate you.
Hi, I'm Gloria Nordyke. I am Sue's supervisor at the Ukiah Family Center. Sue has worn several hats at the county. She started out at AODP and I believe went to mental health and then went to being a parent partner, and she is now a social worker assistant at the Ukiah Family Center. We feel blessed. Sue is dedicated. If I had a social worker assistant, if I was a parent and had a social worker assistant, I'd want one as dedicated as Sue. If Sue gets in your corner, she's a fighter. I've seen her go the extra mile for many parents, and sometimes Sue and I have had to have little chats. You know, Sue, you need to calm down a little bit. You don't want to get yourself into trouble. But she's like, I'm going to do this. This parent, you know, deserves this break. They've worked hard. They've earned this. She believes in our parents. She believes in change, and she's a blessing to have. I mean, it's not an easy job what Sue does. We work with parents as they grow and change to get their children back. They have lost the most precious thing in their life, and Sue believes in them, and she shows them that she believes in them. She is a blessing and a treasure to have at the Family Center.
Well, 20 years. Wow, what a journey.
as Gloria said, I started at AODP with Sandra. Sandra and I actually started on the very first day, and when it said to come to work, it said January 1st. And it's like, really? We work on January 1st? No, actually, the first day was the 2nd. But so I've taken this journey because I really do feel that people can change. And AODP was my start. And housing has also been a big part of what I try and do for our parents, is get them involved so that they can get housing. It's really difficult in this county right now to find housing that is affordable, and people that will take vouchers and things like that. So advocating for those people has been really one of my loves, and there are people in here that have seen me go to bat for people and get kind of told, wait a minute. But I believe that if you're willing to work for your kids, you have a right to shelter. If you're willing to jump every hoop and do everything you can to turn your life around, then you deserve to have your children back and go on a path that we all want to be on. So thank you.
So, I'm Becky Emery from EFIS. I'm the Deputy Director. I have the distinct honor of presenting Chris Arthur with her flowers and her 20 years. Oh, come here. So there are few people that I think can claim the dedication that Chris can. Chris has 20 years with the county, but Chris has 20 years in the exact same job, serving our community with the county. She is so passionate when it comes to working with our clients and making sure that the work that she does meets their needs and is able to serve them. She makes sure that people have food, that people have medical care, that people have access to benefits, to be able to pay housing, to be able to engage in employment, to be able to have child care, and to be able to meet the needs of their family every single day. And you have done that for 20 years, which is amazing. And thank you.
Well, you know, if they give me a mic, something's going to happen bad. But I was thinking, I went through class with Katrina. Sue Norcross was my trainer. Becky was in, no, we don't even go there. After I was there, I'm seeing all these faces, Chris and Laura Cameron, and and Rachel, who's been, I don't know, she's been everything to me. And my bud, who has helped me so much, learn some new stuff. Thank you, Ray. But I appreciate this, and I appreciate this, and I'd really appreciate a 2% raise.
Okay, our next honoree is from Planning and Building Department, Richard Swanson, with 15 years.
My name's Steve Dunnicliffe. I'm the Director of Planning and Building Services, and I'm here to accept this pin on Rich's behalf. He's on vacation right now, which I suspect he probably scheduled strategically to avoid the crowd. One thing that I wanted to share with everybody about Rich that I think is pretty interesting is that he rides his bike to work on a regular basis. And what makes that interesting is he lives in Kelseyville. So Rich is just an absolute maniac that'll take his bike up and over the Hopland Grade or out through Highway 20, and he'll put hundreds of miles on his bike in a weekend. So I think that type of attitude and perseverance is they're attributes that help make him a great employee for planning and building. So.
And next we have probation. I know they're not here today, but I want to mention Heather Clark, 15 years, and Mark Horrocks, 20 years. Then we have the Public Defender's Office, Laura Hagenbart, 15 years.
Good morning, Linda Thompson, Public Defender. I'm actually here for Laura because I wouldn't give her the time off. And I actually feel really bad about that, because if anybody deserves to be rewarded, it's Laura. She started like out of high school. She's been devoted to my office. She's been devoted to our attorneys. Unfortunately, she is literally my only legal secretary today. She's my only legal secretary and has been for the last week. So I feel terrible I can't reward this, but a person devoted not to the office but just to the county as well. She put herself through paralegal school to better herself, and I'm going to reward her for that. And she did that not only for herself but for our clients and for my attorneys. So I really thank you.
Okay, next we have the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Allman. Would you like me to do the 15 years?
Could I just have the sheriff's office employees that are here come on down?
You want to just do them?
I see Jim, yeah. Joe, Lori, Ember. So the sheriff's office is certainly very proud of, I'm very proud of our employees. We have some of the bravest and most professional employees I've ever met in my life. 5 of them are represented today, but we have a lot of years of people who work night shift. They're not here, and others that couldn't get away from the coast. But let me introduce who we have and how many years. George Hodgson, the Senior Animal Control Officer, is the most professional animal control officer I've ever met in my entire life. He takes care of problems. And we have 2 dispatchers up here, 3 up here, that will testify to the fact that the number of calls that we get for animal service is extraordinary. But George handles them with a polite smile and with professionalism, and he cares for animals as much as he cares for our citizens. And you're perfect for the job, George, and we certainly appreciate the 15 years you've given animal care, and now you're with animal control. We're very happy you're part of our team. Congratulations. So also with 15 years, we have Ember. I remember the day Ember came to work. Ember is a can-do dispatcher. She doesn't take the I can't help you for an answer. She helps people. And when the critical time that radio call comes in, Ember takes care of the problem, and she takes care of the citizen. And I know that there are deputy sheriffs out there that with these 3 dispatchers, Lori, JoJo, and Ember, when they hear their voice on the other end of the radio, they are very comfortable and they feel confident that it's going to be handled correctly. So Ember, 15 years, congratulations and thank you. Chantel Simmons is not here. She's a correctional deputy that does a good job. And if anybody knows any females who want to be correctional deputies, please come see me. I'll buy them lunch. We'll sit down. I'll tell them everything, because we need more female correctional officers, and we're very happy. Chantel has been with us 15 years. She just does a dynamite job. And Lori Knapp, a corrections sergeant, can't be here. Lori is usually the night shift sergeant, and the night shift sergeant means that, and Lori has 20 years. Night shift sergeant means that they take care of problems because everybody else is asleep. And when you come in on a Monday morning, you don't hear of any problems that weren't handled correctly. And that's a really good thing to happen. And Lori Knapp, I certainly appreciate her 20 years. Then we have probably one of the most important people in the whole county in employment that's been here 20 years, and it's Peggy Luna. Peggy is our absolute perfect supervisor for the jail and for the laundry and for the kitchen. Think of this. Unfortunately, Mendocino County averages 300 inmates a day. So that means 900 meals a day. You don't even want to think about how many dirty pairs of clothing that has to be washed. and Peggy supervises it all, and she takes care of this. Peggy can't be here because she is serving the food for the inmates, and Peggy is a local girl raised in Comshy, and she just does a great, Comshy, yes. Peggy's extraordinary. It's going to give me a great deal of pleasure to give her 20-year pin. Sergeant Mike Davis is in Laytonville. Mike Davis takes care of a resident post, and as the 3rd District Supervisor would attest to, and all the supervisors who have resident posts, a resident post can either go really good or really bad. And Sergeant Mike Davis makes sure that things go really good for the citizens, for the criminal justice system, and for all the allied agencies that we work with. And then we get to Jim Wells. Jim, I remember the day Jim came to work for us with 20 years. Jim has excelled as a deputy sheriff, excelled as a field training officer, excelled at working with the Comet team, and now he's assigned to a special investigations unit. And Jim is the face we put on when another agency comes in, and we want to make sure that our agency is represented correctly, ethically, morally, legally. I have no problem sending Jim in. It's when you're coach on the sideline and you need to send someone in, and Jim's your guy, you feel really good because you just know in your heart it's going to be handled correctly. And Jim, I certainly appreciate all the 24, 36, and 48-hour shifts you've worked for us without going home and sleeping. It's noticed and appreciated, and the citizens of the county, the board, and I certainly appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much, very much. We have JoJo, Joanna Quincy. I would imagine, with the exception of the supervisors in dispatch, you are a senior dispatcher. And JoJo, she has no problem telling you what kind of day she's having. I want you to know that, okay? And that's good, to have an employee who will tell you exactly what kind of day you're having, but also to have a friend who reaches out to other people to say, no, what kind of day are you having? And JoJo always takes care of citizens, and she always knows what's happening in the county right now at this moment. She could tell you what's happening and what resources are going there, and if they're the right resources or if we need to get more resources. And JoJo, you are greatly appreciated. I know you like to go shopping, so maybe you can take your pen and trade it for something to go shopping with, but JoJo is just a delight. When you hear her voice on the radio, you go, thank goodness JoJo's there. And then Lori Kaiser. And Lori and I actually came to work the same year. And Lori married Craig Kaiser, deputy sheriff, who unfortunately passed away earlier this year. And we were all wondering, well, is this it for Lori? Is she going to hang it up? And Lori came in and she said, Tom, she says, just give me some time off. I love my job. I want to come back. I want to work for the county. I want to do the right thing. And Lori, we're so sorry for your loss, as Craig was a dear friend of ours. However, you don't know how much we appreciate you coming back and saying you just want to get the job done. And you're the ultimate poster person for team player. And we appreciate the job that you do and leading the dispatch center, because when the 911 call comes in, the citizen on the other end just wants response, wants something to happen. We can't say, please hold. We can't say we can't help you. We say we're going to get you the resources that you need. And Lori, you have never let us down, never. And thank you very, very much for everything that you do. So that's it. For Lori. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you.
And she was the best boss, and as are you. So thank you for everything you've done for me and my family.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
30 years.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. The ones that you get?
Yeah, I want to send them over with their names.
With the name on the back. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, just I want to remind everybody about the reception in conference room A. So, conference room B, sorry. And we're not done yet. We have one more department, transportation. We have Daryl Smith with 15 years, Kent Stanley with 15 years, and Howard DeShiel with 15 years. Is that right? You seem like you've been here way longer than 15 years.
We're just that tired of you. So as common with the DOT staff, they chose not to be here for their award. However, I appreciate the fact that the board gives us the pins, and at our yearly training, I pass them out in front of everyone. But let me just say about Daryl, he won't be off the hook. He's up in Willits today with the service truck. He does the oil and lube, the service of the equipment, and he's doing that. Kent actually had a vacation planned. He's out of the county right now. Kent is a great manager, though. He promoted to be the deputy director of transportation. He was my first hire, absolutely the first person that I promoted, and anyone who works with him knows he's very efficient. He's always looking for ways to do things better and to run our very complicated road services division well. So I will make sure they get these pins and get embarrassed. And I think I'm about ready to be embarrassed. Okay.
Howard.
Thank you, Carmel.
This is for you, from me.
Okay.
Just a few comments. If I could think of a term to describe Howard, I would call Howard a consummate professional. And for those of you that have worked with him over the last 15 years, I'm sure you would agree. I started here in 2007. I remember Howard being one of the first people and first department heads that I worked with. And I went through a period of time where I would say to myself, what would Howard do? And then I would call him and explain my problem and hear from him. And Howard has always been very fair, very reasonable, and very wise in some of the things that he would say, and really knows Mendocino County. And I would say that he is extremely caring and compassionate with his staff, the people he works with, the community, and he cares about Mendocino County, and you can see that in everything that he does. And he really is a leader within our department head and within the county. So Howard, thank you very much.
So that concludes the pin ceremony for today, and thank you, guests, for being here. And the reception is in conference room B. There's refreshments in there for everyone.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to adjourn for the break, and we'll join you over in conference room B.
Mm-hmm.
je vous aimerai. Ma foi, je ne sais pas. Peut-être jamais. Peut-être demain. Mais pas aujourd'hui. C'est certain. L'amore un oiseau rebelle que nous début apprivoise. Il doit prendre si lui convient de refuser. Rien n'y fait, on nous embriverait, les marins bien notre cité. Et si l'autre est que je préfère, il n'a rien dit, mais il Il n'a jamais connu des lois. Si tout n'aimait, mais moi je t'aimais. Si je te bon égard de toi. Si tout n'aimait, mais moi, si tout n'aimait, mais moi je t'aimais. Mais si je t'aimais, si je t'aimais, prends garde de toi. L'oiseau que tu croyais sauvage bâtit les envola. Pardonnez-moi tout bruit d'entendre, tout livre tombe est là. Tout dit toi vite, il vient sans faire plus, il revient. Tout croit vite, tout quoi la vie
timed item, I did want to give a chance to allow our Human Resources Director introduce our new Chief Probation Officer.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. I am pleased to introduce you to Pamela Markham. She is your new Chief Probation Officer for Mendocino County, and she would like to come up here and tell you a little bit about herself.
Good afternoon. So I'm Pamela Markham. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. I wanted to let you know I have an open door if anybody's curious about what we do at probation. I also wanted to thank you for acknowledging in the proclamation Probation Services Week. Our officers work very hard and work with a very difficult population and very rarely get recognized for it the way regular law enforcement does. I also would like to introduce a project that I'll be bringing back. We would like to do murals inside of the juvenile hall courtyard, and we would like to request that each one of the Board of Supervisors participate in this. We would like to use the 5 panels that we have available to reflect each one of your districts. So we'll be getting in contact with you further on that project.
Sounds interesting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next, our timed 1:30 item is discussion and possible acceptance of a presentation from Pacific Gas and Electric regarding community pipeline safety.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the Board of Supervisors, Christopher Shaver, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. Today I bring before you today our 2 representatives from PG&E to talk about their community pipeline safety initiative in Mendocino County. Briefly, what this is about is trees and vegetation along one of the high-pressure pipelines. Most of this vegetation and these trees are within the right-of-ways and easements under the purview of Department of Transportation. I think there's one facility, possibly the swimming hole up near Tomkai Creek, that has some trees that deal with what facilities in Fleetwood have purview over. Department of Transportation directors prepared to issue permits for tree removal and any vegetation. And without further ado, I will have Darren and Leslie with PG&E proceed with their presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Horrock. I'm with PG&E, your public affairs representative for Mendocino County, and my colleague.
Good afternoon, Darren Klein.
Are we not on?
Did I have it wrong? Okay. Darren Klein, I'm with Public Affairs with the Community Pipeline Safety Initiative throughout our entire territory.
Thanks so much for having us here today. Appreciate your time. We wanted to talk about this really important safety initiative that we have now in Mendocino County. I know we've done a lot of work on our transmission pipeline, which is the high pressure pipeline that runs basically from Sonoma County line up through Hopland, through Ukiah, through Calpella, Redwood Valley, and up to Willits. We've done a lot of work on the interior of this pipe to make sure that it's sound and safe. And now this program is addressing external risks that may impact the integrity of the pipe. And Darren is going to tell you a little bit more about the program. Thank you so much.
Yeah, in the last 5 years, we have looked at gas transmission pipeline very differently. And we have been doing all of these things, as Leslie talks about, hydrostatic pressure testing. We've been automating valves that go back to a 24-hour gas transmission center in San Ramon. We've been doing leak surveys, aerial and ground patrols, and we want people to know that you're going to continue to see a lot of us. And as we've been looking at the pipe, there are issues with vegetation. And what those issues became as we were doing a lot of our internal inspections was that in case of an emergency, there are issues with how do you shut down a gas transmission pipeline quickly and safely. It means, you know, we want to reduce that time in case of an emergency. A pipeline of this size is really all dependent on pressure, so it has to be made of steel, and the pressure of that is 60 psi or higher. That's how we define a transmission line. This is not distribution line. This is not service lines that go to a house. This is a very specific area. And as we've been checking the area and seeing the conflicts with the pipe, we've been working with first responders, and first responders we define as firefighters and police who help keep the areas safe, but we also have PG&E first responders that come in and actually shut off the pipe. And so as we've worked with them and learned over time that there are a lot of issues with vegetation around the pipe, and we want to assure everybody as we do this work that we are replacing trees. We want to replace as many trees as possible as we do this work, and we want to make sure that we preserve the nature of our neighborhoods. So what I'd like to do is just take a minute and say, so what is it that we're looking for? In an ideal world, what we have filed with CPUC is this standard, this guide to safe landscaping, where we would like to not see any trees within 5 feet of the pipe. That way we can get to the pipe in case of issues with first responders and also with tree root interaction and soil instability. When you have a steel pipe and you're putting gas through it, it gets very cold, so it gets condensation on it and can attract vegetation and stuff like that. So we were looking at that, and that's really what we look at, is kind of those two issues and other issues. And we'd like to see outside of 5 feet, then we would like to see shrubs, nothing with a woody consistency, and then start to see trees in the right tree, right place, 10 feet to 14 feet outside the pipe. Crepe myrtles are great at 10 feet, oaks are better at 14 feet. But as we were doing this work and we realized we haven't done a great job, as we've been looking at this, we realized that if we were to come in and say, this is what we're doing, we don't live in an ideal world. This would be clear cutting, for lack of a better term, and that's not what we're here to do. We wanted to figure out a way that we could work with our community so we don't change the nature of your neighborhoods overnight. So when we filed our standard, we also filed what we refer to as an integrity management standard, and that is a tree-by-tree review. And we look to see, are there any trees that can stay within the pipe zone, the border zone, outer zone, that we can manage over time and keep safe so that we don't have to affect every single tree that's in and around the pipeline. So what we did was we put in a couple of things. One, we want you to know that this is a shareholder-funded program. This is not ratepayer-funded. So we are here to do whatever work that it takes to replace trees, to restore areas back to the, restore certain areas. If we can't get a tree right near the pipe, then we'll try to restore it somewhere near the pipe or somewhere where it is the right tree, right place. There are certain trees that are protected. We will work with you to figure out, when it comes to soil erosion and those kinds of issues, we're here to work with the Department of Transportation on that. And we also want to make sure that people understand that, we are not exempt from CEQA or anything like that. We go through all of the environmental processes. We work with CPUC, Cal Fish and Wildlife and all of that to get proper permits when it comes to the environment. And we do our own full environmental review, nesting birds, riparian habitat, cultural resources, etc. We also realize with this work that there needs to be a lot of community partnership and outreach. What we have done is we have figured out that there is, in how we do this, that, well, let's just say trees can be very emotional for a lot of people. And so when we put together this program, we have special folks that are trained that go out and talk to people about what's going on with trees and canvass neighborhoods and talk to folks that are in and around the pipe and help them to understand exactly what's going on with the pipe. With that said, just want to let you know what we are trying to assess when it comes to the tree-by-tree review. When it comes to on franchise and county-owned work, there are roughly 946 trees that we found within 14 feet of the pipe. Of those, we put them through the tree-by-tree review. And then on private property, there are roughly 2,800 trees that are within 14 feet of the pipe. Now, when we define a tree, I would like you to know that we do it based on species. So a tree could be 3 foot high, little small sapling. We count that as a tree, and we will be doing replacements of that based on that. So what we do is we go through and we do a tree by tree review. Okay. We look at the trees and we figure out what is manageable and what is unacceptable. Now, on the public trees, the street trees, we have actually been able to go through that system. On the private property trees, the 2,800 trees that we're looking at there, we have not put them fully through that system because we want to walk onto people's properties. There are 150 parcels or 150 people that we have vegetation and are on our gas line here in Mendocino. And we are going to be sending them letters and going out and doing special meetings with them to discuss what is going on with their property. And what we do is we put all the trees through this tree by tree review criteria. And we look at the tree species, the distance from tree to pipeline. We look at the pipeline coating type, seismic activity, soil instability. We look at all of those things and we come up with a rating and we see if a tree can remain around the pipe. And what you don't see here is age of tree, because we want to make sure that any tree that can stay within 14 feet can live a long, happy, healthy life. So there were some trees when we were talking with the Department of Transportation yesterday. There's a couple trees there's a willow that has a 2-inch DBH. It's about 6 feet high. It's directly over the pipe. We know that right now it's not a conflict, but over time it will be. So we're saying that tree right now is unacceptable. We'd like to move that tree away because we can actually move that one. But we'd like to replace that tree somewhere else so that it's not in conflict with the pipe. That is our goal. On private property, we have a very special process that we go through. We have our land agents that talk about easements and what is on people's mortgage closing documents and such. And we have our special community outreach folks that go out with them and help explain what's going on, what can be done. And what we do is we set up a meeting with them. We do it on their time. If they want to meet at 8 o'clock at night or 12 noon, we will go and meet with them at that time. We sit down with them and we have a discussion about what's going on. And we say to them, what we would like to do is work with you. There are some trees that are manageable. There are some trees that are unacceptable. We want to figure out, we want to give you the choices of what we can do with all the different trees and figure out a plan. And then we sign that action plan and they sign that action plan. It's unlike a lot of the way you've seen us work before, where we have something signed with folks saying they've agreed to this work. We've been very successful in doing it this way. After 3 meetings, we have a 90% success rate where people sign. And then we go and start to do the work, and then people see that not only are we doing exactly what's on the action plan, but we're removing the wood. In some cases, we'll cut the wood so it fits in the folks' fireplaces and stack the wood. We're doing everything we can to be good citizens in this process. Once that happens, roughly 7 to 8% more people end up calling us and saying, well, you actually did what you said you were going to do with your neighbor. Come on and talk to us. And over a 6 to 8 month period, we have a 98% success rate. And that is because we can tell you right now the pipeline is safe and we have time to sit down and talk to people, tell them why we're doing what we're doing, why it's important, and work through and make sure that they feel like they know that they can always talk to us, figure out what their choices are and what we can do to restore the area. So when we looked at all of these trees, all of the trees that are your street trees, they're all along a street. So a dramatic number of them are manageable and only 11 are unacceptable. They're in some areas that are kind of urbanized and other areas that are rural, and we were talking with the Department of Transportation how we would talk to the public, and we're going through an outreach, putting together outreach plans and stuff like that to talk about these unacceptable trees. And then on private property, there are the reviews to be determined. And right now, we would look at probably roughly 20%, 20 to 30% would probably be unacceptable. That's just initial reviews. Once we get into the property, make sure we can get emergency equipment or any other things in there, we can then figure out on our scale that I showed you before on our integrity management process, figure out what that risk is. So we also took these tree numbers and broke them down into some of your urbanized areas where you look at Mendocino County, just the rural areas. In Calpella, we're looking at 42 trees that are all manageable there. In Hopland, we have 30 that are manageable, 2 that are unacceptable. In Redwood Valley, there's 158 manageable, 6 that are unacceptable. And and those are the numbers. So with that being said, if you guys have any questions about our process, how we're doing that, we have put together data that we have started to share with the county where we're trying to make sure that our data is right. We're trying to verify that data. That was part of our meeting with the Department of Transportation yesterday, and what Chris was referring to when he said we think we might have a dedicated piece of property, and we're going through that process, and we're not going to replace any trees until we do that process. So I think we have, next steps and contact information. And I will add that Greg Wright, who is our customer outreach person, he is assigned here to Mendocino County. He has a name and a phone number that we will also provide to citizens to call if they have questions about the project. It will not be like a 1-800 number or anything like that. We are putting people's names to the work, as well as you can always call Leslie or myself, and be able to answer your questions as we go through this process.
Okay, do we have any questions about the program?
I just wanted to clarify that Supervisor Jurdy, your district is not impacted by this program. So just wanted to make that clear.
I was aware of that, yeah. There's no natural gas on the coast. Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I got that contact information that people can call and some literature to hand them. I'm sure you're giving things out. We do have water companies up there, and lots of citizens will be very concerned. So I'd like to know how to quickly deal with them. And I've seen it on the maps before. If there's a map of the pipeline, I know in my mind where it is, but I would appreciate that.
Yeah, Leslie and I will provide all of that information to you. And also, since I know people are watching today, right there, you can go on to pgne.com/pipeline locations. And you can go on there, you can type in your address, and it will show you if you're on a gas transmission pipeline or not. And it will also, you can type in Mendocino County, and it will show you the whole county and the pipeline on that website.
It's very good. I think the idea of having a person's name and their phone number to give somebody makes it very real rather than online or 800. I appreciate that, so I'll look forward to it.
We'll be happy to provide that for you. Greg Wright will be the contact, and I will follow up with you for that.
Supervisor Brown? No, okay. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Great.
Thank you for having us. Have a good afternoon.
I just would ask, do we have any questions from the audience about the PG&E pipeline tree removal, tree mitigation management program? Not seeing any, okay. So now we're going to go to our 145 item, which is discussion and possible adoption of a resolution to present to the voters of the County of Mendocino a measure adding Chapter 6.23 of Title 6 of the Mendocino County Code establishing Cannabis Business License Tax and ordering consolidation of said election. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you getting started on the item?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I will recuse myself from items 5D and 6C due to an immediate family member's participation in the medical cannabis program that the Board of Supervisors enacted on May the 17th.
Okay, right. CO.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. I will, as Mr. McPherson and Assistant CEO Flora get ready for this presentation, I just have a couple comments to make. We did have a presentation from David McPherson from HDL Companies a few weeks ago, as I recall. Since that time, there has been expressed interest in revisiting the possible cannabis tax. And so what you have in front of you today is just that. And Mr. McPherson is here again to meet with you and present to this board. Final comment is that we continue to search for additional funding streams, and we may have a funding stream right in front of us that could work over the next few years. As our cost of doing business increases, our labor costs increase, and then some of the other projects that are in the works right now that we're all looking at. It's quite possible that we will have some increased costs. What we haven't had are additional robust funding streams, and this may be one. So with that, I'll turn it over to Assistant CEO Flora.
It's on, right? So Mr. McPherson was before your board on May 16th and provided a presentation about medical marijuana taxation. Shortly after that, Supervisor Woodhouse indicated to the CEO that he would like to support bringing an item back to the board for additional discussion about this. And then I believe this was during the budget hearings, and at that time the decision was made to refer the item to general government. That meeting happened, and the General Government Committee recommended that Executive Office staff work on bringing a draft back to the full board for consideration, which is what we're doing today. So Mr. McPherson is not sure how exactly, but I believe has became an expert in this field in the state of California, and is providing and has provided a significant amount of technical expertise to municipalities across the state. So we asked him to assist us in working on a model that might work for consideration of your board. So I guess with that, I'll just turn it over to David to kind of give us a summary of what's before you.
Thank you, Alan. As you remember, back on May 16th of 2016, we did a PowerPoint presentation for you on behalf of administration regarding tax strategies, and just kind of clarify some of the issues and complexity of tax and what concerns to be in putting forth a tax measure. And the first one obviously was, should it be a general tax versus a special tax, based on the voting requirements for that and how that can be impacted. And we addressed the concern of having it as a special tax because of the 2/3 votes. And just recently, Sacramento attempted the general tax, and they lost it by 1% because they only got 66.6%, or they were short of. So be mindful of that. Why our recommendation at the time was a general tax. Then we mentioned in the PowerPoint some concerns regarding the burden on the industry regarding UMA coming out possibly with a 15% excise tax, and if it doesn't, then there are two bills in legislation that will be attempting to tax it at, was at 15%. It's being negotiated down to 10%. And then, of course, there's the regulatory fees that may be imposed both at the state level and at the county level in order to have regulatory fees to have oversight and administrative program. Along with, in this area, you have the Water Resource Board permit impact to the industry. And then initial impacts to the industry that are new to them will be banking issues, capital cost, and things of that nature. So looking at the tax, when we did the last presentation, as I mentioned to you, the rates that we provided to you were significantly lower than what's going across the state when it has specifically to do with cultivation. And since then, even in that last 2 months, there's been a lot of moving with growers associations and more impact to the industry as far as volume of cultivations being permitted throughout the state. And we were mindful of that and some of the considerations of the figures that we're providing to you before you, as well as some of the things I just mentioned to you in those rates. And then a bigger concern was the ability to get compliance. As I mentioned in that report, that we were looking at a 25 to no more than 40% compliance due to the fact that the burden tax or any other cost concerns, and therefore the rates that we had put in this ordinance before you took all that into consideration in order to create a competitive edge and to stabilize the industry and be mindful of their concerns here in Mendocino County. With that said, the ordinance that I had drafted and provided to you for your consideration for administration has been vetted, and I am doing 8 to 10 tax measures throughout the state. So there's been about 40 attorneys that have looked at various components or versions of this and input that you've had the benefit of at this point in the game in putting this together as far as in the language. But specifically, it's the imposition of the tax. Really, there's 4 key things of this. This is the imposition of the tax. We looked at 3 categories: outdoor, mixed light, and indoor. and tried to provide a tier to really support, and the tier of the smaller industry obviously gets the bigger benefit of it. And the rates for outdoor, we started with 75 cents per thousand of canopy space, and canopy space is for all the categories. But more importantly, 75 cents for anyone under 2,500 square feet, potentially a 1C permit, since the majority of the growers here we feel is going to be in that category. We wanted to make sure that they were sustainable. And the other rates also as well. But we did bring them down 50% from what my last recommendation of consideration to you were. And so therefore the second tier of 25,000 to 5,000 is $1, and then from 5,000 to 10,000, $1.50, and then 250, greater than 250 for anything above 10,000. And I know it's the goal to discourage the big box cultivators here from the rates. And then the mixed light, similar, just a little higher tier because it would require more resource, energy, and impact. Therefore, they're slightly higher, just a tick above that, as a rate of the same equivalence of $1.50, and then $2, and then $2.50, and then $3.50, respectively, for the mixed light. And then the indoor, we looked at similar, but it's a little slightly thing because it starts at 2,000 square feet versus 2,500 for the indoor, and therefore it's $1.50, $2.50, and $3.50 as well. So a couple of things that we looked at as well is obviously the strategically how you would, it's being a cash industry, of how you would collect the tax. So we gave a little flexibility for the treasurer tax collector to try to develop procedures in the ordinance that gives them the flexibility based on the size and the volume of money that may be coming in the door, and how it eventually, hopefully, will get to where you're receiving checks, and it's more and more leaning into that direction. As I think I mentioned in the PowerPoint, we were at 1 to 10 of the industry people using checks to today we're about 50%. It's a little lower on the cultivation side, but we have experienced that it is getting better, and hopefully that progresses for the collection component of it. Another component I think is very critical is I talk about the burden impact to the industry, and that is the stabilization. In this ordinance that we put in here, that it will stay and remain the same rates for at least 3 years to 2020, so that the industry could grow, mature, stabilize, and then we have a lot more clarity of what's out there, expectations at the state level as far as the regulatory component, and how the other tax burdens and what UMA as a recreational coming into play will have an impact on them, and any other new players that may affect the current industry here in Mendocino County. So that's the basic outline of what's in the bill. Again, there's a few things of just technicality stuff in there. We did put in here regarding if and when UMA passes. If it does, and has a provision in here that automatically allows for the non-medical component of the taxation to occur without having to modify the current ordinance, because it says only if it's lawful both at the state and local level that it would be permissible. Otherwise, it would not be permissible or go into effect. And then it just gives some accountability and oversight in the collection and compliance if there's non-compliance and tax evasion. That's pretty much it. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Well, two visits general government saw much of this already. Supervisor Brown, myself. Do we have any questions from the board? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I don't necessarily accept the rationale for why you would have a higher tax for the indoor and the mixed light. You're saying it's because they're going to get more cycles in a season. Well, why wouldn't you simply apply the tax to each cycle?
Well, if you did that, you would have to turn to a gross receipts tax in order to do that.
Well, I don't understand. Square footage is going to be square footage. So if you have 5,000 square foot for one growing cycle and you're taxed on the square footage, and your second growing cycle is 5,000 square foot, you can be taxed on the square footage of that growing cycle. But I tend to agree with you, a yield tax might be more appropriate. or a gross receipts.
The problem with the gross receipts tax is twofold. One is that you would have to have more oversight on a cash business. In this case, it's a simplified process. The rates that we're providing in here take into the equability for the business on the square footage. If you do the gross receipts, which is a doable option as well, you would have a lot more difficult identifying, since right now you can't identify a cash business, and this was the balancing point for accountability and simplicity.
I believe that the intention is that every ounce of marijuana that's produced is going to be tracked by track and trace. You know, I'm confident that the ingenuity of people can defeat any system, but we've been getting told that track and trace, it's, you know, state of the art, it's going to account for everything. You can frankly falsify the gross yield for any of the other business types just as easily as you can do it for cultivation. So again, I really don't understand the rationale for the distinction.
So I'll give you an example of the concern of that to your example. Is someone can have 500 plants in a cultivation site, and they can invert 200 plants into it to grow it and sell the product without you ever knowing. Track and trace is only as good as the person that puts it into the system and the honesty, integrity of that. So track and trace, of course, that's why you have audits still continuing to occur. I fortunately have the experience of auditing several businesses and identifying it from a forensically how there could be errors and omissions on that. But it's really about a capacity of resources. If we're talking thousands or potentially 1,000 businesses, just like an IRS, you're going to only be able to review about 1% of those records or oversight from that perspective. What your goal is in a track and trace is to focus on the total consumptions or the total poundage that may go through there, but there are flaws to that, and when we're talking about taxes and reflection of that, it's a little different to make sure there's no leakage, and this is the simple form with that without having more staffing and more burden to the industry to regulate it.
And then I have a related question that I just recently posed to County Council. Can a tax of this nature only be adopted at a general election? Could it be adopted at any subsequent election, including a special election?
Through the chair, Journey. It could be adopted at a special election. So the next opportunity to have this heard would be June, and then after that, the next November. So if it doesn't go this November, you could do that.
Or a special election if we wanted to do it sooner than next June?
Yes, I believe that's true. I was looking at June as basically a special election.
Well, the one part of the question is, could the board call a special election independent of those that are regularly scheduled if it chose to do so?
Give me a moment to look that up.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I appreciate the simplicity of the structure that you've come up with, rather than relying on, you know, monitoring that closely, whether or not there's 4 cycles to a piece of property or 3 or 2. I mean, I get the issue that you're bringing up in terms of the intensity of the monitoring required from that system. I mean, you could end up with a bunch of new county employees or a bunch of new third-party inspectors, I guess.
Well, that's actually part of the scheme of the draft cultivation ordinance. There would be regular inspections, so I don't see the difficulty.
Except that you're expecting the third-party inspectors to ensure compliance with environmental regulations. Might be it might be easier to assure, I don't know, accuracy on that than there would be on counts. I don't know. There might be financial incentives for people to be a little less honest on the count for the tax. So, do we have some public comment cards here? I think we'll open it up. Go ahead.
This is a minor point. I believe it's in the agenda summary, but I just wanted to make sure your board was aware of kind of the regional context, what else is going on with at least the North Coast counties. And my understanding at this point is that Sonoma County has began working on putting something together, but they do not intend to have a tax on the November election. Humboldt County has been talking about this for some time, and the board has discussed it multiple times. They do intend to put a tax on the November election, and they're projecting their first reading of that ordinance to be next Tuesday on the 19th. So I just want to make sure your board was aware of that information.
You may have had it in here, but do you have the rough tax rate that Humboldt's looking at? Are you
Well,
familiar with it?
They've changed it a number of times. We just got the latest revision of that this morning. I haven't reviewed it, but from the last board meeting and the discussion, our understanding is that it's relatively comparable to what's been proposed here.
And what's being proposed here is relative to other counties throughout the state is actually lower than many of the other organizations.
This will be probably, and even looking at Humboldt quickly, what I saw it online that was provided to me, is yours is still the most equitable of all of them. Their range is the same, within 50 cents, and from $1 to $3. But they don't differentiate between the size of the grow. They differentiate by the type of the grow. And I think it's important and critical that you differentiate by the size of the grow on the tax, because of the fact of your higher volume of potential permittees are going to be less than 2,500 square feet. So the burden is less on them versus the type of grow they have, where it benefits someone that can take advantage of that type and just expand it to big box and have less tax about it.
And could you compare this rate structure for Mendocino County that's being contemplated compared to other counties and other cities throughout California?
So on average statewide, there are 10 that I've put together, of which they're all averaging between starting initial rate at $10 to $15 a square foot. Now that's, closer to the Bay Area, more closer to LA areas. It's small where there's, maybe a dozen or half dozen of permittees. So obviously they can demand for the less amount of permits and the rate they get more premium versus the numbers that you're looking at where you have a more saturated market and a different type of, appellation type of environment where it's a little different and unique of the burden. And also, we talked about the household median income of the county versus others, where that's significantly lower than others, where all that was mindful as we talked about all these different burden costs to the rates.
Okay, do you have anything else? Okay, so we do have some speaker cards here. I'm just going to go through in order that I have them here. It's Lawrence Rosen and then followed by John DeGalliar.
Well, I submitted my card last. I didn't think I was going to be first, but I can be. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Lawrence Rosen. I live above Lake Mendocino on a large ranch. I'm an attorney, but I don't have any clients in Mendocino County. I represent people all over the world in technology. But I also grow pot, and I grow grapes. And I've lived here for 15 years, and I have enjoyed living in the county and doing all those things completely legally. I've followed the sheriff's ordinances, I've followed the marijuana ordinances, and suddenly I hear great news. Prohibition is ending. And then what I hear is a remark like Miss Angelo made at the beginning of this talk. Well, this is an opportunity for us to tax people. This is an opportunity for us to bring in revenue that we can use. We're talking medical marijuana here. We're not talking recreational marijuana. And then the comment about how we do the taxation. I have some real concerns about having that be subject to good public discussion instead of just an occasional discussion here at the board. And I don't agree with the policies that have been proposed for this. As an attorney, I follow the IRS rules. I pay taxes on my gross receipts. And if you don't trust me to do that, and you're going to build in this county some other tax system where you go out and measure my square footage or quality of plants or some other garbage, that just won't work for me. And so my concern is that you engage in this conversation, don't rush to taxes. You're making some money, at least on the sales of things, and those of us who do follow the law will get you taxes. But don't rush to try to accomplish this. I also want to say that the county has been rushing through this in a way that I can't even follow the rules. I have read the ordinances. I have read what comes out on the website. I followed the rules on May 7th. Long before any of this stuff went on, I filed according to county rules to grow marijuana in accordance with the existing rules and the fact that I did it legally before. Sent the letter to the supervisors, it was ignored completely. Then I learned there was a legal settlement reached in an executive session to undo the effect of an ordinance. I'm sorry, folks, but according to the Brown Act, you can't do that. You cannot reach a decision with respect to a legal statute in executive session and then enforce it against me and tell me because I didn't have clear notice that I can't file anymore. I'm still waiting for Catherine to respond. I'm going to leave you with a copy of my 2 emails, or an email and a letter, that I wrote to the Board of Supervisors, and I intend to talk about it again next week and make sure that it gets on the public record, that this is not a way for the county to operate. I'll leave copies with the clerk.
Okay, John DeGallier, and then Hannah Nelson.
Please, you know, we can do without the applause. It actually slows things down. It's disruptive. And what if someone speaks and people don't applaud? So it's more respectful. And I believe one of my colleagues has suggested if you agree with the speaker, you can waggle your fingers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm John DeGallier. I'm a retired computer instructor. I just want to reiterate some points made by Hannah Nelson and Casey O'Neill with some of the letters that we received from them. Folks are putting an incredible amount of personal time into including some fairness in this new cannabis business model. It sounds as though the ordinance on the table includes items which were not only not discussed, but downright unfair. Is the goal to make it more difficult for the small cannabis farmer? Here are specific problems brought out by Hannah. One, the tax for manufacturers and other non-cultivators is based on the gross. We have just heard some points in that favor, but I still don't. I'm an instructor and I don't know that much about business, but I don't think that's fair. The cultivation tax is based on square footage, regardless of how much is actually grown. That is not fair. The county has no obligation to notify the business that the tax is due, but the penalty for not paying is 25% plus 1.5% in interest this area. That is not fair. And 2 more points from one of Casey's last letter to the board about changes which were not previously discussed. Setback are being changed from 100 feet to 200 feet from parcel under separate ownership. And cottage permit now requires a minimum of 2 acres. And it was a belief, from Casey's words, that the intent of the board was that anyone who could comply with the setbacks and limitations of the current ordinance would be eligible to apply for a cottage level permit. Is that fair? So these are the few of the points with which I have problems. And I'm just concerned that the ordinance includes some unfair language which will make it more difficult for a potentially very beneficial new industry in this county. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson, followed by Corrine Powell.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I am specifically upset because
an ordinance dealing with the taxation of cannabis businesses has been written and attended to before ordinances that we have asked for to regulate those businesses. And I think that that's a little bit putting the cart before the horse. Additionally, as many of you know, that I've objected to not including the term commercial in the cultivation ordinance, and I've been told that we're not allowed to, but in fact, this ordinance uses the term commercial. And there is a difference between keeping the term medical in versus adding in commercial. A transaction between people, even in a closed loop for medical cannabis, even for not-profit, if you're exchanging money and reasonable reimbursement, it's still commercial. At any rate, moving on to the specifics here, I'm a little bit concerned about, regardless of whether you're in favor or against a taxation ordinance, I'm not even speaking to that, I'm just talking about the specifics. You know, we do have now a refined proposal to rigorously inspect each step along the way cannabis cultivation sites. So I don't really think it would be problematic to determine the product that they are actually producing. Additionally, there's a requirement that they have very expensive and inspected scales, so we know that their weights and measures are accurate. So I don't think that there would be a problem determining how much is produced. Again, with track and trace coming, hopefully that will help as well. So I think that rather than using square footage, using end product, regardless of how many cycles, you're going to have product at the end, and that's really a much fairer way to tax and would still tax people are doing more, and you know, I feel like it's a way better thing, especially because there's so much crop failure. And that by the time you get to the point where you have product, it's really a different scenario. And with that in mind, the ordinance, this proposed ordinance specifically says that you could grow up to a certain amount, but even if you don't grow that amount, you're still going to be taxed on that area that you've been potentially permitted to grow. And I don't think that that's a very fair thing. I'm curious also, just as a side note, how are these gentlemen being paid? Are they being paid by the county to write this stuff, or are they being paid out of an incentive if it passes? And I think that's something that the public has a right to know. There's a lot of areas of poor due process in this ordinance. Specifically, it gives very, very limited timeframes for people to object to the tax that's being imposed if a determination has been made. And I just ask you to carefully look at all of the due process issues, including the ability of the tax collector to change the rules. And really, I think that no prorating and taking a year to give a refund, but requiring somebody to respond within 10 days if a determination has been made, and the 10 days is counted from when it was dropped in the mail, those things are just kind of ridiculous. There's language in here that doesn't match our county. There's even the word urban. There are areas greater than what we're permitting, over 10,000 square feet. So this is a cookie cutter approach, and I really beg you that you should just look at it very carefully and detailed. Thank you.
Corrine Powell, and then Casey O'Neill.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I want to echo what the first gentleman talked about in terms of getting it right in Mendocino County. We have an opportunity to become the premier center of the world when it comes to appropriate cannabis regulation, cultivation, manufacture of products for medicine. People here have done it for years. They know how to do it. I believe that the county is rushing to judgment, trying to milk a cash cow for all of the wrong reasons. I believe that we didn't get it right with Lake Mendocino. We didn't get it right with Vintner Uniqueness Support. Let's get it right with cannabis. Take a little more input from the industry. These are talented, educated, knowledgeable people. They can help craft what regulation we impose on ourselves here. So please be patient. listen to the community more, and do not rush to judgment. Thank you.
Casey O'Neill and then Susan Schneider? Sorry.
Your word's as hard as mine.
My name is Casey O'Neill. I'm a local farmer, representative for California Growers Association. I think the thing that's very important to focus on in this conversation is that this is the land of small farms. This isn't the land of big farms. And small farms in all respects, whether it's vegetables, whether it's cannabis, are struggling. They're on the bubble. They're not, this isn't the land of rich farmers here. This is a lot of people who are just barely getting by. And in coming out of Prohibition, we're looking at tremendous costs, tremendous regulatory costs, huge burdens. You know, it's more than 10, it's between 10 and 15 grand just to get in the door this year if you want to be a farmer. And so this is not something that, you know, I think there's this idea that people have a whole bunch of money and they can just chip in and it should be easy, but I think that's very incorrect. I think that, you know, heavy taxation is going to provide a strong incentive for people to stay in the black market. And that's one of the things as a representative that I struggle with, is trying to convince farmers like, hey, we need to move forward into legitimacy and try to do this thing right. And people say, well, if it's going to put me out of business, why would I do that? And so this is a very real issue with our community. I do feel, and no offense to Mr. McPherson, but I do feel a certain resentment for the cookie cutter approach and the fact that somebody who is not from Mendocino County is defining the policies that we're debating here. I think that this is something that should be more of a homegrown approach. So that's a little frustrating to me. The penalties, a 25% penalty, that is, to me, seems very absurd. You know, and so I think there's a number of different things. The donations question is a little frustrating. Like, if I donate to a compassion program, then I'm expected to pay taxes on that. I think that we should be encouraging donation to compassion programs by providing tax incentives. And so, you know, I think there's some things that are pretty backwards about this ordinance. And when it really comes down to it, you know, it's not that I'm against taxes, because I'm happy to pay taxes. I paid legal taxes, just like the man said earlier. You know, I pay the IRS. I file my taxes on gross receipts. But at the end of the day, we need to not look at this as a cash cow that's going to put our small farms out of business and encourage a consolidation and a conglomeratization of the industry, because that's what we've seen in all forms of farming. Is we've seen the loss of the small farm in this country, and this is one of those last bastions. This is a once in a civilization opportunity, and we need to really be careful about this. Mendocino County has done a tremendous job of fostering and maintaining small farms. The 25 plant rule, though some people don't like it, has created a system of small, viable, workable homesteads. And so one of the things I would really like to see is for the cottage industry a very, very low tax rate, a nominal tax rate that would encourage and maintain small farms. Thank you for your time.
You have a question here, Casey. Supervisor McCown.
Do you have a recommendation for what that tax rate should be?
25 cents or less per square foot, if it's going to be a square foot tax.
And you, for cultivation, you do support square foot rather than gross receipts or some other method?
I'd prefer to see a yield tax. You know, the thing about square footage is that if I have a crop failure, I've still paid my square footage tax. And so, I think that if it's a yield tax, then the county is encouraging farmers to do well. And if I have a great year, the county makes good money. If I have a terrible year, then we all bear some of that burden. So, I would prefer to see a yield tax. But if it's, up till now, square footage is what's been on the table. And so I should have phrased that in my comments. And thank you for the question.
One more. As part of this, since it's proposed to be square footage, if we do go strictly with square footage, the recommendation is that the current language for various permit types in the draft cultivation ordinance would be changed from number of plants or square footage to strictly square footage.
And that's an interesting one, because I think there's you end up with third-party certifiers out there with a measuring tape, measuring all of the plants and factoring the square footage, and it sounds well and good, but I think it's going to turn into a huge pain. So I think it's much simpler to do a yield tax, and again, I'm frustrated by the lack of trust kind of by definition, like, we're the ones who are coming forward and seeking to be regulated and participate in the system, but there's no trust. Well, you guys are going to lie about your yields, and you won't actually pay the taxes, and that's very frustrating to me. It's nobody's telling other agriculture. As a vegetable farmer, nobody is worrying about whether or not I'm telling the truth about my vegetable harvests. So I think that a little trust in this situation would be warranted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, followed by Joanna Mortz.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Schindler, as in Schindler's List, Dan Jurdy, and I'm going to ask you play with me a little bit. And I want you to pretend that you're leaving these chambers and you're going home and you're finding an envelope with an official Mendocino County seal from the taxer assessor. This is not something any of us want to receive. And when you open it, it says, in consideration for the amount that you have helped this county and that you have supported the businesses and provided support to many people, we are going to create a general tax, but it's a very special tax just for you supervisors. You're going to be taxed on your gross receipts. That means if Dan, Mr. Jurdy, you go to Sacramento and you have miles in a car and a hotel, oh well. And that means if you have to entertain somebody at the Club Pamela for lunch and you pay for that, too bad. Gross receipts. And you may not even know what you're going to be taxed because we, the county, have no official responsibility to notify you. And since we are understaffed, overwhelmed, and government, chances are you will never get a notification. But if you do not pay, your penalty will be 25% penalty on top of a 1.5% compounded daily interest. And then after a few more days, another 25% penalty. This is usury. This is usury, pure and simple. And the irony is if you don't know what you're supposed to pay because you haven't been notified, so you pay a couple $1,000s more, which indeed you need for your child's tuition at college, you can wait as much as a year to get that refund. And yet you are going to be expected, our dear supervisors, to pay within 15 days of the time we mail it. And I don't know about you, Carrie, but I can wait 10 days sometimes to get a letter from Ukiah to get to my little post office box in Potter Valley. So that's going to give you 5 days to pay. And if you want to be responsible, Dan, and you want to put away your money for next year because you are a responsible citizen paying taxes, good luck, because that tax is going up every year, because the assessor can do whatever he wants to change it, and because if the county doesn't trust you, they'll knock on your door, John, and they'll say, we have access to your books and to your records. We do not need a warrant. We do not need any justification. If you want to know how I feel standing up here right now, just imagine you getting that letter today, and you'll know. You have worked so hard with us for months, years almost. We have created trust, respect. We have shared goals. I don't know who wrote this damn thing, but it's not Mendocino County. And it doesn't know anything about you, and it doesn't know anything about me, and it doesn't know anything about us. And we need to vote no on this and move forward with something that will make sense. I'm okay being taxed, but I'm not okay being destroyed, and I'm not okay being disrespected. And this treats me like an idiot. Thank you.
Great. Joanna Mortz, followed by Justin Calvino.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I would just like to thank you guys for being here and for continuing to hear us. I know this is a tedious process for all of us. I know that you guys are working really hard on putting this ordinance together, and I would just like to ask you the question, what message you're trying to send us by putting a tax ordinance in front of us like this one before we could even get an ordinance about how we're going to produce what you're taxing. I think it's very backwards, and as a resident and a citizen, I think that it's sending the wrong message, and it's doing harm to all the work that you guys are doing and trying to hear us, and it's not good. So please vote no on this today, and please reconsider. Thank you.
Justin Calvino, followed by Tracy Peller.
Hello, Justin Calvino representing the Heritage Initiative. Today, I would just like to ask for us, well, I want to say thank you, and then I'd also ask for us to slow down a little bit and let's see what it is that we are going to be taxing. I agree wholeheartedly with Casey that if you do vote yes, that we do need to be doing this on yield. It has to be based on what we can actually produce, because as a farmer, I don't know what I'm going to lose, so that is extremely important. But also, we can't even distribute. We're not allowed to transport. There's so many aspects of this policy that hasn't been written or approved yet, so why are we running to tax it? As a farmer and as a business owner, I'm not opposed to paying tax on my crop. I just want to know what it is that I'm going to pay, how it is that I'm going to pay it, and if I can't regulate it yet, I think that we're putting the cart before the horse. So I'd vote no, please. Thank you.
Tracy Peller.
Hi guys, I'm Tracy Peller. I'm from Laytonville, and I'm here to say kind of everything that everybody else has said, the cart before the horse. And I'm excited to pay my taxes, and I'm excited about the policies coming up, and I'm excited about a whole bunch of things in our future together that we have working for all of it. And working together as we do in good relationship, I think we can come up with something way better. Thanks.
Do we have any other public comments for people who didn't fill out cards? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Shepard Hill. I'm from Laytonville. And I've heard a lot of the comments about what small farmers are going through. And first of all, I'm that guy. I woke up this morning and I'm prepping for my sheriff's inspection on Friday. I'm going through the process, jumping through the hoops, trying to make this happen. I grew up in Mendocino County. The last 30 years, this is my life. And I've been part of the cannabis industry, most of it, one way or another. And you know, for me, I don't know. For me, it's about coming out of the dark and into the light and moving forward in this way. And, you know, it's huge in my life and the lives of many people. And we're really trying to work with you guys, like genuinely. And we want to see our livelihoods move forward in a positive way. But with stuff like this, it's honestly, the language when it comes to this taxation and stuff, it's not personal. It's when it comes to the people, you're really not communicating to us in a way that is satisfying, in the sense that, you know, basically we are afraid to move forward when we realize that we're not communicating with people that are with us. So I hope that you guys can take this all into account and really, you know, consider my livelihood and the livelihoods of the people that are part of this county and have grown up here and been part of this industry. We want to move forward, but we need your help, and we're all in this together. And I hope that you guys can consider that and realize that this isn't what's best for our county. And I'm sure we can find the correct way to move forward, and we can do it together, but we have to do it together, and there has to be more talk about this. We have to find the correct way and do this right. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us all today. My name is Micah Flaws. I live in Willits. I have a farm that is on the brink of being fully compliant in this county and with all of the applicable regulatory agencies, and There is not a lot of money to do this. We are pulling it together on a shoestring budget, and we have very little confidence that there will be a business for us to have put all this money towards the following year, because there is no ordinance in place, and the tax proposal that's been put forward is unworkable, and I don't mean to be insulting, but it's embarrassing that we spent money on that report. There are there are probably 10,000 qualified people in this county who could have done a better job, and they all come to these meetings, and they would all love to give their input, and there is not the forum for that. And I would encourage all of you to look at what's gone on down in Santa Cruz County, where there was a stakeholder committee put together with the local county representatives, and a very reasonable ordinance was come up with that both sides agree on. And I think it's time that Mendocino County has some kind of stakeholder committee where our voices can be taken into account more regularly. Thank you.
Any other comments? So I think we probably all took some notes. I'd like to go through some of the questions that were raised that registered with me. And first one was, what's the obligation of the county to notify prior to the fine?
Supervisor, before we ask David to respond to technical questions, I think for the benefit of the public, it's important to point out and correct a couple of the comments that were made. The first one being that this is a cookie cutter approach, because Mr. McPherson has worked on a number of ordinances throughout the state. This ordinance is not the same as any ordinance in any other jurisdiction being considered currently in California. This one was designed specifically based on the draft ordinance that has been considered by the former Marijuana Ad Hoc Committee, the General Government Committee, and the Board of Supervisors. So I wanted to clarify that. And then David, as a consultant, brought in to help assist us because the board directed us to prepare this. So this is not David and or I trying to push this initiative forward. This is at the request of the board. We're trying to provide options for the board to move forward on or not to move forward on. So with that, any specific questions you have, I'll let David try and address those.
Do you want to go now? Okay.
And then one other correction I think needs to be made. This would only be if receives a majority vote, it would be on the November ballot. So the entire county would vote on it. It's not something that's being passed today. It would be to go on the ballot is the way I believe it should be perceived.
Well, I guess one other clarification. So it would only be in effect should we have an ordinance to go with it, a cultivation ordinance.
Correct. It is not in any way tied to the current 9.31 program. It does not tax permittees under the 9.31 program. It would only go into effect if and when the board adopts a permanent regulatory cannabis ordinance.
So you might say that the adoption of some tax structure is actually an incentive for the county to finalize and adopt a regulatory framework. But anyway, so I want to go to the question. So one question was, what's the obligation of the county to notify someone prior to a fine?
So in any tax, and just so you know that it's not specific to the cannabis industry. If you look at your business tax ordinance, it usually means just like IRS. IRS doesn't advise me that I got to pay my income taxes by April 15th. We just know that we have to pay our income tax by April 15th. So it's the same scenario. If in error for some reason in my 30 years of taxation, we've always sent tax forms and renewals to businesses, but because the form is going to be basically blank, they're going to be calculating things on it. It's not going to be a pre-formed, with calculations on there, but they will be advised of that. But in absence of that, you're still responsible to pay your taxes regardless if you're notified of that. And that's what that section is clarifying, is that if you didn't get a form, so I never received anything, so therefore I guess I wasn't responsible for paying taxes. That's not the case. But I don't know of anyone in general that you do not, to save paper or printing or notifying people that you intentionally do not send them a renewal and advising them if it's due by a certain date.
And another question was, what would be the due process for the tax assessment?
So the tax assessment things in here is consistent with all businesses. You can't treat one different than others. So the procedures as far as penalties and interest and appeals and things of that nature, in case they want to challenge it, has the same due process component for a board of review hearing component in there, which is this is what it's designed for, consistently with the other business tax requirements.
So you're saying this is the same process that the county has for other business licenses?
Similar to it, yes. The treasurer tax collector did review the components of this for the role that she would play in there and assess that. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but it's very similar to it.
So if it's not exactly the same, I guess she could answer that.
I can't answer
No,
it.
I'm saying yeah. Well, she's here. She's here in the audience.
She's here. Yeah.
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Sherry Schattmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector. As far as how it relates to the business license, is that?
Is it similar or different?
Okay. So what this really reminds me of more than anything is the TOT. It's voluntary as far as what we'd be doing is supplying a form or having whoever's paying that tax maybe go online and pull that form off, because it's pretty much based on they're going to fill that form out. Now, I'm not talking about the square footage aspect of this. I'm talking about the revenue, if it's based on the revenue.
Okay.
So that would be more like a TOT. As far as a business license, we do send out a business license renewal notice. As was alluded to, it is that business owner's responsibility, if for some reason they don't get it, to renew that license. The business license is a flat, it's revenue, it's just basically recovering our work. I mean, it's not any kind of a revenue generating business license. And with that, it's $40 a year, and there's a 50% penalty with that if it's not renewed.
So I think the question was, and maybe this is more to the county council, but it was, the question had to do with what's the due process for this tax assessment. I guess I'm reading to that, I guess the appeals, if someone's disputing.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
No one wants to answer that one.
Well, let me, my apologies, I have not been the one working specifically on this, so I haven't been looking into that, but I
So maybe that's a question that could be looked into. I mean, it was a question that came up, what was the due process for the tax assessment? That's how I wrote down the question.
Right, and so I don't know if that provision has been written in, but that's something we could address. One of the things that I had said about this is if there are those kinds of problems, once it's put to the voters and passed, you can go back and make amendments to it as long as you don't amend and add a greater tax, or, there are ways you can fix some of the problems. The other thing is I wanted to get back to you on Supervisor McGowan's question. It is, as I thought, that yes, it can go to a special election. So, and that was what I remembered, but I'm a little tired these days, and so I want to make sure I was correct.
Okay, the final question that I wrote down, and I'm sure others had other questions, was the issue of the 10 days for response. And I'm not totally sure what that was for, but I think it was if someone's, I'm not sure what the 10-day for response was pertaining to.
So 2 points. Just one clarification on Sherry. So, because she clarified something too. Currently, your business taxes, why they're only $40, is because they're regulatory in nature. They're not based on gross receipts. So either gross receipts or the square footage tax, it gives someone the opportunity to appeal the actual calculation. So if you said that the tax rate or the audit, you did an audit on them and there was a deficiency, that's why there's an appeal component in there. And currently, I've been just discussing with Sherry is that everything's regulatory, so they're flat rates. Therefore, there's not a gross receipt portion in there, and it doesn't have that due process component for an assessment or a review. That's why this terminology is in there, is for that purpose. So I just want to clarify that. But what was your question? The question?
Well, just to wrap up on that, though, so the current business licenses, because it's a flat fee, don't have the due process for the appeal because it's just a flat fee. But what is the due process for this? Because it's not a flat fee.
Right. So the 10-day notice is just like if you give someone a bill and you have, you get your cable bill and you have 10 days or 15 days to pay it. They're basically giving you 10 days to appeal if you wish to appeal. So if you want to, let's say there's an assessment of $10,000 and you don't agree with that, you have the opportunity within 10 days to advise them or to send a letter to the tax collector and saying that you would like a hearing for that, in which at a further date she would schedule a hearing or review for the appeal.
So when does the 10 days start?
The 10 days is from the letter. It's not a matter that you actually have the hearing. It's just that you're notifying them from the date of the notice that you receive the date of the notice. You have 10 days to just advise the tax collector in writing that you would like to appeal the process.
But does the 10 days start from the day the county mails the letter or the day it arrives?
Usually it is because you don't know when it arrives. So it's based on an assumption that it's when it was mailed, and that gives you a reasonable 3 days to get through mail. It's still 7 days.
So that could be adjusted,
Yeah.
it could be expanded out?
You can make it 15 days, 30 days, whatever. There's a concern to that. And on the other side of the refund component of there, it says a year to get it back. That's really a year for, let's say, the taxpayer is doing their returns for a second year and they're going, you know what, I screwed up on my calculation here and I overpaid the rate. Well, if you only gave them 30 days to do that, they would not be able to get their refund. This gives them the opportunity to get a refund up to a year without the county says, oh, sorry, your 30 days are gone, you don't have an opportunity to that. That does two things. One is that because you budgetarily do something, you have a limitation in your statute of your charter already that I believe is consistent with that. And secondly, for budgeting purposes, if you had a UT or a TOT assessment that could, let's say it's $1 million over 5 years, someone comes back and wants to refund for that, it reduces that burden to the county as a result of that. So it benefits both sides regarding that year process, and that's what it's designed for.
Okay, I think those are the questions that I wrote down. Anyone have some additional questions?
Let's see.
Surely you must have a few questions.
I have a lot of questions about what's in front of us. I don't know that I have more questions for information at this point.
Any other questions? Right.
I'm trying to be quieter today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just say a few general things. I have been around this issue just today and seen a bunch of sides of it and can change my mind a lot. Everything that was said by the input I thought was well thought out and expressed things that I feel too about government and taxes and the speed of things, and you're learning to speak to me well, at least, and I think we all hear what you're saying, so keep it up. I brought this forward. I can't believe I did, but I think it's important that we talk about it. Flushing up here. I think it's good that we talk about this. There'll always be resistance to passing a tax for anything by the people being taxed. And whenever we've talked about this for the last 10 or 15 years, we've been headed towards, okay, let's legalize it and we'll tax it and we'll bring the money in and do something to educate kids about prevention and fix our roads and do things that we want as a society. And I think that's partly why we're headed towards legalizing that, is that it's a compromise or an unspoken agreement with people who don't grow. We put a lot of work in the ordinances, and we'll talk about that pretty soon, and to protect the grower, but we haven't heard from the non-growing public very much or worked on their protections. I didn't campaign to raise taxes on people, or I may not be sitting here today, but we did agree that we need the money, and government's going into a tight time where we can't afford to do what we want. I agree with you that we could make adjustments to this, so I'm counting on my fellow board people to offer adjustments, and I'm certainly flexible on it. And then I'd be glad to make a motion so we could at least see where we're headed. It's my understanding we're at a final day where we can do this today. We're not. I'd like to get that information. And then could I ask, was I thinking of something else? Did he explain how he's being paid? You just said it's a consultant, so we're paying him. It's not subject to any results or anything. Okay. So I'd like more information, and we've had one person recuse themselves. How does that impact us? If 4 of us vote to move this forward, then it moves forward, and there's no other
I
4/5
believe we'll need
means-
all 4 of us.
Okay.
So we need
Is this a 4/5 vote?
Yes, yes, it is.
all the leverage you want, John.
So I'm very flexible on the details, yes. And
Okay.
willing to put the time in, but I would like to decide it today, do whatever we do, and we don't need to come back again. It'll be just as hard in a special day sitting through it all.
So maybe we could have a recap from staff about the deadline that we're under.
Well, I would probably refer to county council, but the reason that we think it's important to have some direction from the board today is that without some exceptional measures, I think first reading today is what is necessary without the board having a special meeting to make a decision on this. So there's still the opportunity for, my understanding is there's some minor additions that could perhaps be made to the ordinances in front of you that would allow a first reading to move forward today, if that was the board's decision. And then otherwise, there's some perhaps procedural things that could be done, or your board could have a special meeting. But my understanding with the Registrar of Voters is that August 12th is the final day that she has to receive whatever additional information to go on the November ballot. So final decision by the board on anything for the November ballot would have to be done before, as of that date. So I don't know if County Council Elliott wants to provide any other detail.
Basically, everything he's saying, the Assistant CEO is saying is, as I understand it as well, in order to, we're in a fairly short time frame here, so in order to move this forward, and that's why I made the comment that, you know, even though we can't amend the taxes themselves, we could lower them, we couldn't raise them, but there are still abilities to amend this ordinance even once it's approved by the voters. And just to go back to your other answer, there is an appeal procedure in here. It does appear that they give you, it took me a while again to find it in this, but it does give you 15 days. Again, things like that could be extended, and that is a direct appeal to this board, as I understand it. So that's what they've provided in here. So I just wanted to answer your question.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Supervisor Woodhouse requested information on what the payment provisions are. Did I hear you correctly?
It was about the presenter.
For the presenter?
For the presenter, yes. There was a question from the audience about, are they being given a part of the profits from this, or how are we reimbursing our
So you don't want the
assistance?
dollar amount you're satisfied with hired as a consultant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you know, I don't like the idea that this is a 4/5, but I also don't like a lot of things about what's presented to us. One of my big concerns that I've consistently expressed is that with this industry ready to come forward, you know, and step out of the shadows, one of the biggest things that will discourage people from doing so is if government gets too greedy in what they hope to extract from what they view as a potential revenue source. And so the state is, you know, looking at 15%, you know, anything more we add to it. At some point, you reach a tipping point where people are going to say, wait a minute, I've got to do all these things to satisfy the county permit requirements. I have to do all these things to satisfy the state water board. And so particularly when they're coming right out of the gate, the more taxes we impose, the more I'm concerned that we discourage people from coming forward. I'd like to get them into the system, get them regulated. You know, I think that's, in the long run, more important than seeking to maximize tax revenue. You know, I'm not opposed to imposing some tax initially. I like the idea that it's provided for in here, that it would be graduated. It would start at one level. It could increase in the future. But there seems to be a presumption that this is going to continue to be a very profitable thing. And so we're providing that, I think it's maybe July 1st, 2020, the rate would go from 5%, increase 2.5%, plus the CPI would kick in at that same time. We don't really know what market conditions are going to be, 4 years from now. So I'm concerned about the automatic build-in. I'm concerned that we're starting it out too high. I also think that a yield tax probably, to me, makes more sense for the cultivators. And then when you start adding up the taxes here, it's pretty cumulative, because when you look at the business types, and let's start with nursery, and then it goes to cultivator, and then it might go to, it could go to all of the types listed here. Each one is paying, we're collecting 5% of the gross receipts of each one of these. Is that not correct?
That's correct. There's separate industries and separate classifications, just like if you were a retailer, a manufacturer building products of steel, and then you sell it to a lumber place that turns around and sells it to an end user. It's the same kind of dynamics.
So, this product is being taxed 5% every step of the way, potentially 7 or 8 different steps, 35, 40% being extracted out of it. I'm not aware of any other business that faces a tax structure like that. Can you cite any examples?
I just gave you an example of someone making steel as a manufacturer or product for vehicles that then sell them to a wholesaler. Let's say in this case it's a lumber yard that then turns around and sells it to an end user. Each one of them is manufactured to wholesaler to end retailer, is all paying a tax on their total income related to that.
Well, they're paying an income tax. They're not paying a transaction
Well, I mean,
tax.
business tax or a business tax.
So, I'm going to find it very difficult to support the scheme that is in front of us today. And I think, we place a lot of emphasis on public comment, and we've certainly had a tremendous amount of it to the cultivation ordinance, and we continue to have it. I think this measure could probably benefit from more public comment, a more deliberative process, and worst case scenario, if we don't put something on the ballot until next June, I don't think we're necessarily losing that much. Again, I want to emphasize bringing people into the system, but if we thought it was appropriate, we could call a special election if we wanted to make sure that this tax will take effect roughly the same time frame as the ordinance that we're developing.
Okay, so I heard some specific concerns about the 5% applied to different transactions. We've heard some concerns that I would agree with in terms of the notice. In a couple cases where 10 days, 15 days, and I think going with a standard 30 days seems more consistent with other notices that I've thought of, that I've run across over the years with the city and county. So I would like to see the 30-day notices kind of consistent throughout and response time. Are you proposing a special board meeting or continue this to our next, we have a meeting next week?
Well, if there's no agreement here on making fundamental changes to this, then we're not going to gain anything by delaying it.
Well, I think given the 4/5 requirement, there'll have to be give and take, or nothing will go forward. Is that how you guys count the votes?
Well, and I'll tell you, I don't like being in that position because I don't think, this is a serious issue of public policy. It shouldn't be stymied because we don't have a full board. At the same time, it's going to be very difficult for me to support this as it's presented.
Yeah, so I think what we're looking for is what would be the next time that we could have a public meeting about the subject where maybe all of us might offer some more specific amendments, where we could lay it on the table and see if we can come to four votes.
Well, we meet next week.
Supervisor Brown?
Then I would suggest Supervisor McCowan, why don't you start laying out your problems?
Laying out
your problems with it so it can be
Well,
aired.
I've tried to tell you, I think that I don't like the square footage for cultivation. I think yield would be more appropriate. And I don't like the rates as they're currently set. I think they're going to discourage compliance.
So do you think between now and the next meeting, you could put in writing the rates that you'd feel comfortable with?
Possibly, and I guess it's too late to refer this to the special meeting of general government tomorrow.
I think this should go back to the whole board.
Yeah. Well, it should, but, there ought to be a process too to, get more input from the public. They may have some ideas. I don't know. Does anyone else share my concern that if the tax rates are too high, we're going to have people that are not going to step forward and participate?
I think we're all concerned with that, and that's why, we're being told that this is lower than is being contemplated in other places, but you're pointing out another component where there's a transaction tax at several points, and so that undermines the overall program, the overall intent that I think we've all agreed to going into this, that we wanted a relatively low rate structure so that it's lower than some of the communities out there who are basically trying to discourage it through an excessive tax. So I think we're all in agreement with that general goal. I think you're raising a point that may have been overlooked.
And, I'd be happy to try and suggest something for our next meeting, but.
Okay, well, Supervisor Woodhouse?
Still along the lines of not talking too much this meeting, it's hard to argue with the idea that we should take our time and do it properly. Can we agree that we all are favoring taxing marijuana at some point at some rate? Because this has always been a difference on the ad hoc. We saw it differently, even though we both said too much taxation would never work anyway. So I'm going to keep it realistic, and I'd go for something even low to start, and we could adjust it as the industry strengthened. But I think we do need to come together. It's always going to be us four if we all have to come to agreement. I want to be able to do that as soon as we can, but it has to be logical and thought out, and I'd like to hear your numbers of what rate you feel wouldn't put too much burden on the growers and push them into the black market. We've never set a number between us during the ad hoc, so that'll be an interesting, because that'll set what we're willing to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hoping the CEO might have some thoughts on our upcoming schedule.
Well, Chair Jordy, our schedule for the 18th and 19th is rather full. The 19th, we are doing the marijuana ordinance. I don't know if we could couple it on the 19th. So the other option is we move into August. August is not as busy. Your schedules are much lighter, so we could move into August. It does not appear to me that we have the opportunity here to move forward to get this to elections by August 11th or 12th. I'm not sure what that date was. So if you're not going to make that date for the November ballot, then there's, excuse me, but there's no rush.
So
we could do August or September, whatever you want.
I have a question on that. So we have the retirement board meeting that I have to be at in the morning of the 20th of July, Wednesday. And I'm looking at Thursday, the 21st, that's leading into the CSAC meeting, so I'm not thinking
We're
that.
not here.
But what I'm wondering is, in the afternoon of Wednesday, the 20th, would it be possible to? No.
No.
Okay.
No, the night, no, it's not. So, I mean, you know, I realize this is not going to be a popular statement, and I know that I understand the issue around trying not to drive people to the black market. I think that's why we hired a professional, and Mr. McPherson is absolutely a professional in his field on this one. And, you know, what's the cost to our roads? What's the cost to the county for what's been happening over the last few years? So, you know, I'm not certain that these rates are exorbitant or really out of line. And one would have to ask, what will be return on the rates if we lower them more so than they are right now? There was a lot of work done with Mr. McPherson to have these rates low. In our opinion, these are low rates. So I'm not sure what else you want to change other than the rates. But if we're not going to go forward on August 12th, we don't have to come forward with this until August or September. There's no rush, unless you plan on doing a special election before the end of the year.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, it does appear we could have this on the agenda for the 18th or the 19th, and if we were to move forward at that time, we could do the second reading on August 2nd, and thereby meet the deadline without a special election. So
I guess you can.
am I missing something?
So if they do, so they don't need 30 days in between, so they can do that, and then the meeting in August could be the second reading. So we would be looking at the 18th or the 19th. Carla, I don't have my forecasting in front of me. I actually, the 19th.
County Council?
Just another comment in terms of food for thought. I was just checking on where the Mendocino Heritage Initiative is in this process, and it will be coming before this board to go to the voters. Again, you know, there's only one thing that the board can look at, and was the process done correctly? And if it was, then it goes forward. And just again, for purposes of comparison, what they were doing is they do have a tax component, and their tax component is that each medical cannabis business shall pay a business tax of 2.5 of the gross receipts, 2.5%, and each non-medical cannabis business shall pay a business tax of 5% of the gross receipts. And again, that should be on the November ballot. It's just for information purposes only.
So, Chair Jurdy, regarding the schedule, the 19th, not only do we have the permanent marijuana ordinance, we also have the fiscal analysis of the Sheriff's Mental Health Initiative. Both of those items could take some time. If we go back to Monday, July 18th, we do have a planning appeal that starts, we start that meeting at 1:30 because we have Assessment Appeals Board in the morning. So what we could do is, after the planning appeal, we could do this item. So that would be Monday, July 18th. We did have an item forecasted regarding the joint meetings with advisory boards, but if this board's okay with this, we could push that back to August, and we could put this item on for Monday afternoon. And then I'm not certain what preparation you would like from staff for the 18th.
Right, and I actually just think this is also more time sensitive than the fiscal analysis of the sheriff's sales tax, because I assume that we would have until August to accept that report. I assume, because August seems to be the deadline for ballot sub-issues.
Alan?
If I can make a comment. Well, I believe that to be true, with the exception of the board didn't provide direction on this in April, but it was discussed whether the board wanted to take a further action related to this and direct the auditor under a separate elections code section to to provide a fiscal impact statement, 500 words or less, that would be on the ballot along with the initiative itself. So,
what's the
my only
deadline?
point is that you would have to take some action to make that happen prior to the August deadline as well. But I suppose it could be done on August 4th. All of it could be done on August 4th if there was time.
It could be done on August 4th, and then we just let the auditor know that possibly he will have to get something over to the elections office by August 11th, based on board direction, which may or may not come.
Okay, all right, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I would suggest, and I agree with you, the sheriff's, the analysis of the sheriff's measure may be a little bit less urgent, although if we wanted to take that further action, then of course that's different. But I would think that we could shift that item to the 18th so that we could have both the potential tax measure and the draft cultivation ordinance both on the 19th, which seems like it would make it a lot easier for the regulated community.
Sure. That's a reasonable suggestion. Any other comments?
Chair Jody, the only comment I would have, I guess, is we don't know how long the permanent ordinance will take, and you may run into a situation, they are two separate items, that the permanent ordinance takes much longer than the 3 hours we have scheduled for it. So, and with the taxation item, we started this at 1:45, it's now 3:15, so I think we need 2 to 3 hours at least for the ordinance, and we may need 2 hours for the taxation item. So my only concern is that you're aware that we're going to have two potentially long items for that afternoon, and it may not be a 5:30 end of the meeting. So whatever you want to do, but, so you're saying this, that put the sheriff's mental health initiative on for Monday, and then those two on for Tuesday, which...
So maybe you could just survey the
Be a
board.
long
If
afternoon.
we were to do that and have both cannabis items on the 19th, which is really running into our deadline, do we have a commitment from the board that no one's going to call the 5:30 rule?
I won't.
Okay.
I'm used to being in the building at 5:30 or later.
Okay, all right. So I think that's where we're headed. And go ahead.
Just a comment, since the heritage thing, and your concerns about the gross receipts. So looking at market value right now of a price per pound, and I'm going to take a low. Right now, it varies about $18.75 a pound. If it's an outdoor versus indoor, it could be a low. So let's just even split it in half at $1,000 a pound wholesale, at a wholesale. So the reason I say that is if you actually, if you look at that even at a 25, let's say the minimum 1C permit, at what they're referring to in a 2.5%, if you took the value at wholesale that's going to be regulated and is going to have to show that way as far as process, that is $1.8 million a year. If you tax it at 2.5%, they're going to be looking at $31,000 in taxes. Versus the scenario we gave you at 75 cents, a maximum of 2,500 square feet, that's less than 12, that's 1875. Just to give you a comparison, the difference of the equity of what we're trying to do in a square footage versus actually if you did a gross receipts of what they're doing, the unintended consequences of that.
Well, I hope you can provide all that analysis for these alternatives for our meeting on the 19th. I do appreciate all the effort you've put into this and the work you've provided for the county. So I think what we look like we have is consensus to have this along with the county's ordinance for July 19th, and looks like we'll probably dedicate 90% of the entire day to this subject. And we'll have other subjects on July 18th.
Chair Jurdy, just one wrinkle I just thought of is that I did let the sheriff know that his initiative, our fiscal analysis would be going on the 19th. He is available on the 19th. I'm not sure he's available on the 18th. I would not want to bring this item forward without having the sheriff here, so I will check and let you know. And I also heard from the district attorney. We could speak to that afterwards if you'd like.
Okay. Okay, now, our next item on the agenda is discussion and possible adoption, present to voters. Are we on 5K now?
Yes, you are. And, or
5K?
we were, that was, that's the DOT item. I see Mr. Dashiell is here.
Yeah. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get
Carl-
Supervisor Hamburg back in.
Carly, do you want to take a break, like 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:20. Okay, at 3:32, we'll resume the Board of Supervisors meeting, and now we're on to item 5K, which is discussion and possible adoption of a resolution to present to the voters of the County of Mendocino a measure adding basically a sales tax for repair of the roads. And we brought this back requesting this because the ad hoc committee, Supervisor Woodhouse and I, felt that given all the other taxes that are being contemplated for the ballot, even if this one was maybe even more important in our opinion, they're already going on the ballot. And so maybe not wanting to be disruptive of those other ballot measures, our thought was not necessarily to go forward with this time, but we wanted the public who's been following this to some extent to understand what this proposal would have accomplished, and if we're not going to go forward, why we're not going forward at this point. So, Director DeShield, thank you for bringing this item forward.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. I want to say that really most of this item was drafted by Mr. Kudrowski here, and I'm really glad he did it because we learned a lot. We went through the process. The chair is correct. The work of the ad hoc committee was to a point where, upon looking at the results of the opinion survey that MCOG conducted, that we thought that a 67%, a supermajority had a possibility of approval. It will give the voters an assurance that the money would only be used for, the county road purposes. We put together these documents. They are on the website now. People can look at them and comment. And, it's really before you to look at and comment. And I don't know what else to say for sure. So I'll take questions.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan, do you want to?
Well, thank you.
Your microphone.
I think I agree with the comments of the chair. We certainly need to do something if we're going to slow the deterioration of our road system. We need additional revenue. It's unlikely in the foreseeable future it's going to come from anywhere other than within Mendocino County. But I share the concern about putting this on the ballot this November. I would not want it to be perceived that we're putting something on that might have a negative impact on another measure that is going to be on the ballot. That's a concern that I have about going forward with this at this time, not that it's not needed. But it may also be that whatever revenue we hope to gain from this measure, potentially there's an equal or comparable amount of revenue potentially available from medical marijuana, assuming we get a tax measure for that. So, and my thought was, potentially a tax measure for that other item, a portion of it could be dedicated to roads, but I won't go further into that thought right now, but, certainly want to hear from the rest of the board on this item, but it might not be the right timing.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Do we know at this time that the emergency services sales tax is not going to go? Is that your latest understanding?
Correct. They've decided not to go forward with it.
They decided not to go forward. So what will be on the ballot presumably will be the mental health initiative, that half-cent sales tax, and the presumably something taxing marijuana, right?
Possibly.
Yeah. And I think we all kind of assume, I was not in the room and wasn't listening, but I think we all assume that that's going to be a very popular measure. Okay. Well, not necessarily with people who are going to be taxed, but with the general public. I think the general public's been calling for tax on marijuana for quite some time. So I guess what I'm wondering is, is it such a bad idea to have this measure on the ballot? Because I think our roads are horrible and getting worse fast, and I think the public is well aware of it. Now, is it that our numbers because I remember when Phil was here, and was our number 58? Or no, it was higher than that. It was in the mid-60s. Right?
Well, our
polling?
pavement condition index
I know
has
that.
fallen.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the number of, the way the polling came out for the support.
The polling came out in such a way that 67% was obtainable. It was kind of on the margin of the different questions. And I think the thinking was at the ad hoc level was because the Sonoma County tax had failed and it had been a general tax, and a lot of the people had said it was because they weren't sure it would be just for roads.
Right.
That going with that extra higher bar, but assuring the voters that it was for roads was worth that threshold. At least, again, that was this consensus as we were discussing that.
Well, let me just ask one more question, and I certainly would not be inclined to go against the ad hoc if they've kind of decided that this should be put off. But what is the disadvantage to putting it on? I mean, at least the voters get to say what they think about their roads. And if it fails by a percentage point or two, you put it on again.
Well, you're asking the county road guy, so obviously I would
Well,
agree
I'm
with
just-
that,
my
but
general
you need to
question
look
is
at your whole
what-
county at your level.
My question really is, what do we lose by putting it on? Is it that if we lose, then we're a loser? And everybody says, oh, that's a loser, you're never going to put that on. I mean, I don't see how much money does it cost to put this item on the ballot in a general election?
Well, it would depend on how much we spent on a campaign, which I understand would have to be raised from private sources.
Right?
So numbers we had from the consultant, I'm looking to Feely real quick, but I'm thinking I heard numbers like $50,000 to really do a good campaign.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you'd have a big campaign against it.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse, do you want to add some comments?
Yes, thank you. There's a lot of good reasons why we need to eventually put this on the ballot. And even if we just raise the voters' awareness and discuss the problem and lose and then do it again and win, just now with the pressure of these other issues on, we're deciding not to at this point, which I feel like I'm letting our roads down. And we'll pay the price for that because they're going to get worse. But can you just remind us again about the self-help counties? If we don't have something, we're going to lose in the future. And I wanted to make everybody aware that the mitigation up in Willits, they're going to be asking more and more money from MCOG because they're spending more and more money on a plan that's not working. So we're never going to have, it will be a long time until we have money for roads through that process, I think. And one other thing, just to get it out there. And are we saying we're going to put it on the next ballot? Because next year it could be emergency service, fire and emergency, and I think the retirement board mentioned they were thinking about it. Everybody will be going for that last 1% sitting out there next time. So if we're going to do it, I want to do it in the next election. If we cannot do it or really shouldn't this time, we need to put it forward. We have to let the voters know how bad it is or we're not doing our job. They don't listen to our complaints. They need to hear it in the ballot and make a decision. But if you could talk about the self-help.
I'll try to, and if Nafili knows something I don't, she can chime right in. It's my understanding that the counties with an existing sales tax have available these public-private partnership funds that come from the state. But those, again, are usually for projects that qualify on the STIP, and they're usually highway improvement or capacity improvement. And, you know, we've specifically drafted this, at least the direction I had from the ad hoc, for maintenance. And usually maintenance isn't a factor. Now, should another initiative come back, like SB 16 that this board supported, there was a component of that legislation that said that if you passed local self-help type monies, that there would be an extra little amount of that would come, and I can't remember the exact amount, but there was something there under the SB 16 initiative. So again, SB 16 is funding for maintenance. That's really unusual, or for anything really, SB 16, transportation needs, but many of the other funding sources, they don't want to fund maintenance at that level. They want to fund project or capacity. I hope that answers that. And if I missed something else, ask me.
No, you didn't. And I'm hoping we can work with them, COG, and start laying the groundwork to be on the next ballot after this one by raising awareness, somehow getting the information out. Because we don't have advocates that want to give us $50,000 for a campaign, or the people saying, I'll be in charge and I'll go get 100 votes. And that's part of our missing link that we needed to get up to that 2/3 amount, according to the consultant.
Well, there may be
There are some contractors.
contractors,
potentially,
yeah.
yes.
There may be some contractors out there that could be approached. And I'm not quite sure how all that works, but.
Well, maybe we should approach them now, but on a long-term basis. This is where we're going in the future. You always get more respect if you're not asking for the money today, but you're building the case with them as well. So I'm willing to work on that. We have to deal with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there we have it. There are other taxes moving forward onto the ballot, and that has, in my mind, supplanted this project that started over a year ago, actually about 2 years ago. The voters will decide about those other taxes, and with this not being on the ballot, if that's what the board decides. Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I believe this board pursued legislation to allow us to adopt a tax in the unincorporated area only. So planning for this did start quite some time ago, but I think the concern, though, is the more tax measures you have on the ballot, the less chance any of them pass. So not only could there be some concern about we're undercutting other measures, but we could also be undercutting this one if we move forward with it right now. So.
Just curious as to whether that is true. Is it true? That the more tax measures you put on the ballot, the more likely people are to just say no to all of them?
I think
There's
generally true.
certainly a percentage of the public that reacts that way.
Because, well, it seems to me that if we wait, and it seems like that's what the board wants to do, there's going to be other competing initiatives on the ballot. So, you know, there'll be the same logic to wait in a year as there is today.
Well, maybe next time we get ahead of the crowd.
I think we tried. But also this interim time, I think, could be used to really publicize to the public, here's what's really going on, because you hear comments, and especially I think some of my colleagues with a lot of road miles in their districts, you hear comments, well, the county's not doing anything, why aren't they out paving my road? Well, we can show by the numbers of the available revenue coming in, the need, the ever-growing need, and you know, it's pretty clear that there isn't enough funding currently to keep up with the level of deterioration. And if people want better roads, at some level, they're going to have to decide to pay for it.
One statistic that sticks in my mind is the fact that state and federal gas taxes were last raised in 1993 at 18 cents a gallon. And today that has a purchasing power of about 7.5 cents a gallon. So, you know, both those taxes have dwindled in their purchasing power, and a portion of the state and the portion of the federal gas tax does make its way to cities and counties. And they're probably about one half or 2/3 of the funding that the county has in the county DOT budget.
Correct. And, you know, I've been referring the public to the, you know, statewide needs assessment that this county participates in. And their proposal has been if you raise the gas tax enough to get everything to a good condition, it would be 56 cents at cities and counties added on, which I don't think anyone's going to do. But even Beal, which when you added it all up, I think had 14 cents worth of gas tax raises, got you somewhere. And but
so
that's not moving forward at the state right now.
So that kind of
I don't know.
confirms that people cannot expect the state and federal gas tax to raise enough to bail out city and county roads.
Correct.
So it'll have to be a combination of state, federal, and local taxes that together fill the gap, fill the pothole, pave the
There you
road. Okay, well, I think there's consensus at this point to not put this on this ballot, but we're, I think, all aware of the need and the need to move ahead probably at some later election.
Okay.
And do thank both county DOT staff and MCOG staff for doing the research for this in advance over the last year and a half.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Do you want me to stay around for
Yeah,
director report?
maybe we could do your director's report right now.
So again, Director of Transportation, I wanted to just note on the director's report, I put a lengthy amount of information about the Rule 20 program, PG&E undergrounding. And a bulk of that is just copied out of the existing rules versus the draft proposed ones, the 15th edition, which I think are close to passing. I also, though, wanted to just inform the board that there is a proposal, not by PG&E, but by a ratepayer organization, you know, to suspend Rule 20 for 3 years. And CSAC just put out a memo on that, a position memo. I think it's available at their website. If not, I could get it to anyone who wants it, that talks about that. Yeah, it's the Office of Ratepayer Advocates have made this proposal to suspend 3 years. So any of you who've been waiting for a Rule 20 project and hopefully getting the rules redone, you know, won't be excited if that is successful. But other than that, take any questions or?
Well, I guess the question on this proposal by the public group to suspend, do you think it has any possibility of?
I don't really know.
So it's too early to tell?
You know, I mean, CSAC has definitely published this letter July 11th, and, you know, to the Public Utilities Commission saying that they certainly don't support it, and I don't think PG&E supports it either. There are a series of informational meetings being held. If anyone's interested in going, there's information on the website that's indicated in the at PG&E's website.
I mean, when I think of the places in Mendocino County that I'm aware of where these funds have been used to underground utilities, it's been wildly popular. I mean,
Sure.
look at downtown Mendocino. It's so much nicer that the utilities are undergrounded there. And I think Elk is another place.
And Gualala and Hopland. And,
Hopland.
Yeah.
So it seems to me it's actually probably a fairly popular program. Okay. Supervisor Woodhouse, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just about the undergrounding, I have a constituent who's talked to me about it and the Gualala project, and there hasn't been undergrounding done for some time now. And the cost is really that high per pole that it's...
Well, this explains it. There were a series of really onerous conditions that were put on local jurisdictions in 2010, December of 2010, just as we were ending Gualala. And a number of counties and cities were trying to negotiate that new ruling away, and it's been 5 years we've been working on doing that. And we're, part of what's published here are the new draft proposal versus the other one. And if Rule 20 works the way the county would like it to, it costs the county very little, and most of it's paid for by Rule 20 funds. And the problem with the conditions you'll read about in here is they put a lot of expense on the local jurisdictions. For instance, Gualala, our most recent example, which was sadly to say started about 1999 and didn't get finished till 2009. There were some things that happened in between, like Chapter 7 bankruptcy for PG&E, or less restructuring after the Enron thing. But, you know, I have the numbers there. I want to say it was around $4 million to do a half a mile in Gualala. And I think the board had to appropriate around $250,000, and that's pretty hard for the board to do, and that's general fund. So, you know, we'd really like to see PG&E pay almost all of that, and I feel like these new rules that are proposed has it back to more of what it was before, where they pay for almost all of it with those tariff funds.
And are these really higher power or just your regular poles you see around town? We try to get them moved out of sidewalks. It costs that much. We're not going to move them anymore.
It's yes, it's getting quite expensive. And of course, PG&E decides what it costs too. But anyway, what can I say about PG&E? They set the price, and they're regulated by the CPUC. So.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I just wanted to ask Howard, the off-ramp on Highway 20, off 101 to Highway 20, when is it going to be closed? Do you know?
You know, I forget, but again, if and when they close it, there will be a detour set up going up to Yuva Drive, West Road, to hook you back around and down the ramp southbound. So the worst thing that will happen for you and I going home to Potter Valley is we'll have to drive up to Yuva Drive, swing back down and take the ramp. So there will be a way home.
There just wasn't a good sign. And so I'm trying to compare that to the Moore Street retrofit, and what if both of them happen at once, we are going to be in a pickle.
And that looks like it will happen, because as I report, you know, Moore Street will experience a closure for a time this summer. And our commitment and our condition to the contractor is when school opens again, they're going to have a lane open for sure. But again, you know, you drive up to, you know, Yuva Drive and swing back down. Yeah, I know.
I just thought it was good to mention, because I'm going, okay, Moore Street Bridge, retrofit, certain times closed, Highway 20 off-ramp from 101 depending, and they're all in that same proximity, and the traffic circulation just might be Keystone Cops.
It is hard, and you know, I plan my projects, I get the funding when I get it. Caltrans does the same thing, and so there's a little more driving.
Okay, well, thanks for your director's reports.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're with almost no audience. I think we're back to item 6C, which is discussion and possible direction of staff regarding the draft medical cannabis cultivation ordinance. And this came from the General Government Committee, but we have staff here for this. Oh, and Supervisor Hamburg, you're going to recuse yourself on this, okay.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. We're here to pretty much provide a brief update on what's been happening per direction from the Standing Committee. We came forward to the Standing Committee, General Government Standing Committee, on June 20th, as well as July 8th. There has been a significant, the documents you have in front of you are actually what was published on June 20th. There was a lot of comment that came in from both the public as well as government agencies, so that draft has gone has had some significant revisions that will be going forward tomorrow at 1:30 to the General Government Standing Committee, and will probably be revised one more time. During the July 8th meeting, we had the Department of Fish and Wildlife, CAL FIRE, North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District provide very specific suggestions of edits for the document, as well as concerns and comments and significant input from the public. The General Government Standing Committee directed a staff to take those into consideration, to include a lot of those suggestions from the government agencies within the draft, come back for a final review because they had additional questions on some of the items. So we're working on having a revised document to bring forward to you guys on July 19th, and that will include a lot of the comments that have come in since probably about July 7th to July 8th. We received quite a bit in a 24-hour period. We are still on track. So when we gave the timetable to you guys in June, we did plan that there could be a potential for additional meetings. So we did figure we may have one or two special meetings of the General Government Standing Committee, and we may need to go forward on July 18th or July 19th. The General Committee referred it to the 19th. So we will be back to give a full presentation, to go into detail the direction we've been given from the committee, as well as the portions that were included from the various government entities that have been sharing their comments and concerns. We are here to answer any questions that we might have, and I just want to say again that we will be meeting tomorrow at 1:30, General Government Standing Committee.
And Sarah, for the record, can you give your name?
Sarah Duquette, CEO's office.
Good afternoon.
Is that one? Are you in?
Thank you. Is this on? Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Chuck Morris, Ag Commissioner for the county. Sarah gave a pretty good update there. Only a few comments relative to the cultivation ordinance development. As Sarah mentioned, we did receive a number of significant comment letters on the 7th, leading up to the meeting on the 8th. Had a 3.5-hour general government meeting on the 8th, incorporated, discussed a number of issues, incorporated a number of changes. We'll be readdressing those tomorrow as well. I guess maybe the take-home message that I would like to share is I get the feeling that this document is actually fairly close at this point in time. We do and probably will continue to have issues to address and work out the details on, but in the general scope of the entire ordinance, I believe we're very close at this time. So that would be my comments.
Sarah Duquette, I just also want to add that for the public and the board, the agenda for tomorrow's meeting is up on our website and published.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And the resource agencies that brought forward their comments and input at our last meeting, did we send them the documents or at least give them the place to go, the link? Because they did make substantial comments. And then we had the letter from the Nature Conservancy and Cal Trout, trying to think of the others. But anyway, I just want to make sure that they have all have the opportunity to look at what's been incorporated.
I'm not sure if they're on a specific address, email, information receiving portal necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
We have reviewed all of their comment letters in detail, and tomorrow we'll be bringing forward further suggestions for consideration to the General Government Committee. I can't answer the question to whether they were explicitly provided the documents. I apologize.
Okay.
And I can double check and make sure specifically that the individuals that were here from CAL FIRE, Fish and Wildlife, RCD received it, and I will check in with the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Okay. Because that's good for the CEQA process that you'll be getting into if we do touch those bases. You know, I've got one other.
Okay, go on.
I'm not sure if this should be presented on the legislative platform or the ledge report, but somehow our policy council on children and youth sent a letter, a policy position, asking us to place it on our platform, and that had to do with the impacts of marijuana on youth. Where is that?
That is actually coming back in August. I would have to double check with the department, but the department, Health and Human Services Agency, is planning on bringing forward that item for the board discussion in August for adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we do have quite a bit of public comment, and we have no public, which is kind of interesting. I think they must have thought that we had continued the item. You know, there's a number of items, and in addition to all of the agencies and Trout Unlimited and Nature Conservancy, we also had a comment letter that came in last night from the California Growers Association and the Heritage Initiative Committee, and they raised quite a number of items, some of which I think we could benefit if we gave direction today, and they actually raised some items that I had concern with. For instance, I agree with their comment that the board gave very clear direction on use permits, that with the exception of cottage indoor between 500 and 2,000 square feet, based on what the board direction gave previously, there would be no requirement for a use permit. And so I'm just wondering why staff, when they prepared their draft for June 20th, built back in this very extensive array of use permits and administrative permits when that's contrary to the direction of the board. And maybe the board has, or members of the board have chosen to change their mind on that issue, but I do not believe that use permits are necessary given the extensive permit conditions that have to be complied with in order to secure a permit.
So this is an issue that's been raised before, and I went back and actually listened to and watched the I think it was the April meeting where this was first brought up, and the ad hoc at the time went through the list of various elements that they were seeking input and feedback from the board. So the question of permits or use permits relative to the cannabis program was brought up. There was discussion by individual board members. There was no consensus voiced at the April meeting, so that was brought forward again, I believe, at the May meeting. There was a matrix at one point in time, and the meetings were starting to blend a little bit, but I believe we had a matrix established at one point that talked about the issue that had been brought up, the process that occurred during the meeting, and whether consensus was reached or not. So we never really did receive clear consensus from the board.
I actually disagree with that. I think the direction of the board was crystal clear that we do not favor use permits, and then when we got into the discussion of the cottage indoor, where Supervisor Woodhouse and I had a very conservative recommendation of 500 square feet, the majority of the board favored something more expansive, up to 2,000, and then for that limited area of cottage indoor in specific zones, and I think it was rural residential, upland residential, maybe rangeland, we then said cottage indoor in those zones between 500 and 2,000 square foot would require a use permit. Previously, that same meeting, we had said no use permits. So then we created one exception. So then I really believe that this chart presented is totally contrary to board direction.
Go ahead.
Comment on that. I think Supervisor McCowan's memory is accurate, and that was our intention, I think, to not have too much complication with too many use permits that would overwhelm staff, and we kept trying to keep it simple, and it's hard to do. You keep making it larger, and then you have to prune it back. So we were leaning towards pruning it back was my intention. If I wasn't clear, then that was my fault.
It's all a little fuzzy on this point at this point. So I do think our intention has been to create policies that are as clear as possible, and with that, to have as few discretionary permits as possible. So the clearer the rules, the less need there is for the discretionary permit being a use permit. So maybe we need to go through. Well, you're saying you believe your recollection is that we were for no use permits except for the 500 to 2,000 square feet.
For the cottage indoor.
For the cottage indoor, yeah.
So I would like to interject at this point, if I may, Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. The question about what level of discretionary review is appropriate and does it become a barrier to entry was always on, I think, the foremost mind of the board. But I do want to say that it's important to remember that a discretionary permit, a use permit, an administrative permit is probably the best tool we have to help to assure that these activities these grows can, even with a regulatory program that has very specific rules, can be fitted into the environment, into the communities in a way not to create land use conflicts, environmental impacts. This program will not only stand on the completeness of its regulations, but its ability to demonstrate that it can respond to the unique conditions and circumstances of local sites. You're correct, Supervisor McCowan, the matrix that is before you today that has been developed in this proposal for the ordinance does have more planning-related review, administrative permits, in addition to the zoning clearances. The use permits are the hearing level type reviews that get at the same questions we need to answer all the time. Is there a conflict with the general plan policy? Is there a specific resource that needs protection being impacted by the grow? Without that type of
Review.
Oversight or discretion in the process, we cannot show or demonstrate that the program will be able to be administered in a way that we can avoid environmental impacts. So it's a policy decision, obviously, but I feel it's important in my role to put forward tools that can help best assure the program will succeed and whether the review that's coming when it finally goes forward to the public hearing process.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I think staff has been very thoughtful about this. I just do not remember that was the only use permit, but it is a process, and one is setbacks. And we must have talked and heard testimony forever at the special meeting on setbacks. Well, if you can't fit into certain setbacks from your neighbors or their residents or property lines, you can go get a use permit and be able to not meet those setbacks. But it takes a review by staff. Now, it's my understanding that Planning and Building Services in Humboldt County is inundated. And they do not have inundated, as they do not have the oversight, I believe, in their ordinance that we're trying to put here. And they just don't have the staff. And I think it's a real mess up there, but I think that staff is going down the right road. I have not read that letter, and obviously that's part of tomorrow's discussion. But I do feel that they have been very sensitive about the use permits, but it is a tool.
I understand it's a tool, well, if I may. Go ahead. I understand it's a tool. It's a tool that will frustrate people coming forward into this program. New conditions that are built in that were never in the ordinance previously, the 200-foot setback, that was, I don't think that was anything the board gave direction on previously. The 2-acre minimum for cottage permits was never part of the discussion before the board. Suddenly these things are popping up. The chart with all of the use permits required was presented by Planning and Building to the ad hoc in a meeting of the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc said, wait a minute, let's go to the full board and get input from the full board on whether we want to go down that road. And to me, the answer was very clearly no, again with this one exception for the indoor cottage permits. And why would the board give that direction? The timelines to get approvals from planning and building, even for a fairly simple building permit sometimes, stretch on for months. So if someone is a cultivator and they're thinking, I want to get a permit, and we're hoping this ordinance will be adopted maybe in January or so, but it could take longer. And then if you have to get a use permit for planning and building, and what is the minimum time period from application to approval for a use permit?
Well, typically for a hearing level item, it's approximately 6 months.
Mm-hmm. So who's going to come forward if they can't get approval to cultivate in the year in which they're applying for the permit? And when we have the 2-acre minimum for cottage, we have a lot of people out there that are in compliance with the current requirements for setbacks, 100 feet from an occupied dwelling on another parcel, 50 from the property line.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of people, I believe, that are either in compliance or can be in compliance who are current cultivators, and now we're saying you can't cultivate because you don't make the 2-acre minimum. We're telling other people you can't cultivate because you need a use permit. We're telling other people you can't cultivate because we've now put in a 200-foot setback instead of a 100-foot setback. So, you know, the net effect is to discourage people from coming forward and applying for permits. And I think it's very important to remember, and a point made by this letter, is we're not talking about new impacts, new activity that doesn't currently exist. We're talking about only approving permits for current cultivators who are, you know, now being given an opportunity to get legal, but they're not going to do it if the regulations are overly burdensome. We have to strike a balance here, recognizing we're trying to bring this industry above ground. And again, they're out there doing it now, and if we're going to tell potentially thousands of current cultivators, you're not eligible for a permit, we're not impacting the black market.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
I can understand about the 200-foot setbacks. I mean, that, I thought perhaps was a recommendation that may have come from your particular ad hoc. So I can understand about that. But I also think the use permits are a way to go. Everybody has to wait, unfortunately. When you talk about cottage grows less than 2 acres, people can still grow if they have a medical card.
But they can't seek a permit.
No, and when you get down to less than that, there's more potential for neighbor conflicts in some of these rural suburbs that we have all over our county. I will say, I know of a neighborhood right now where I've received, I don't know how many phone calls, because a new grow went into the neighborhood. And everyone else is furious because they don't grow. They don't want people growing in their neighborhood.
That person who has that grow may also not be in compliance. I'm talking about an
But they can-
allowance for people who can comply.
Well, I disagree with you at the fact that I do think there has to be a use permit process and setbacks. It seemed there was less of a setback because of environmental concerns for one of the programs that somebody wanted to be in, and they needed to change it. Maybe they needed to scatter their grow sites. There could be all kinds of reasons. But I do feel it's a tool to make sure that they're doing the right thing. Now, on top of that, I'm somewhat, I don't know, I think I asked Miss Angelo to look into it, but they also want an amnesty program.
We all gave approval to that.
But in the budget, I didn't see it marked. There is one for promoting business, that so much money was set aside. So, there's a lot that needs to be done and still needs to be done. And I believe Miss Angelo's going to look into that and come back on it. I don't know. It's a quandary that you have to be in. But no, they can't get a permit if they're under the 2 acres. But they still have the ability to grow if they have a medical card.
So this is a good discussion because actually I was under the impression at the General Government Committee that the proposal for the 200-foot setback that we were allowing for less than that with the use permit, I actually thought that came from the ad hoc committee.
Me too.
So if that's not the case, then I misunderstood. So
The ad hoc may be split on that particular issue.
Wouldn't be shocking. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Okay.
Of Andy, how many use permits would you guess we do a year now? I know that's a horrible question.
About, I would say, 24.
Okay. And if we had, my concern is that we're going to have 200 or 75. Am I crazy to think that many? And what would that do to your timing to be able to process them? That's my concern for planning and building is these are all great ideas and I agree with all of them, but we give it and it just collapses. We have a real resistance in my district to coming in and getting any permits. Even getting a building permit is something they just can't get through. They come in, they try a little bit, they get frustrated and they leave. So I just think we're creating something that isn't practical for people, but I think we have the discussion clarified pretty well.
It's good to ask that question, but I think it's administratively processed on most.
Yeah, I mean, the use permit process is not complex, but it is a staff scaling issue in order to keep our level of service at 6 months. So we'll be, if we do indeed get a land rush, if you will, a green rush, and we'll have to pivot, we'll have to scale to either in working with these type of permits, the issues become rather known. Just like cell towers, we can move through the cell tower issues pretty quickly because there's kind of a set defined matter of problems that we're resolving. Likewise, within these grows, the obvious uncertainty that any applicant will face is the potential for an appeal. And when you do have a public hearing, in this case, this would be a minor use permit with the zoning administrator, which helps to expedite the process somewhat. But nonetheless, that's an appealable action. It could be a matter that could be appealed to the Board of Supervisors.
Right, that's my other concern is I don't want 50 appeals here choking this.
So I have a question, because we are crafting a new ordinance. Even if the administrative use permit that you're discussing is in our existing code for other purposes, couldn't we just short circuit this and just create a different kind of administrative use permit where it's just not appealable? I mean, it's just,
Well,
it's a,
any any decision, as you probably recall, Dollar General, which was a zoning clearance, was appealed. So anything can be appealed. The use permit in a public hearing is typically the classic discretionary approval where the neighbors get input and the decisions are made based on judgment and can be appealed to a higher body. Likewise, the zoning administrator decision on a minor use permit, which is the highest level discretionary approval we're putting forward with the marijuana regulation, it can be appealed. We also have an administrative permit, which is a tool where staff, without exercising a lot of discretion, is looking to help to ensure the grow fits the setback requirements and that it's permissible in the district and such. That will be something we can move through quickly. But everything that we do, should this program be especially controversial and begin to show to have community impacts, will be appealable. We just cannot avoid that.
Go ahead.
It will be appealable if we put it over in your office. If we don't, it's not.
I would defer to count. Okay,
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
right now I have the floor. So we are, I believe, we are placing the authority for administration of this permit program with the Ag Commissioner as very clearly intended by state law. State law didn't say you have to go get a use permit from planning and building. You have to get an administrative permit from planning and building. We have discretion. We can build that in if we want. But again, I'm interested in providing a more straightforward, streamlined approach. We've authorized and empowered the Ag Commissioner to administer this program. We're providing the staffing that I believe you say you need to go out and do all the inspections. And now I have planning and building saying, well, we're going to check the setbacks and so forth and so on. Well, I don't think we need two different departments checking the same material. So I think the role of planning and building, and this was, I believe, the ad hoc position, the role of planning and building is zoning clearance. Someone's applying for a permit. They need to have a 10-acre parcel to do it. They need to have a certain zoning to do it. So the application comes to the Ag Commissioner. The Ag Commissioner refers it to Planning and Building to verify that the applicant has the appropriate zoning and the appropriate parcel size, and it's back to the Ag Commissioner to fulfill all the functions of administering the ordinance. I think we need to recognize also this is a very unique situation where we're governing this activity through a cannabis ordinance. We don't have a grape ordinance, we don't have a pear ordinance or an apple ordinance. You know, it's a unique situation with an existing industry, existing cultivators. We're making it very clear that for now, you can only apply for a permit if you were already cultivating prior to January 1st of 2016. So, you know, I really want to work on getting these people into the program and getting them regulated. And I see a use permit requirement and some of these other things as barriers to compliance. And that's where the problems come from, are people who are not in compliance. If we get people regulated, we can address any neighborhood problems that come up much more readily.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And staff, and especially the Ag Commissioner, don't fear this guy. I've got the floor now. You can say what you want, but what do you think, Chuck, about what he's suggesting? Is that workable? Is it not workable? In your opinion, were we headed down the right road or were we not? I know it's pick and choose, but really we've all worked very hard, and where he said there were certain recommendations, or maybe a split recommendation with the ad hoc, when you talk about 200-foot setbacks, et cetera. Staff was only trying to bring this forward, and we were also trying to find a way to make some of these setbacks environmentally acceptable and without impacts, because there'll be different situations. It's not everybody has, a square parcel. There's different things that do happen, and very funny parcels that can make up, that can have impacts on the environment with the setbacks that we've set. So then we go through a use permit process where they can look at those. But what you're saying kind of makes sense, John. Don't remember that we got into it that deeply at any of our meetings. So I just want staff to feel free to respond, please.
If I may do so. Absolutely, well, we want a program that succeeds and one that brings marijuana cultivation into the light, out of the forest, out of the dark, and eliminating regulatory barriers is I think a key goal. Building a program under the M2C3P that can be watertight. We could strive to do so. So all of those sort of development standards, a regulatory scheme that only applies to marijuana would be under the Ag Commissioner's review, and planning would just be validating a legal parcel, validating the zoning for the particular grow under the program. What I would suggest that if we go that path, we should, in reviewing the ordinance under CEQA in the initial study process, be very eyes wide open about how it performs as we test it in the initial study, when we answer the questions about potential environmental impacts. Because in that process, we'll learn, we'll dig deeper into specific issues and know whether or not there's a reasonable argument that the project, the ordinance, would create a environmental impact that must be mitigated. And in that review, those mitigations are opportunities for us to add more controls within the regulation to help avoid a potential impact. But we may get to a point where the mitigation might say, you need a use permit to reduce a setback, you need a use permit to help to assure larger grows in residential zoning districts will not create a land use conflict. There might be a number of reasons, but that's what we'll be bringing back to this board, to the governance committee, as we go through that exercise, and you'll learn about those potential issues, and you'll be able to make the policy decision about which way to go. We are early days in formulating the project, really. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about it, but it's starting to come together and to a point where the board can say, this is what we want to test against the CEQA document.
And then another issue that we have had, and we have two supervisors that can weigh in, have no idea what the ad hoc discussed, but multiple parcels under one ownership that are contiguous to one another. Can you please explain that and give Supervisor Woodhouse and McCowan an opportunity to give feedback?
The legal parcel definition was brought up at last Friday at the governance committee. So that requested change to the definition of legal parcel will be before you tomorrow. It's in the documents that are out on the web now. We've gone back to a definition that, Andy can probably help me on this, it's parcels.
Oh, yeah, so legal parcel is just essentially mirrors what is used in planning. That is a parcel created by certificate of compliance or any other process that is recognized by the Subdivision Map Act. And so so that's essentially something that is a standalone entity that can be described.
But in any case, no more than 2 permits per individual, right?
Correct.
And,
I just wanted to know if Supervisor McCowan had any comment on that. For
Well,
direction.
You'd be shocked if I didn't.
Well, if you do, I'd like you to comment.
You know, it's an interesting thing because the ordinance, when it, the current ordinance, 931, is, you know, currently what we have on the books. And when that ordinance provided for permits to exceed the 25 plant limitation, it also at that time defined legal parcel the way it is currently in this draft ordinance. When we eliminated the permit program, we eliminated this very restrictive definition of legal parcel and went back to any AP number. It might have been a bit of a poke in the eye at the federal attorney, whether anyone picked up on it or not. But now that we're expanding the program again, and we're allowing for a greater entitlement to produce more marijuana, grow more plants, more square footage, whatever, it was, I believe, the ad hoc that suggested going back to this more restrictive definition of legal parcel. But I'm very open to the idea that that may not be the best way to control impacts. You know, we've said, I think, that one applicant could only apply for a maximum of 2 parcels.
Permits.
2 permits, thank you. And does it really matter if they're on 2 adjoining parcels? But we have an example that staff has provided at my request. I was curious about, you know, what does it mean if we go to certificates of compliance, which I think was a recent suggestion. And so looking at one particular ranch, and I think we all got that memo electronically, it showed that in the case of one ranch that is probably pretty substantial, I think it might be 12,000 acres or something in that range, quite a few parcels all under one ownership or related ownerships, and going by the AP numbers and then breaking it down to certificates of compliance, I think it roughly doubled the recognized legal parcels. So this leads to another issue. If we say, and this is in favor of changing the definition of legal parcel and coming up with some other control mechanism, if we say contiguous parcels under one ownership are only entitled to 1 permit, that could actually encourage a large landowner or a multiple parcel owner to subdivide or sell parcels, and this large ranch, which presumably was a working ranch, it recently changed hands, I think, not certain of that, but the idea that that person could break up that parcel and sell it off to a bunch of people who would only grow marijuana is a real concern. And that's another point in favor of limiting permits initially to only people who are currently cultivating, so we don't create some kind of land rush in. So I'm open-minded to changing that parcel definition. I think there may well be a better way to control the negative land use impacts, but it was also intended as a way to demonstrate that even though we're approving permits to grow more marijuana with a permit, we're also being more restrictive on how many parcels it could be grown on. So there was kind of a give and a take there, was the intent.
And one other question I think that Supervisor Woodhouse and McCowan should chime in on is one legal parcel that has numerous households, communes, to be exact. And what are your thoughts about permits for each one of those particular residents?
defer to my colleague first on this
Oh,
one.
goody. Well, see if this is what I think is, and we may have differed, that the parcel would get its permit and they could divide it between them, and we're getting pressured from everybody that they need 3 or 4 times that amount for each person, and just, I wasn't interested in that, because then you throw up more shacks, even though you're supposed to have been there already, and wherever you draw a line, you get pushed back on, so I was willing to draw the line there. Willing to draw the line tighter, especially on the legal parcel definition. Yeah, you have to just say no. You start at 10 acres, 5 acres, 2 acres, and then you open the whole door to all the use permits, and it's just an endless. They'll always be unhappy with it, and I get that. We're not trying to please everybody. We're just trying to be fair, and that's my answer.
You know, I think when we were doing the urgency ordinance, we came down on there could be multiple permits for tenants in common situations where they each clearly own, these are my 40 acres, but it's within one legal parcel. I believe we approved multiple permits as long as they, you know, didn't exceed the overall allowed, you know, square footage or plant numbers. I'm probably a little more open on that now, so that if you have a parcel with multiple owners and they have multiple legitimate distinct households, so if you have 2 or 3 households on a property, they could each get a permit as long as they're not exceeding what would be allowed for that parcel. So, you know, I've kind of shifted my thinking a little bit there. Again, a lot of these people are already cultivating, and, you know, without creating new impacts for neighbors or perpetuating negative impacts to neighbors, I think it makes sense to have a goal to allow a pathway to legalization for as many of the current cultivators as possible. You know, bring them into the system. Otherwise, we're probably forcing a trespass grow somewhere else or some other thing.
So on that note, I just want to add that my general thought on this overall is let's not make I don't know, the pursuit of perfection the enemy of the good, or I don't know.
Enemy of the good.
I've got that backwards. Anyway, but basically, you know, my concern is that some of these comments that we've been getting in the 11th hour from some of these agencies, which are almost form letters, I mean, they almost were identical. I'm concerned that whoever's generating them, you know, is seeking this perfect ordinance from the county of Mendocino, and that perfect ordinance may have like 5 applicants, if that's what we end up adopting. And what we will continue to have is more trespass grows, more, you know, underground activity, and not achieving any of the public policy goals that we all say that we want, including those very same state agencies and other groups that are making comments at the 11th hour. So I just, as a caution, I just hope that you guys think of that when you get these comments, whether they're in writing or over the phone or face-to-face from these state agencies who may have employees who are quick to offer their opinion on what would be the perfect ordinance. And if that perfect ordinance leads to so many hoops that nobody comes in and gets permits, or very few people come in and get permits, in my mind, those advocates who work for those state agencies are actually doing a disservice for their own cause. So.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd like to address 3 things directly to your comments. So I did review all the comment letters we've gotten to date, and made note of that and recognized that, I believe, that element that you speak to in some of those. But by the same token, nearly all of our comment letters have elements that deserve a discussion and consideration. So I will be crafting tonight and tomorrow a document that basically will summarize elements that we've received in the different comment letters, and we'll be discussing tomorrow afternoon as well, so that those elements that you know could quite possibly have merit and really warrant a discussion, that we have that discussion, possibly, you know, consider it further. To Supervisor McCowan's comments about the tenants in common, that concept that you were speaking to, that is in the current draft proposal about the end game on that is just the overall production volume for whatever permit is applied for is not exceeded. if there are multiple tenants with associated dwellings on a parcel, then they can grow various volumes. It's just so that the total volume for that permit, for that parcel, is not exceeded. So that's how it's worded in summary in the document at this point. And just circling back to Supervisor Brown's comment or request from me on where I thought we were going with the ordinance, I feel that we are going in the right direction when it comes to the permitting, and Andy has spoken to the need for that. And if you look at Humboldt, or you look at what other counties and cities are doing, they are doing, for the most part, a permitting style structure to their local ordinances. And I would believe, basically for the reasons that have been put forward here, is that we cannot, in ordinance format, try to foresee all of the potential environmental impacts that might occur at any particular grow site now or 3 years from now. And it would be exhaustive and probably unattainable to actually try and enumerate these in ordinance. And the permitting process really allows us that ability to assess on an individual basis and take appropriate or request appropriate remediations where needed to protect the environment and the community. So kind of a long answer, but I feel like we are going the right direction. As I mentioned earlier, it appears to be getting closer. Thank you.
One last
one. Well, I'm sorry, but to that point, I really see an extensive array of use permits and even administrative permits as being a poison pill that is going to totally undermine the effectiveness of the ordinance in bringing people forward. So I'm very clear, I will never support that. I just don't see it being workable. We might as well not adopt an ordinance, just save ourselves the trouble, because the industry is going to stay underground, or a large part of it. You know, when we go to CEQA, and this, of course, is a very key issue in evaluating environmental impacts, but CEQA, the baseline, is current conditions. Is that not true?
It is, but it's not a clear and clean line. Baseline condition is, in this particular case, a highly speculative condition. It's very difficult to quantify what the contribution to habitat impacts, water quality degradation, road deterioration might be attributed to marijuana. So baseline conditions are really established and defensible when you do have very clearly enumerated aspects of the environment that you can point to, and then very clearly show that this project will help improve, let's say, a problem that's created by cannabis. Right now, it's methodologically, it's very speculative to say what percentage of the water turbidity in a watershed is attributed by a cultivation.
Well,
it doesn't provide us as solid as a platform.
I don't see that it's a challenge to demonstrate that under current conditions, the environment is getting hammered.
Agreed.
And endangered species are not merely being threatened, they're being killed off under current conditions of unregulated marijuana cultivation. So bringing it into regulation, which will make it easier to conduct enforcement against people that are out of bounds. So I think there's a lot of opportunities under CEQA to show that given current conditions, and I disagree that it's in any way speculative. There's reams of documentation about the negative impacts of marijuana cultivation as it's currently practiced countywide. And we have a lot of people that are doing a good job, they're being good stewards. We have many others that are not, and there's no mystery about that. There's no mystery about these impacts. I also think, to the extent that we discover through the process that more mitigations are needed, those mitigations can be built into the ordinance. So
Absolutely.
we haven't really talked about restrictions on slope and things like that, prohibitions on any new land clearance. But again, we have existing cultivators. They're already out there cultivating. They have cultivation sites. I think it's possible to craft an ordinance. We're probably 90 or 95% there, that is clearly far more environmentally protective than what is going on now. And that can be augmented as necessary. And my goal would be that we would have a mitigated negative deck that could be sustained. I do have a number of other points that I'd like to bring up, if I may.
Sure.
One of them, and I will agree with Ag Commissioner Morse that a lot of the comments from the agencies are, valid, and probably the great majority of them, the ordinance would benefit by incorporating them. Others may be a little more questionable. There's one that I would like to call out specifically, and this was from the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board on page 1 of their comment letter, item 7. They have a couple of suggested changes. The second one is striking out the ability of the county to adopt a substantially equivalent rule. And I don't see what's gained by eliminating that, because it's building in that we're acknowledging that the cultivator has to have the proper enrollment in whatever tier is appropriate for them. And then the language that they're asking to be stricken isn't in place of that, but potentially could be in addition to. So I see that as more environmentally protective.
I would agree with your comment. This comment letter is the one that we did go over last Friday at the General Government Committee, because it had a number of points in it, and this point was addressed. It was agreed at that time to accept the deletions that they were proposing, and that item carries over to the next page, and they pose a question, and I apologize, I don't have my copy of it in front of me, but the question that they pose on the second page, we are already going there, or we are relying on their program for water quality in the first place. I can't recall if that was the one about if it's parcel wide or just the cultivation area.
Well, anyway, I'll let you in general government review that. But there are some other points. Back to the issue of amnesty, the board did give clear direction that there'd be amnesty not merely for applicants to this program, but at Supervisor Brown's suggestion, there would be a county-wide amnesty program so that anyone would have the opportunity to address code compliance issues. And the board unanimously agreed with that. And so the question is, what action is needed by planning and building or by the Board of Supervisors in order to actually move forward with that? Because I think we need to...
Actually, it sounds like you're parroting the exact question I think I asked them, but we didn't know the money was placed in the budget during budget hearings. So Carmel.
Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan, I have asked my office and Director Dunicliffe to give me an update. There is a delay in this, and I think there was some confusion as to what the money was going for. So my plan was to give you that update tomorrow in general government.
Oh, okay.
And I certainly could let the other three know I'm still working on that. Okay, I know that the amnesty program has been delayed. So
But Supervisor McCown, it was the same thing I asked. What
right,
do we
right. It's the
Well,
same
it's
thing.
a legitimate question. We give clear direction, and
but we're
and I know
looking
that
into it.
staff is burdened with many tasks.
Well, I think that part of it was the was linking the amnesty program with this ordinance, and so there may have been some confusion, but I will have that answer, give it to general government tomorrow, and I will get that information to all 5 of you.
Could that be in writing also to general government so that it's available for whoever?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Other permit types, you may have asked this as well. When can we expect to see development begin on the other permit types?
I have an update for that. I'm actually in the process of doing the draft ordinance, and it was the plan and the timeline that we developed to bring back initial recommendations to the General Standing Committee, General Government Standing Committee, most likely at your meeting in August. And we're trying to get an ordinance up and running so that it won't be too long after this program is up and running, but we intend to have something on the book so we can start permitting in 2017.
Thank you. And would potentially the environmental review for these be more straightforward? Because typically they're going to be, I would assume many of these will be directed into zones where we already have similar uses, so.
Yes, they'll be in commercial and industrial, so there won't necessarily be the same environmental issues. It will still have to go through a project description and initial study assessment. But it is very different in terms of its uses than cultivation, so we don't anticipate it to be the same.
I think Supervisor McCowan, your sense is correct, that these uses will be incorporated to similar type of uses in those same zoning districts.
Mm-hmm. So then again, ideally, it's not going to, significantly trail adoption of a cultivation ordinance.
Correct.
Could even be incorporated into it, possibly. I'm going to skip the question about the coastal zone, and general government can take that up tomorrow. But when we get to forest land and TPZ and rangeland, some of these public comments from the agencies were suggesting a prohibition in those zoning types. Again, that would mean that a lot of people who are cultivating, many of whom who are currently cultivating legally, would suddenly be non-compliant and not eligible for a permit. So, I think that's something that has to be looked at very closely, and I've been an advocate of being very restrictive in FL and TPZ, but to eliminate people from any ability to cultivate runs counter to the idea that we're trying to bring people into compliance. Another kind of glitch that has come up, and the California Growers points it out, but the urgency ordinance, now we're saying, because the board agreed that on a very narrow 3.2 or 2.55 to 2.45, that at least for 2017, cultivation in TPZ and FL would be limited to the cottage level unless someone had previously been in the 931 permit program back in 2010-11. Well, the current draft says that you're also eligible for the exception if you participated in the current urgency ordinance program. And then, as pointed out, is that correct?
That was put in, and it's actually highlighted for the General Government Standing Committee tomorrow. It was just a question really from staff of, do you want to consider the urgency ordinance like you've considered the last programs? It wasn't a permanent thing, so it's actually highlighted in the agenda for tomorrow for discussion, because it was our question is, now that you have an urgency ordinance and people are getting permitted, do you want to extend what you've extended to the previous people to that? So it's one of those items of topic for discussion.
Right. And it, once they were approved for 99 this year, and then it's going to be kind of tough to tell them next year they might have to go back to 25. But then if you don't, then you have people who heard about this deadline and they were able to get an application in, can do 99. The neighbor who didn't hear about the deadline can only do 25. So there's kind of an equity issue there. So maybe one way to handle TPZ is we do start building in absolutely no clearance of, so you get your conversion permit, that says you can do things on the land, but, I would hate to see. Well, please, go ahead.
That's what CAL FIRE, at least in 2 counties, have done a moratorium against 3-acre conversions.
Right.
And in their letter, they were addressing that, but they were addressing it not only on TPZ and forest lands, but they carried it over to rangelands because much of our soil on rangelands throughout the county is the type of soil that can grow a commercial species of timber. So that's what they were really asking.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, it was their jurisdiction, their regulatory control isn't bounded by zoning, but rather the commercial timber. So any commercial timber removal is subject to their regulations and may require conversion. So RL, TP.
Possibly only if you sell it. You might be able to cut it down.
No.
Because I know
No,
that you
they
can-
made that very clear, and I think that changed back when Olympic Valley, I knew it as Squaw Valley, when they did a bunch of tree cutting in order to build more facilities, and they weren't selling, and it wasn't over the 3-acre, but they changed the law after that, so it has changed.
Right. So anyway, I'd be very open to seeing restrictions on no new vegetation removal to accommodate marijuana, certainly in TPZ and FL, and maybe some kind of conditions relating to slope and so forth. Because the steeper the slope, the more sediment and runoff.
I think we would have that in the grading portion.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not that far, but in some of the other use permits processes.
At this point, outside the MS4 areas, we don't have a means for regulating
Slope.
grading not related to building. If you need a building permit, all the grading associated with it is regulated. But when you're out in the country, earth disturbing activities, including the planting of marijuana plants, wouldn't be captured. Unless we have it in the regulation, in the M2C3P. And that was actually a recommendation that the stormwater program best management practices be incorporated as a means to help to avoid those sorts of impacts, which also will bring in slope and area of disturbance.
And I think we kind of looked at it at a future time, maybe, to get that in there. Wasn't that because of?
That may have been one of the matters Mr. Morse added in response to the suggestion.
I would just add, in our initial study process, we expect that there'll be a number of mitigation measures that are going to be suggested as we kind of put this to test of what do we need to do, and especially in environmentally sensitive areas like in forest land, TPZ, things like that.
So start date for new cultivators, and the current draft provides for January 1st, 2018, we would open it up. I'm actually nearing the.
I'm sorry.
But I would appreciate it, I think this is one we could weigh in on now and give direction, because, again, we're talking about.
Of course it's important, go ahead.
And there's thousands of people currently cultivating. Other than the urgency ordinance, nobody's got a permit yet. We hope those who are willing to comply will come forward and get permits. I really think we should focus on consolidating the current cultivators. There was 300 plus applicants, I think, for these permits when they become available. As these folks say, it's easy to assume there would be several hundred more in 2017, probably at least several hundred more in 2018, possibly thousands of people currently here now coming forward for these permits. I really think our focus should be bringing these people into regulation and into compliance and consolidate this. It's a new program for our staff. It's a new program for the applicants. Let's focus on trying to get as close to 100% compliance locally as we can before we open it up to new people coming in. We also, there's going to be quite a burden on staff, I believe. So I could easily go along with their suggestion to delay opening it up until January of 2020.
And
I don't think we can do that according to the state permit process, I mean, the state rules.
They have to have a local permit before they can get a state permit.
Yeah.
right, if local permits are required, they would have to have their local cultivation permit in hand before they can apply for their state license for the similar activity. So that's why we put that in there, because the functional reality is the state could very well be offering the cultivation licenses in 2018. And
Yeah, and those people who have applied for a permit in Mendocino County will be eligible to apply for a state license, but nothing in the state law says we have to offer permits to everybody who wants one. If we can delay new people coming forward until January 1st of 2018, is there any reason we can't delay it until 2020?
We could delay till 2020, and just for thought, that could prevent potential economic development in our county. We will be offering permits for the other aspects of the industry as well. We've received a significant comment that people are interested in coming here and doing business. So that's just another consideration, that waiting until 2020, you could be closing the door. They could be going to a number of other areas and investing in that local economy.
What if we limited this restriction only to cultivation permits? Because that's where most of the environmental damage comes from. I'm not too worried about these other permit types operating in appropriate zoning. Is there consensus for that possible?
Well, so I'm interested in that idea, because I guess one question that I have is what will happen after January of 2018 under the current proposal in terms of people buying up property, perhaps trying to do some splits, and just what are the sort of, it seems like it's creating some unknowns, and it's post this proposal.
In 2018, it would just simply say, so if you were doing business past that January 1 date, then you would be eligible to apply. So if I started growing cannabis in 2017, or actually if I started growing cannabis on January 2nd, 2016, I would not be eligible to apply for a permit until 2018. So anyone that's new to cannabis that grew 2016, they wouldn't be eligible. But the way it works now is it pretty much gives a year for local cannabis growers to come into the system and kind of have a jump start on the permitting program and having a permit in hand. And if they are able to meet state requirements and able to get a license, then they can continue.
But what Supervisor McCown's talking about is giving local people who've been here for a while a little bit longer lead time.
I would suggest, if you wanted to do that, to do something like 2019. So the state's going to start accepting applications January 1, 2018. We really aren't quite sure when they're actually going to issue a license. They could very well accept applications and no one gets permitted till like December 30th,
And we don't know.
2018. But then that would, give them two years head start. But I would assume that, if I had to guess, I would say the state's probably not going to issue permits at the beginning of January 2018 if they're just accepting applications January 1.
And we do not know what's going to happen on the November ballot. The whole game may change.
And to that, and just to tag on to both that comment and what Sarah said, if adult use becomes legal in California, other factors play in. Realistically, demand is going to go up, and the production to delay the production capabilities, it's our sense, I think collectively, that the cultivation will occur. There is, as Sarah said, there's a very high demand for people to want to come here and cultivate because of Mendocino's prominence, position in the cannabis world. So there's a certain economic element to the consideration as well. I'll just throw that out there.
Well, but we're also trying to demonstrate that we're environmentally protective and limiting impacts, and what this would do is January 1st, 2018, suddenly we're opening up a lot of territory where people are currently not cultivating and saying, come on down. I really think it makes more sense to try and consolidate what is here now. You know, I don't know that there's an advantage to being in a big rush about this. We were criticized first by the growers. We weren't moving quickly enough. We're finding out there's a lot of moving pieces to this. There's a lot of considerations. There's a lot of unknowns. The state has kind of unleashed something, and yet even though they've given themselves a lot of lead time, there's doubt that they're going to have their regulations written by 2018, so they've authorized the issuance of emergency regulations, I believe. Is that correct? Can anyone speak to that?
I don't know if I would classify it as an emergency. I mean, they're definitely speeding up the process, expedited process. They're doing initial pre-regulation meetings, August, September, October. They're going to have some draft regulations at the beginning of 2017, and they're trying to have something adopted by December 2017. So they can actually accept applications. At the same time, the CDFA is attempting to do an EIR and complete the EIR before January 1. So that's also, we don't know what's going to happen with that. So, I mean, they're doing everything they can to meet the deadlines established by the legislature, and potentially additional with adult recreation pending. And I would just make a small comment too, just on the retail end. Once the state's issuing license, dispensaries are only going to be able to purchase from licensees. So that's going to play a part in terms of the cultivation, of having enough cultivators licensed. And, you know, there's a big movement, for instance, in Salinas Valley. Those artichokes are turning to cannabis plants. So we're going to be competing with a lot of other regions throughout the state in terms of getting some type of permanent program up and running and competing for state licenses so they can operate.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this? We're also going to meet on this tomorrow at the General Government Committee.
We invite you to come forward.
Hi, I'm Mike Adams. I live in Willits. I've been to a number of these, not as many as you guys. Thank you. It's really a daunting thought. There's so many emotions that go through as I hear this and hear that. A couple things have come to my mind over this. One is when I look at, and when I first got up here, I realized, like, I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to grow cannabis legally. I'm not even from California originally, and now I'm here, and they're not discussing this in any Board of Supervisors meeting on the East Coast. To that, when I got my first recommendation 8 years ago, I was under the impression I was allowed to grow 6 plants pretty much anywhere I lived. It's not quite the case, but it's along those lines. And when I looked at the 16-page document that you guys were discussing this morning, talking about the taxes, kind of referred to personal growth. Because when I look at it, I mean, one, we want to keep small farmers in Mendocino County. I mean, that's a stakeholder contingent that's important. But the larger stakeholder contingent, you know, statewide and even amongst this county, is the number of people that are growing cannabis here because this is where we're allowed to do it, and they're not selling it. They're not looking at getting into the market. They're looking at just being allowed to continue to cultivate and maybe share it with their friends or their family members, maybe for a little some or maybe for not. But they're not really commercial growers. Maybe by definition, maybe if there's any exchange. And to that, what I saw in the document this morning was that if you were growing for yourself, that you're limited to 100 square feet. And if you're growing for 5 other people, then you're limited to 100 square feet per person, which is 600 square feet, which seems to be, to me, not to be very much. Yeah, especially when a nursery license could be conceivably 22,000 square feet. We're dealing with wide ranges. So to that end, I just wanted to say, yeah, I think that the 100 square feet is a very small amount that doesn't seem to be pertinent to personal use. I personally consume more cannabis than that. On a personal level, since I've been able to grow the plant itself instead of buying it in a bag or something, that, you know, the connection to the plant has brought me to a place where I grow starts and I juice them. And I grow starts and I cut the small ones and use them as straws for my juice. So I at one point made a joke that if I was making smoothies for people using them, and I'm like, well, I need to cut down 10 plants a day just to get my straws. Because anyway, that's off topic.
And that's the signal.
No, but anyway, it's a lot that you guys are doing. It's amazing that you're pressing through this with all the other work that you have to do. And to reiterate some of the voices, I know John said it, and I'm not sure who echoed it, but anytime that you're putting a tax based on how much space you're growing, that never resonated with me very well, because things can happen. And so if I have 100 square feet that I'm growing in, and then my crop gets wiped out by hail, theft, or bugs, and I've paid a tax on something that I didn't even produce, that doesn't seem to be very wise. I like the idea of production and the comments that were echoed here about trusting us. There's so much trust that has to happen in this, because we're in this transition period, and for people to pay based on what they produce or what they sell it for, I think we have to move forward with the assumption that the people who are paying, who are registering and trying to do this, are actually wanting to contribute and wanting to do it right, and not that they're the people who I want to sign up and now I'm going to lie. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Just a quick comment. So the 100 square foot for patients and the 500 square foot, up to 500 square foot for caregivers is a duplication of the state's requirements anyway that are going to be in place. So we just mirrored that. I know, Mike, we've talked for years across the counter at the Ag Department cannabis issue, so I'm glad to see him here.
Okay. All right, Supervisor McCowan.
I would actually support a further restriction for the exemption for the caregivers, to limit any caregiver to 200 square feet, which would in effect be 2 patients. Because when you look at the definition of caregiver, it isn't just somebody who knows how to grow marijuana. Their caregiver is someone who's really responsible for a lot of the daily needs of the patient. So I really doubt that there are many, quote, caregivers out there who are really providing that level of care to 5 people. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I see that the caregiver exemption is just another loophole for someone to pretend they're doing this as a caregiver and they're really doing it commercially, but without a permit and without oversight. So that'd be my input on that.
So just on that question, and maybe we could go into this more tomorrow at tomorrow's meeting, but how does that relate to the state law? You just said that the state law is mimicking, or this ordinance is mimicking the state law.
Well, local can be more restrictive if they choose.
And I'll wrap it up by saying that I support the comments here about clustering or zoning overlays as may be appropriate for neighborhoods where cultivation is intensive, and most of the people in those areas are cultivating. It may be appropriate to, if we can identify areas where that's the case, maybe it makes sense to have a zoning overlay where we can be less restrictive with the setbacks. You know, that's one possible answer to the waiver question. And I support the comments about the local ordinance title and the state ordinance title. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, on the overlay zoning, and maybe you can go into this more tomorrow, but my recollection from talking to staff was that it was, at least as it related to the TPZ zoning, it was probably going to be problematic with the state, but maybe I'm not remembering that correctly, but that was my understanding of what staff was saying.
And you're correct that it's not an obvious tool to use over the TPZ. It is quite obvious to use in the industrial or other locations where we see it's a strategic opportunity to provide places where we can encourage similar related activities around marijuana production, processing, distribution to come together in one locale, particularly areas where there's infrastructure, where there's water, sewer, transportation. The idea that Supervisor McCowan put forward, that a cluster might be also used to identify cultivation areas where there's a concentration of existing growers, that could then be a means for having a reduced standard or different types of development standards. Would be another way to use that type of overlay. So that's a new thought. The cluster that as referred to as the Cannabis Innovation Zone is something that was used in more the industrial context by the city of Arcata to help form a business opportunity area that's focused on the cannabis industry.
And there's a letter in the public comment from a resident of Laytonville suggesting her neighborhood, there's a lot of smaller parcels, acre and a half acre. She says most of her neighbors are cultivators. She doesn't identify problems there. So if there are those kinds of neighborhoods with that kind of concentration, I'm not thinking of the overlay for TPZ or something like that, but if there are some of these neighborhoods with, you know, half acre to 10 acre parcels, whatever, where it's cultivation is already concentrated, the overlay might make sense, and that might be a way to address some of these setback issues through those overlays.
And to follow on that, those would be areas identified by the board. There would be a public hearing, a rezoning. The community would be engaged in adopting that type of zoning. So in that process, you would be able to fit it to the places that wish to accept it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I was gonna make fun of John, but I'll leave it alone.
You'll have another opportunity.
I will. But I think I heard Supervisor Hamburg starting to yell the 5:30 rule out of the back. So,
Just one comment, again, to Supervisor McCowan's bringing up in the one comment letter about the title of the program. And I read the same comment and I started thinking about it. I think if we, it's a testament, I think, to Lucasfilms for 2 generations of advertising where we can't get away from where that acronym is headed. So maybe we just drop the P off the end, just the M2C3, and then spell out in lowercase only program after it. Maybe that'll accomplish it, but I'm sympathetic to their point.
I was kind of surprised by the comment, too. These are serious farmers.
Okay, well, I think we've had a pretty thorough discussion, and more tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
So we still have a few more things left on our agenda. I don't know how much we're going to get through in the last few minutes here. CO Angela, do you want to?
Chair Jordy, I just wanted to make a comment. Item 4D on the consent calendar is still outstanding. I have heard from the district attorney if you want to take up that issue now or not.
Do you have, if you have a response, yeah.
I have a response from the district attorney, and his response is that the Sequoia settlement will come out of the district attorney budget.
But not specifically asset forfeiture?
He is not committing to that.
I thought, my understanding, that was part of the resolution that we reached.
I can't
I
speak to
believe
that.
that he stated it would be coming out of his budget, that he had room for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember. So I'd like to move approval.
Second.
We need Supervisor Hamburg back.
We need to bring him back.
Oh.
Oh, who's he?
The one with the rich kid.
You mean he wasn't listening with rapt attention?
John, I was gonna say when you were talking, is somebody getting you? Yeah, we're getting. When you were talking about overlays? I was gonna say, John, about a use permit.
Okay,
It's not it's not the same
That's why
thing.
we were trying to make those differences with use permits, if
So
they could go
while,
ahead and do
oh,
that.
we shouldn't do the Mendocino Town update until Supervisor Hamburg.
And if I could update, I am going to be taking the matters that were for closed session. I'm going to continue those, so we're not going to be meeting.
Okay, so we're on to item 4D, and that was the district attorney's settlement.
Right, the consent calendar, item 4D, the Sequoia contract settlement. There was a question that came up from this board regarding the funding, the $50,000 for that settlement and where it was coming from. And I did hear back from the district attorney today that that money will come out of his budget. That is his commitment, that it will come out of his budget.
So I'd like to move approval
Second.
of the recommended motion. I
Okay, we
should
have
say.
motion and second. Any comments to the motion? Not seeing it, we'll vote with the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
And while Andy's here, maybe we could ask, is there an update on the Mendocino Town Plan?
very brief one. The staff continues to be working through the documents with Coastal Commission staff. We met last week, I think it was, with the ad hoc committee and got direction on the form of the changes that we'll be bringing to you on, we're trying to come to you on September 13th, I believe is the hearing date. And otherwise, we have nothing new to report or any action that we're requesting today.
So at this point, we're looking at a hearing here, and you kind of, September 13th, and then it would go to the Coastal Commission in November, December? Or?
October, November is what we're targeting, and we're bringing to the board a list of the changes that the commission staff are identifying as friendly modifications or not so friendly modifications.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, and I had to leave that meeting early, and I just want to be reassured that the Mendocino people that have been engaged, but people on the coast, receive enough advance notice as to, you know, the documents we'll be looking at, when the meeting is, and I'm hoping the chair will make it a timed item, especially for those people that come all the way from the coast that want to be heard.
Well, so I think the request would be that we either have it at 10 a.m. or 1:30.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? What do we tackle next on our agenda? Do we have anything on the legislative platform we need to, okay.
There is no CEO report today and no ledge update today.
Okay, well then maybe we can race right into the supervisor's reports. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Judy. And first of all, I think it's very appropriate to thank staff, Sarah Duquette. We did get Proposition 1, Stormwater Grant Program Planning grant funding, I guess you would say, and City of Ukiah coming to Mendocino, City of Ukiah for the Russian River Regional Stormwater Resource Management and Monitoring Plan, $500,000. And then Mendocino County Water Agency for the Coastal Mendocino County Stormwater Resource Plan, $242,000. I think that's really wonderful, and I was really excited to see that. Also, I did have a constituent contact me. I have the information here. The concern from business people countywide about mattress recycling and disposal, and I think it should go to MSWA. And I have a contact.
Yeah.
Is it there?
No,
Well, here's
it's
a
there.
contact for one of you to call. If you would, please. I feel this business person out of Ukiah really offered a lot to say on behalf of business people throughout the county that are dealing with it. Because he doesn't want to see, like all of us don't want to see, we don't want to see those mattresses out along roadsides, et cetera. And I think it's important for this board to be updated if state law has changed or what's ever happening to cause these big problems that I guess we're now facing. Also, I went to RCRC. They had their Board of Directors meeting as well as the Golden State Finance Authority. All the information is here. I have the supplement packets. Anything you'd like to look at, you can also get it online, so I'm not going to go into detail. We did hear the Mendocino Town Plan. Supervisor Hamburg and I had an ad hoc meeting, but it is moving forward and they'll be back to see us. So that's all. Oh, one more thing. The Eel River Forum, I don't know if any of you are familiar with that particular group. It was put together by CalTrout, and it involves 22 public agencies, tribes, nonprofits, conservation organizations, and other stakeholders. They have just recently released the Eel River Action Plan, so it should be out. And my article actually came from Ukiah Daily Journal. That's all I have so far, but if you're interested, I am. I want to get a copy and I want to read it. I'll send it to you if you'd like to have it. That's it.
At 5:30, are there any other reports?
Would you just assume you didn't have them? Yeah, I just want to quickly mention, I think everybody on this board knows, but just so anybody who's watching this knows that on Friday from 2:30 to 4:30 in these chambers, we will have CPC Commissioner Catherine Sandoval will be holding a hearing. She'll also be accompanied by several staff members, including an administrative law judge. We will also have, I've just learned in the last day or so, Senator McGuire will be here. I believe Assemblyman Wood will be here as well. Our staff, mainly through Janelle Rao, has been in close touch with staff for the commission, and we'll be spending the entire day, beginning about 8:30, doing a field trip. We're going to be heading out to Compchi. We're going to have a meeting at the firehouse. We're going to look at the place where the break occurred along Compchi-Ukiah Road, and just generally spend a full day with the commissioner and her staff. So we're looking forward to that.
But we start here at 2:30.
Right. The actual hearing is here from 2:30 to 4:30, but we're going to start our field trip at 8:30 on Friday morning. So we're really looking forward to that, and it's exciting. This kind of came out of the incident that happened at Henry Station Road, and we were trying to figure out how can we do something substantive, and we got in touch with Regina Costa at Turn, and through that we got included in this docket that Catherine Sandoval had put before the PUC. And I think you all know that this is Catherine's, or Commissioner Sandoval's last year on the CPUC. She's very much an advocate for areas like ours, so we really want to take advantage of this opportunity over the next 6 months. And also, real quickly, there is quite a bit going on with MSWA right now, and particularly with the SWOW, the owner of SWOW, Jerry Ward, and I think at some point we will be discussing that as a board. The mattress recycling is one of the outstanding issues right now between MSWA and Mr. Ward. I also want to just announce that Mayor of Willits, Bruce Burton, will be replacing Councilman Orenstein, who has a scheduling conflict and can no longer serve on MSWA. So Mayor Burton will be taking his place, and I think I will probably be the chair of MSWA since I was the vice chair. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very excited about it. Didn't even have to campaign. Just to mention, I've been working with this foundation affiliate committee to hold and develop the Point Arena Field Station. And we're having a work day, if anyone's interested, on August the 3rd. There's a lot of different things going on to clean up and beautify. And then on August the 6th, we're having a day that will be open to the public to come visit the field station. And we're going to have a lot of tours and different kinds of presentations for what we see as the future of the field station. We're working very hard with Congressman Huffman to try to get the BLM to act on this conservation easement, which has been a real headache. Arturo Reyes is helping, Huffman's office is helping, but the BLM is just one of those bureaucracies that is really hard to crack. I'm sure we've all had experience with them. But anyway, we do have a very good committee of dedicated people, and we have scheduled those events on the 6th. There is also, the same day that we're having the open house at this field station, there are a series of other events. That's Dornetta Lands, at the Lighthouse, at the harbor. So it's a whole day of activity in Point Arena, which we are kind of piggybacking on with our event at the field station. So I know that's a month off, but some people like to get things on their calendars. So that's the 6th.
I think last year it was very successful and they received a lot of donations.
Right.
I think last year it was very successful and they received a lot of donations
Right.
and interest as a result. So it's
Right.
a very
Yeah, and
wise
we're also
thing.
getting a lot of volunteer labor, which is great.
Yeah.
People coming out with their trucks and their tools and their paintbrushes and doing a lot of nice work out there. So we want it to look really shipshape for the 6th. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, I did see a pen up for County Council.
So I just wanted to officially say there is, in terms of the closed session, there isn't any labor negotiators in cases I'm going to bring back at another date.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Both Supervisor Hamburg and I forgot, we have Sigma.
Oh, right, we got to.
From 1 o'clock on Thursday.
We have a Sigma meeting.
Yes.
Right, we also had a Sigma conference call, which was pretty useful.
Yes.
This last week.
Thursday,
I don't know if you mentioned that.
Thursday, the 14th.
Correct.
Thursday, the 14th, from 1 to 3, I think,
And we're going to be over in the Ag building.
in the Ag Building.
Chair Jurdy, I also want to comment that I had said about July 18th, whether the sheriff would be available or not, and that would be the deciding factor on bringing forward the fiscal analysis for the mental health initiative, and the sheriff is available after 3, so that actually works with our schedule. So we will schedule that for after 3 o'clock, but that can happen on Monday, July 18th.
Okay, thanks for the update. Supervisor McCowan?
Very briefly, LAFCO did meet yesterday, first meeting for our new executive officer, Uma Hinman of Uma Hinman Associates, and I think everyone on the commission is confident that we made a good selection and potentially someone who might be there for the foreseeable future. We've gone through a number of executive officers in short order, So I think that's a good sign for LAFCO. We did approve the sphere of influence update for Willow County Water District. We approved a contract to complete the MSRs and also SOIs for the cemetery districts, and that'll be the last little piece of the first round of MSRs that may have been due in around 2008 or so. But so I think we're on track now, not only to complete the first round, but move forward in a systematic way with the future reviews and updates that are needed. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Well, I think with that, we'll adjourn the meeting at 5:38.